very, experienced in the game. First is Mr. Babs Ogunade, who is the Vice President of the Nigerian Basketball Federation, playing basketball as Ayino. Mr. Not just in Nigeria, but I'd like to, full hour.
I will take you through this.
Welcome to CrossFit, but I'm a lot better than I.
You're welcome back to the programs Island Lagos Nigerian Basketball Federation about. All right, the tailwinds that the sport has in this country. The Olympics went. How are they going forward? Hello, Mr. Ogunade. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon.
So yeah, we Nigerians, were inspired by the Tigress.
Rightly.
Then coming out with any winner gotten from that. What's
been one of the most successful, as you're aware, going again to qualify. What does that say for basketball stakeholders about not just being a sport?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of going forward.
Let's jump on that opportunity.
But beyond that, federations odd qualifying for the Olympics can see the.
So are you opportunities like this and articulate them
by outwards
beyond? Yeah.
To plethora of all of this, do what we do, what they can do. So I think
we heard them say that. Look, in the past
we have had and I mean we have two communions who can raise truth.
Yeah.
Government can govern to.
But the pieces are different aspects of it. You and buying just know where they fit in. The thing that
now what there's a work and we have put it and
others are they aware of this? Others are they aware of this?
Largely, everybody at this sport at the same time. Largely, everybody at this sport at the same time. Good enough.
Where I think it was Kwesi prepared to talk about
part of the deal.
Prepared to talk about
part of the deal.
That was like 12 billion
punches and deal.
That was like 12 billion
punches and we have the document.
So much more. Like continues. Sorry. You're welcome back, Mr. Babs. That I'm sure he's okay. So the progress that they made during the basketball in Nigeria, do you
expected? It's a record west. It what happened. These ladies, they had gone at nuclear, nothing big. I'm so happy African team will be
born locally.
African team will be
born locally, so that we know on the national team level.
Yeah.
Then the sports as a countrywide commercial success. In what
than the rest, of course. You're already going to play.
Okay, so
8-man thing.
Okay, so let me hear what the
now
shine at what they do is what
I've been part of the system for
some
time now.
So sorry, by the way, how do we get out of
the football team? Calls are coming in. Starting when it's going to start.
Yeah.
I'm trying to market the qualifying.
But you can to sponsor 2 slides. The other that is publicity, popularity. In the evenings, they have strong teams across the north. Please can I and in most countries they have strong teams across the north. Please can I and in most countries for that from sport. Do you get? So to capitalize on the sports more so than even. Do you get? So to capitalize on the sports more so than even football. What plan?
Iran with the Savannah Conference.
I mean,
and they reached. They were teachers.
At that point, when I was talking about, we didn't have still hands exercise that you have not lied. Has been But they almost pulled out because, correct?
Our domestic sport.
Zenit,
You want to
we got
see this thing that to work with because
Yes.
and project
And project. Say, look,
and the sad part is people who don't even understand anything.
you show wins. Got to develop your brand. So the national team that where the money is going to come from for the national team that where the money is going to come from for the federation industry must deeply appreciate.
Mohammed closed this while briefing of August 20 international source for powering the transportation industry is the next step. Tinubu
Enhance. Because it's
local government a Teterioku issue Beke held them politically elected and in
So, Judiciary has become, our party is law-abiding. For the party
to say it's not about we have not committed any.
for the party
To say it's not about we have not committed any. That's why they've given.
is saddened by sport.
Today, of Edo State is a truly grateful. Imagine the illegality of my life.
25. Outside Africa has been and it's become almost a daily that the latest rocket salvo was in support of Palestinians in Gaza and in retaliation for Israel's attack in southern Lebanon. The barrage, including 6 children, reported injuries. In business, have raised their crude oil requirements Nigerian upstream to 597 in August, by more than copyright infringement been taken. You can also view us from Limex.
Tissues that is no longer for not the luteal phase. Common menstrual family physician Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation.
As there is a production of this egg, hoeing of this fertilized egg, injection of this egg, hoeing of this fertilized egg into a painful menstrual, so that brings Richie Faye become a baby. Or it is in order to tight her womb level. Or
Calendar dates to relation.
It's in the days to 35. What that means is it shouldn't exceed some date. There is an underlying pelvic inflammatory disease. Things what we call that those infections need to see their physician, which is very atypical. It's very atypical, and even for them, like I said, could be a fibroid in another part. Generally, it could be on the broad ligament, the pelvic. However, if investigated and nothing is found, and more of their doctor. However, it comes with a side use Felvin, or it can put contraindicated as well. Ranging from paracetamol, so they are
painful in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million.
Africa, but the unsung female rates the struggle others to assert his waning authority over his pattern memoir. We'll take a short break. Magdalene, I promise I'm going to read way out. What happened so that the nail go out and support that happened. The dark trying to age when Oprah Winfrey read thrown up and down. Like men, where found the key, the women. I want to tell you that the list could not. And of course, the bag. I'm saying about that's to show you how excited I am. So, Peter Shore. I'm saying about that's to show you how excited I am. So, Peter Shore is an exceptional young man that I call a change agent. He's a special educator, speech and language therapist. But I am most fascinated by his drive to make society important, a self-funded initiative to promote inclusion and reorientation of people living with disabilities. So, without further ado, hi. So Peter, then it becomes even more important now.
And why me to Okay, so I was exposed very early, seeing that they do. I know I love them, but am I doing it the right way? Because I realized.
Okay, let me ask you the day, not exclude you. I mean, you could have done music. They are exceptional.
Right.
Because they are, since you were young, you got involved.
Very early, can do.
For lack of a better word, how are we doing with this exceptional people? How are we contributing to this better life that the people living with?
I think one of the problems affected our perception about lawyers, you see, engineers, because I believe that every human being areas them more. And I mean, how considering the, how the economy, considering the, how the economy. Opportunity in there. We the things that can be done. There are a lot of things that the condition you are in. You propose, write books or not.
He's married with children. It's but other things.
Children living with disabilities, right? And most of government-owned schools, private, owned schools, private. I mean, aside
care for the children is not easy, and I think with side of life, how do you encourage them to say that we should protest in a different way, a change of behavior, a change of attitude, and find ways that we can be of use to the society? I know you are really doing this work with them. Encourage your with the times. I
think because it's what I'm passionate about, right? I think the problems, right? Look for something you love doing, and then just invest your time in. That was it for me, right? And then I enjoyed every bit of it, right? And I still enjoy it. Sometimes I get disappointed when invest.
It's very important that we will take maybe your little side hustle. You're using this work to do type and do this, because even Jesus had to get some bread to feed everyone. So it's maybe to encourage whatever you have, you can do. Or when you come together through social media, you can just lend your.
To come do my interviews and go back in, right? To do good things.
It's here, so I would encourage people. The social media handle is there, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
We'll always keep in touch.
Thank you.
So anytime you have a project, you bring it onto the bar so that we can drink together. You have the floor.
Okay, right. Right, so you are these things, you don't do these things, you don't do these things. Do you even know who you are first? Because if we are going to advocate with you, not for you, because it has to be you knowing who you are, and then I come in to help you maybe lend a voice. So it's not me doing it's we are doing it together, right? So you have to first of all know who you are, your purpose, push for it. So as we are lending the voice out there and bird to fly, that's what this is.
And then I wish you thank you for watching. And I look forward to seeing you again next time, same place, same station. For more, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube. Make your life a great story. I'm Chinedu. See you next time.
Of things hoped for, an evidence of things not seen.
I honestly think I have what it takes to be successful. Not only being successful, but I
Canada, they ask, what do you do in Africa? What do you do in Africa?
You can't touch them. They're just ideas.
It's where you want to start up a business, you come up with a plan, an idea.
So solving a specific problem. That for me, it's just the beginning, it's a startup. Right?
I am 27 years old.
Insurance.
And we are, Tiga was created 10 years ago, starting in Canada. I was working in a night shop where they was using a software. Then I was impressed how they do their reports easily, how my bosses, my managers can see everything without even being there. The problem pharmacists was facing before we came in is the administrative work, let's call it like that. In a pharmacy, they have to manage insurances prices. We have they expire. They are not like other goods. And when it expired, you can't give to someone. Every pharmacy was isolated, every warehouses. So there was no way these people can see their data. So all this headache, we try to resolve them inside your data. Make a giant every time so you can control the finance, the stock, the inventory. They can. There is a mentality. So this is a challenge which we will be facing soon. It's the mentality of African business. Challenges faced was two. One was to find skilled people, and the second was to find big contract which can sustain our company. We trained 20 to 40 students from undergraduate. We give them the way how to code in industry. So from there we take 5 top. So this fixed the problem of skills. It's not connected to me. The business has to run without me. Nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when. To do it outside funding, it's a family like spirit. You do with what you have. So you try to find this garage.
For money to come in, we had to allocate ourselves responsibilities. I was in charge of marketing. My colleague was in charge of growth and managing developers. So when we allocated each other responsibilities, then we moved to finding the resources. When someone walks up to me, and who could be my aunt, and says, everything else starts falling into place when the business has taken shape. You get it? Yeah. By taking shape, I mean when you can wake up one morning and be sure that at least even if I am not there, someone traveling to Nairobi, to Kisoro, to Kigali, to Juba will be able to still get served.
I would have started more leaner.
Lean startup means is that you are looking at your processes, right? And you are trying to cut off some things that you think are not really needed at the moment. Do you get it? So for example, if you look at your financial model, what you think you could spend on that particular product, select a particular target market, look at actually what you actually need to be able to bring that product and then build upon as time goes on. You want to learn faster. You want to pivot faster than anybody. So, or it doesn't work. So when you fail with that, it tells you that, okay, this didn't work. You try the next one, you pivot. And then that is what lean startup means.
So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want for your business.
You know, we started big, high. So I would lower the cost of running without thinking of before scaling. And customers. And every day I kept asking, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know through a policy document. Accepting
at the calling the office, had we had someone who is assisting us with all the customer care process and all that stuff. Working with BSmart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance. I really don't need, so to speak. We have this.
The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. Now, when you look at the insurance in Kenya, it's very low. Now, when you look at the demography of the insurance has been the current customer. Yeah, it's as an entrepreneur. You need a big office. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. And one of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated so over. Yeah. You need a team, you need people who will believe in your vision. You know, having people come online just because we have talked about it, it's a big deal. It's quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business. Customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That's very say to be made.
Hello, welcome to Straight Talk Africa. We are guided by facts.
I was supposed to travel to Kisoro for burial. So in the evening when I'm going to travel and I really want to book a bus, I find that they are full. So while I'm there, a gentleman walks up to me and says, hey, if you really want to travel, then I have into the bus. Now, and thereafter I was at university and I was broke and man, and the money I was going to pay was the money I thought would bring me back. So I pay the extra ticket. Now, and if I could find him, I would looking for that particular gentleman because I could remember the face. One other guy tells me, Wekoya, you're just making, you're just wasting your time. And they were falling in the hands of such guys. Therefore, they were losing money. So I said to myself, I think there has to be a better way people book bus tickets. The problem that Yuga Bus is addressing is the inconvenience that passengers have to go through in being able to book bus tickets. The whole inconvenience of you lining, having to ask yourself how much do they phone. So all that entire problem that people face in using buses is what Yuga Bus is addressing through our digital products. So Yuga Bus will display a screen where you're supposed to put in where you're coming from and where you are going. Now let's assume you're going to Kisoro. And you travel. It's as simple as that. You don't have to line up at the bus station or do anything. Yuga Bus.
I use Yuga Bus. When I learned about Yuga Bus and the excellent benefits, I found out that Yuga Bus saves time. When I'm busy doing my work, I log into their app and book the ticket. By the time I arrive, I find that my seat is reserved and they give the exact time that I asked for. That is why I use Yuga.
And I've done that for the last 8 years. But also, most problems of other people, then I derive value out of that the community is facing, that the community is like, if you can carefully mobilize resources for the company and then also be able to allocate resources in the way they are supposed to be allocated, but also most importantly, make sure that those resources don't go to waste, you realize that those lessons later on come from the company to my own personal life. And
it's fast to fight negative people to try to break you down. You have to go in a shaking environment. We call it piscine, like it's a pool. You go in a pool, when you are alive on the other side means you are good. So that's the first thing. You have to see something you believe in and which you can be shaken.
For someone who wants to become an entrepreneur, I think the best advice for them is to start. And even the right team comes on board when the problem you are solving is actually in existence.
It's important to have some experience when it comes to running a business. Who you admire and
somewhere is work live. Other time you really work hard because you are not alone. Your competitor are not sleeping. They have more resources. So have the passion, have the funds. Don't wait.
Starting out, I used to think that at the moment you have an idea, venture. If you build a very great product, customers will respond. No, instead you find the customer, address their problem, and then they come on board eventually.
When the idea comes, please test it. And how do you test an idea? Test with your customers. Don't just build apps for the sake of building an app. The problems that you're solving.
We are in machines every time. We think the machine is it's the magic thing, and that's the stars. You guys, you think camera is the magic thing. We think the computer can do everything.
Someday, tranquility will settle upon Borno State in northeast Nigeria. The ordinary rhythms of life in the rural areas, not a moment goes by without the threat of violence. Without the fear that the militant Islamic group Boko Haram might unleash an attack. A grim reminder of a conflict still to be resolved. A country's struggle with extremism. An unfinished journey from evil. Yet there are Nigerians who've stood up to the terror, who've shown the courage to fight back, the determination to go forward, and the resilience to forge a new future for their nation. Each morning in the town of Chibok, Rebecca Solomon goes about her chores. But what may appear a simple life became for her a nightmare that began on April 14th, 2014. That evening, Rebecca's daughter, Deborah, was staying overnight in a government school dormitory preparing to take exams the next day. The exams never took place. Kidnapped Chibok girls believed to be held in a remote forest hideout. It's been 1,000 days since Rebecca has seen her daughter. Deborah's abduction, along with over 200 other girls, exposed to the world Boko Haram's ruthlessness, as well as the dysfunction of Nigeria's government and military, and it stirred many Nigerians to take action on their own. Buki Shonibare had planned a career as a human resources consultant in Abuja, Nigeria's capital.
But then 2014, April 14 happened, and that just opened me up to another life entirely.
Buki became a frontline campaigner for the Bring Back Our Girls movement.
Last night I could not sleep, and for once I felt what it meant for those girls to be out there. And then we came out to stand in solidarity with these girls, and then we are being blocked off. Nothing will stop us. We will keep coming out until our girls return. What do we want? Action!
Aided by social media, the Bring Back Our Girls campaign sparked worldwide condemnation of Boko Haram.
Our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
Like millions of people across the globe, my husband and I are outraged and heartbroken over the kidnapping of more than 200 Nigerian girls from their school dormitory in the middle of the night.
Boko Haram's leader, Abubakar Shekau, capitalized on the group's sudden notoriety, threatening to convert the girls to Islam, marry them off to his commanders, or sell them into slavery. For Buki, it was personal.
It's simply because I was once that girl. Even though I've not been abducted before, but I know what it means to be sexually molested. I know what it means to have to do something because you want to stay alive.
With the international community watching, the Nigerian government issued promises to save the girls. But the lack of swift action angered parents.
If the government cannot take action, we are asking for the United Nations to come in and help us. Or if the United Nations reject us, we just don't know what to do.
Within 2 weeks of the Chibok kidnappings, Buki had made up her mind to stay on the front lines and keep protesting until the girls came home.
And we were screaming,
like 15 whole days. Some parents have not seen their children. 15 whole days. Where are they? And then we had to commemorate 30 days. And we could not live with that reality.
In truth, the reality was worse. Bukky had no idea at the time, but the 30 days would eventually stretch into more than 3 years. Nigeria. Rich in oil and natural gas. A nation seeking to present itself as the image of modern Africa. But a country that is far from united.
180 million people plus 250 ethnic groups, thereabouts. This is a difficult country to govern at the best of times.
Splitting the north from the oil-rich south are cultural and economic fault lines that date far back to Nigeria's colonial past. In the predominantly rural and traditional oil each year, more than 60% of Nigerians live in poverty, many on less than $2 a day. In the northeast, the poverty rate is even higher.
We're speaking about northeastern Nigeria that is really one of the most impoverished and marginalized regions of the country. This is a region that had one of the lowest literacy rates in the country, one of the highest infant mortality rates in Nigeria. So the nature of governance was really poor to begin with, and people were frustrated in seeing the growing levels of inequality in this community.
Poverty and inequality, along with neglect by those with political power, helped sow a rebellious brand of Islam in the northeast. Its leaders took as their model one of the world's most brutal and dogmatic Islamist movements.
It was at that time in 2003 that there was a community of individuals that moved to the borderlands of Nigeria and Niger in an attempt to create a purist Islamic society based on the model of the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Originally, the group was peaceful and its message inclusive.
What they preached was, we have an alternative system. If the system you believe in does not value you and leaves you out, we will not do that. We are more inclusive, we will take care of you, we are doing Allah's will, and we will define our own society, an alternative society that is just and good. So that was very appealing, especially for people who felt left out.
But eventually, this alternative society split. The leader of its dominant faction wanted a pure form of Islam and an outright insurrection against the government. His name, Muhammad Yusuf. Yusuf was intelligent and charismatic, but bent on confrontation. People began calling his movement Boko Haram. Literally, Western education is forbidden. Although the group disavowed the name, and still does, it captured Yusuf's essential beliefs. He preached that
in part because our modern societies are by their very nature essentially secular. We've come to terms that religion is the correct way to shape a righteous Muslim society, a land of faithful Muslims. So invariably, those two positions are going to
eastern city of Maiduguri, the capital of Then police clashed with some of Yusuf's followers on their way to a funeral. Yusuf denounced the government actions, and a few weeks later, his followers struck back. With guns and grenades, they attacked police stations in several cities, with the heaviest assault in Maiduguri. Over 4 days of fighting, the police response was merciless. They rounded up Boko Haram suspects, killing them in the street. They destroyed Yusuf's mosque. Then they captured him and took him for interrogation. Hours later, his body was in the street. He'd been shot multiple times.
And he became a martyrdom figure to Boko Haram. And since 2009 until today, all factions of Boko Haram consider him their inspiration.
More than 1,000 people died in 4 days of fighting that July. Afterward, Boko Haram disappeared. But when they returned a year later, it was with more weapons and a new leader. A bombastic and violent Yusuf deputy, Abubakar Shekau. He proclaimed all-out war.
Their argument is a very simple one. You've come up after us. You've killed many of us. You've killed us literally by the thousands. You feel you've decimated our community. We will fight back. Now we will take jihad to you.
Over the next 4 years, Boko Haram put the Nigerian military and civilian security forces on.
Was able to acquire land, acquire territory, with limited Nigerian response.
Boko Haram expanded its domain. But Maiduguri remained ground zero. The city of more than 500,000 had a teaching hospital and a university.
Before the insurgency, Maiduguri was a very quiet, peaceful town.
Fati Abubakar was a nursing student living with her family in Maiduguri at the time Boko Haram began its assault in 2010.
We were known for being very traditional, conservative people, and we all knew our neighbors. It was a very diverse community before Boko Haram.
Within months, Fati became a witness to the wholesale destruction of her hometown.
I watched everything happen, from the tension, the bomb blasts, the dead bodies on the streets, the houses burning. Sometimes our house would shake because of a bomb blast.
People soon fled. Fati and her family left in late 2012.
At the time, they were killing boys and kidnapping girls, so my parents were not comfortable with that. And then we moved to Abuja, and I lived there for 6 months.
Completed her studies in London, writing a dissertation about the effects of war on the psychological health of refugees. And she found an outlet to help her cope with the loss she felt as a refugee herself.
I really took up photography around that time that I was struggling with all that was happening around Maiduguri, and I was really interested in how you can do visual storytelling and still have an impact on the community.
Fati returned to Maiduguri.
It was like a transformation. They didn't even feel any of it. They just kept going. So that was what, had my attention.
Fati imagined another side of the place she called home, a humane side she wanted to show the world. It was the opposite of the images of war and destruction flooding the global news, and from the deluded propaganda of Boko Haram. In its videos, Boko Haram's leader, Shekau, glorified the group's violence in the name of Islam. But hidden inside his secretive caliphate, the reality was starkly different. Boko Haram brutalized fellow Muslims, beating and killing them at will to maintain control and religious piety. Graphic evidence of the group's conduct surfaced in 2016 when Voice of America journalists obtained and authenticated some 18 hours of videos shot by Boko Haram's own photographers. The raw footage is an unflinching record exposing how one of the world's deadliest extremist movements operates behind the scenes. A daily diary of terror. At public tribunals designed to enforce authority by intimidation and fear, villagers were herded together for displays of discipline. For small sins, offenders were flogged, sometimes by their peers. But for offenses like selling drugs, the punishment was ultimate. No pleading for the accused. Just a bullet in the heart or the head.
When Boko Haram first became violent, the attacks were mostly on the Nigerian state itself. So government offices, prisons, police headquarters. As time went on,
and it seems that Boko Haram felt more and more aggrieved. Its targets widened and widened, until now it seems to be anybody.
In their encampments, Boko Haram soldiers, many mere boys, trained for warfare and played like children.
The media characterizes Boko Haram as madmen, as crazy, as psychopaths. But what we can see in the footage of the foot soldiers is that in many respects, they go around their daily business just like kids in any other part of the world. We also see them receiving pep talks before battle, where they're told some of you are going to die and some soldiers are going to die. The difference is the soldiers aren't going to go to paradise and you are. And this goes to show that ideology plays a very important part of motivating them to engage in acts of killing. Their lives for the broader mission of the commanders to establish some form of Islamic governance.
It's impossible to know how many Nigerian boys have been conscripted into Boko Haram. Likely, it's several thousand. The penalty for refusal is severe. Danladi was abducted when he was 12, but found a way out later. Shown the Boko Haram video footage, he recognized some commanders and recounted how boys were forced to fight.
Mulai bai layaka suna yanka. Su yanka kan wannan su ajiye wani a kan gadon bayan shi, wani a kirji. Wani sun yanka shi har su bude kirjin shi su cire zuciyan shi. Haka da sun surata mu suka ce mu kara mu kwashi bindigogi.
Shekau made clear that Boko Haram would cleanse Nigeria of anyone who didn't submit to its brand of Islam. Men or women, young or old, Christian or Muslim.
The Shekau faction of Boko Haram has a belief system whereby any Muslim that does not join their group is an apostate, because they are fighting a legitimate jihad. And therefore, the idea that a Muslim would get killed in a Boko Haram attack, either because they're targeted or because it's collateral damage, is really not something that the Shekau faction worries about, because their penalty for not joining the group and being apostates is death anyway.
2015 marked a shift in the war. The Nigerian army, aided by military from neighboring Chad, Cameroon, and Niger, began reclaiming towns and territories once under Boko Haram's control. The momentum quickened under a new president, Muhammadu Buhari, elected that year. But the government's success also brought disturbing allegations of human rights abuses, excesses by the military and civilian vigilantes in their zeal to defeat Boko Haram. Amnesty International cited thousands of summary executions, arbitrary arrests, and instances of torture by Nigerian forces, war crimes the group said went unpunished.
The Nigerian government somehow have some doubts in what Amnesty is doing. But all the same, they have come clean and set up a presidential task force. And you have to take into account the composition of members of the panel. They are not people that could be manipulated, they can be manipulated, and they are judges of repute, and we wait and see the results.
As the government ramped up its pursuit of Boko Haram, Abubakar Shekau changed his strategy too. Boko Haram officially aligned with the Islamic State, or ISIS, the jihadi group waging war in Iraq and Syria.
Shekau in 2015 formally pledged allegiance to ISIS, and ISIS responded to this. Some see this as because this coincided with the time when Boko Haram was coming under increasing pressure from the Nigerian military. It was being pushed back. After this, you had the Pledge of Allegiance to ISIS. So it's read as actually this is something of a desperate move on the part of Boko Haram.
Boko Haram could claim affiliation with the largest jihadi group in the world. It began using Islamic State templates in its social media postings, but it was an insurgency on the run. At least 3 times the Nigerian military claimed Shekau had been killed. Yet each time he survived, reappearing like a ghost in new videos, recorded in a remote hideout somewhere deep in the northeast bush. The Sambisa forest, a thick jumble of thorny scrub and scattered trees spread across 5 northern states. A portion was set aside as a game reserve, but its once abundant wildlife has been depleted by war. Now parts of the Sambisa are Boko Haram's sanctuary, a vast area of danger for anyone who dares enter. In a village nearby, Aisha Bakari Gombi lives with her family. In her part-time job as a seamstress, she works with hands and feet in creative concentration, at peace, away from the violence that prowls in the countryside. But the rhythm of the sewing machine is only one facet of her world. Aisha knows the Sambisa well. It was there as a young girl that she was initiated in a long-standing family tradition.
Iyayena mafarauta ne, su ma iyayen nawa iyayen su ma mafarauta ne. Ni kuma ba na so al'adarmu na gargajiya ya bace ni ma shine dalilin da yasa nake.
Boko Haram raided her village 3 times before the Nigerian government allowed people to fight back on their own. Now, instead of hunting antelope, baboons, and birds, Aisha goes after a different prey: Boko Haram militants. She is part of a group of hunters who go out in search of insurgents, ready to fight if the situation arises.
Gaskiya Boko Haram dai ba mutum bane. To Boko Haram ne ya isa zai kama mutum da ransa, ya kama shi ya yanka shi da zarton da ake yanka katako. Boko Haram zai kama mace da ciki, ya yanka ta, ya fidda da a cikin cikinta, ya jefar da shi. Boko Haram zai kama yaro jinjiri, ya karya wuyansa ya jefar, ya kama yara ƙanana ya murda wuya ya jefa a kogi.
At the start of their patrol, the hunters take part in spiritual rituals. They believe it will protect against enemy bullets and other dangers in the forest.
Akwai abubuwa irin namu na gargajiya waɗanda muke amfani da su. Wani muna amfani da shi don mu sha, wani mu shafa, wani mu sheƙa, wani mu yi hayaƙi, har ma wanka akwai. To mukan yi su ne kafin mu fita. To ai dajin dama shi muka riga muka saba. Babu wani abun da yake ba mu tsoro a cikin daji. Duk lokacin da muka shirya in za mu fita, ko dare ko rana ne shiganta muke yi babu fargaba.
Aisha and her team not only search for insurgents, they're also on the lookout for captives fleeing from Boko Haram camps. Their stories can be heartbreaking.
Akwai matar da muka bari yanzu haka tana kam namu mu a inda muka yi sansanin mu a cikin garin Lasa. Suka zo sace ta, suka sace ta da yara 6. Da aka tafi da su, aka je aka ajiye su a can, sun kai watanni suna wajen. ranar da Allah ya taimake ta ya bata nasarar za ta gudu ta dawo, to su wayannan yan ƙanana guda biyu, ɗaya ta goya ɗaya kuma ta ɗauka ta rataya a kafaɗanta, haka ta haƙura da wayancan saura guda hudu ta ɗauko biyun ta kamo hanya ta dawo.
Aisha's efforts fighting Boko Haram earned her the respect of fellow villagers. They call her the Queen Hunter.
Gaskiya ba zan iya sani ba, don an kubutar da yawa. Na kwanakin nan ko kuma in ce na shekaran jiya mun kubutar da 9.
Later that day, Aisha and her band apprehended 3 Boko Haram fighters. They delivered them to authorities by truck. A commotion of curious villagers parading behind them. Success like this inspires her to continue the work, despite the danger.
Ani dai ina son duniya ta sani. Aikin da muke yi dai mu aiki ne na ceto da nema wa ƙasar mu zaman lafiya. Zaman lafiya nake son wa Najeriya. Ina so in ga Najeriya ta zauna lafiya kamar yadda sauran ƙasashe suke zaune lafiya.
They appear in seemingly endless streams, fleeing terror, bringing with them only what they can carry. Day and night, they've lost their homes, their farms, their livestock, in the worst cases, their children. And for now, they've no hope of returning.
Spirituals, gospels, and blues informed Alvin Ailey's dance movements. Ailey was raised in poverty by a single mother in segregated Texas. His upbringing informed his choreography, a blend of modern dance and ballet, speaking to the Black experience. Using archival footage, filmmaker Jamila Wignot explores the influences behind Ailey's creative genius in her documentary, Ailey.
I really wanted to come at it in the way that Mr. Ailey came at it, and that was about, let's acknowledge that there is pain and struggle in this story, but let's also look at what are the essential things that keep us going, and where are the strengths, and what is true to the everyday experiences of being in this particular community.
Identity was a strong message. Being able to say through the choreography, I am, was a very, very important theme that ran through the dances.
Wignot explains how Alvin Ailey's dance creation, entitled Revelations, expressed the communal joy Black people felt through dancing the night away and worshiping at church the morning after.
He wanted for every kind of audience to be able to come to a theater and experience a human story in the bodies of these people. And I think that's when Mr. Ailey talks about his work being universal.
His dance, entitled Cry, was dedicated to his mother and to motherhood at large.
The Black women who would encourage you, who would be there always, who were so supportive, I mean, that you could not fail.
What he's really trying to access and draw upon are these kind of women who have been the strength of a community, and certainly in his own life, being raised by a single mother for the vast majority of his youth.
Wignot hopes the documentary offers insight into Ailey's inner psyche as a prolific choreographer of 72 dance works, as an aloof individual, and as a gay African-American who did not allow himself into permanent relationships.
He has this kind of heroic quality to him, you know, as well as these real human struggles.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. The Minister of State for Defense, Dr. Bello Mohamed Matawale, has disclosed that the Defense Industry Corporation of Nigeria, DCON, now produces and supplies arms and ammunition to other African countries. He disclosed this while briefing journalists on DCON's 60th anniversary and Maiden Africa Defense Industries Conference, which will be held from 14th to 15th of August 2024 in Abuja. The minister stated that the new DCON Act 2023 has the potential to significantly contribute to Nigeria's national development and national security by boosting foreign exchange earnings through local production of defense equipment, creating jobs for skilled Nigerians, and reducing capital flight to foreign nations. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Defense, Dr. Abubakar Kana, said in his remarks that the federal government had mandated all agencies to procure arms from DCON first to boost local production.
DCON is entirely a new DCON, and we assure you with a limited time you see the capability of DCON and what we can be able to produce. And as you are aware, we cannot be able to inform the public in the screen or pages of newspaper our capability or capacity for security reasons. But we assure you that we have that capacity, we have the capability to produce, and as you know, many countries, many African countries now are coming to DCON for the procurement of their arms and ammunition.
His Excellency took a risk because some international companies wanted to partner with us in this project, but the minister said no. He wants Nigerian companies to be in front. And you understand why. From our history of Nigeria in the project of Ajakuta, we have seen how international companies abandoned the country midway. But with new arrangement by His Excellency, we will see a situation whereby Nigerians will own Ajakuta company. If any foreign investor wants to come in, he can come in as a co-investor. But the main investors are going to be Nigerians using Nigerian money.
President Bola Tinubu has sworn in Mrs. Didi Walson-Jack as the new head of civil service of the Federation. Walson-Jack succeeded Dr. Folashade Yemioson, who served as a substantive head of service from March 4, 2020 until August 12, 2024. The swearing-in ceremony took place just before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting. Tinubu thanked Yemioson for her exceptional tenure as head of service and thanked her for her commitment, duty and loyalty. Walson-Jack holds a bachelor's in law from the University of Lagos and has served as Solicitor General for Bayelsa State and Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Justice. She is also an alumna of the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies.
Looking forward to building on the existing reforms in a way that will bring in innovation and creativity so that the civil service bureaucracy can be more effective and more efficient to deliver on the renewed hope agenda.
All public servants must understand that they're here to serve the nation.
President Bola Tinubu has emphasized the need for sustainable transportation solutions. He inaugurated 30 hybrid CNG buses donated by DAPMAN to the federal government in Abuja, stating that using natural gas for powering the transportation industry is the next step. Tinubu thanked Innocent Motors and others for their commitment to changing the narrative in Nigeria's transportation industry. He emphasized that enhancing energy competitiveness and implementing transformative changes will lead to prosperity for the people. Tinubu also mentioned that countries like India have mandated the use of CNG for commercial vehicles since 2004, and in Nigeria, commercial vehicles account for about 80% of the petrol demand.
If we can enhance our energy competitiveness and bring about transformative changes like this, we would definitely be able to achieve the prosperity that we are working hard to accomplish for our people.
And we're hoping that this one will, to a large extent, enhance our stride to prosperity in Nigeria.
It's going to be very significant because CNG, apart from being cleaner, is much, much cheaper. And so, because it's cheaper to fuel the vehicles, the price is going to be way, way down.
The federal government and state governors have agreed to a 3-month moratorium on local government autonomy over concerns arising from its impact on salary payments and operational viability. The development means that local governments may wait till October before the implementation of the law in the direct payment into their respective accounts. The Supreme Court on July 11, 2024 gave a landmark judgment affirming the financial autonomy of 777 local government areas in the country and ruled that governors could no longer control funds meant for the councils. Many Nigerians, including the local government chairman, hailed the judgment of Supreme Court, describing it as a step in the right direction to restructure the country. Although some governors voiced their concerns, Nigerian Governors Forum, speaking through the chairman and Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, said the judgment was a relief from the financial burden to state governments. A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has sacked the 7-man caretaker committee of the All Progressives Congress in the state led by Tony Okocha, which was inaugurated by the National Working Committee of the party. Justice Sika Apiriaku gave the verdict while ruling on a suit filed by Sam Etetegwong in Barnat Ezemoye and others on behalf of the elected APC executives at the state and local government levels. Justice Aprioku issued a perpetual injunction against the Okocha-led caretaker committee and reinstated the Chief Emeka Beke-led executive as the authentic executive of the party in the state. Beke is loyalist of ex-governor Rotimi Amechi. The court also restrained the national leadership of the APC from further recognizing Okocha-led executive and compelled them to henceforth begin to recognize the Beke-led elected executive. The court slammed the Independent National Electoral Commission for supporting the dissolution of a democratically elected executives of the APC, cautioning that leadership of political parties must learn to obey their own constitution and stop acting recklessly and in impunity in managing their own party.
It is so unfortunate that in Rivers State, the judiciary had turned themselves to some kind of pawn in the hands of a governor who is clueless. The judiciary had become Governor Fubara's supermarket in Rivers State. Our party is law-abiding. Otherwise, we would have said that we are in the era of disobedience to court orders in Rivers State. But we won't go that route. We will challenge, my party will challenge this judgment that will not even stand the test of time. Even a small child will overturn it. The rule and what is strike there is intra-party matter. Court, remove your hand. What have they done? They have delved into intra-party matter to decide for the party who their chairman is.
We want to believe that democracy has come to stay in Nigeria. We believe that judiciary has come to stay in Nigeria. We want to say, on behalf of the leadership of the party, which I find myself privileged to be the chairman of the party, I want to thank the judiciary for giving us this wonderful judgment. It's not about we at the time this whole thing happened, we've never committed any crime whatsoever. But I believe that judiciary are looking into the matter and believe that we have not committed any crime. That's why they've given this judgment today. And as a member of All Progressive Congress, where our president is a Democrat, clear Democrat, we want to congratulate ourselves coming back to do our assignment as a party. And what party believe members, majority decide the day of politics, nothing more than that. You cannot choose everybody out of your party. If you choose people, you cannot be able to get it. What we're talking about parties are all about number. We want to thank the judiciary for giving this judgment today, and we'll stand by the judgment.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, has resumed his office and is warning banks about illegal transactions. Shaibu has mandated those who haven't resumed work or face consequences. He claims his office has never been vacant and is saddened by the killing of a police officer attached to the Edo APC governorship candidate for the September 21 election. Shaibu has requested the state governor's approval of the reinstatement of his aides but has not received a response. The incident occurred on Shaibu's return to Edo State following the court judgment.
My good people of Edo State and fellow Nigerians,
Today I come before you to reiterate my dedication to serving the wonderful people of Edo State. My reinstatement as the Deputy Governor of Edo State is a testament to the divine grace of God Almighty and the steadfast prayer of all Nigerians, for which I am truly grateful. In recent weeks, the Federal High Court in Abuja reinstated me as the Deputy Governor of Edo State, acknowledging the illegality of the impeachment. Upon my arrival in Benin, a tragic event occurred as an assassination attempt was made on my life. Thankfully, the bullet missed its mark. Unfortunately, hit an armed policeman assigned to the APC gubernatorial candidate for the upcoming September 21st election in Edo State. Let us take a moment to remember the fallen officer.
From other parts of Africa, Tanzania has arrested the leaders of the main opposition party, Chadema, including Chairman Freeman Mbowe and the leader of the party's youth wing, John Pambalu, on charges of inciting violence. The arrests were made at an airport in Mbeya, where they planned to mark International Youth Day. Over 400 people were in detention. Despite relaxation in restrictions on political parties, opposition leaders claim violations have increased in the run-up to the 2025 election. President Samia Suluhu is expected to run for the ruling Chama cha Mapinduzi party. Outside Africa, Hezbollah launched 30 rockets at northern Israel on Sunday night as Israeli forces remained on high alert for potential retaliation from Iran and its proxies following the assassination of a top Hamas leader last month. The rocket attacks on Israel by Hezbollah militants in southern Lebanon, backed by Iran, have become almost a daily occurrence since the conflict in Gaza began. This has raised concerns about a possible Iranian attack that could escalate into a broader regional conflict. Hezbollah stated that the latest rocket salvo was in support of Palestinians in Gaza and in retaliation for Israel's attack in southern Lebanon. The barrage followed reports from Lebanon's national news agency that an Israeli strike on the town of Marob in southern Lebanon injured 12 people, including 6 children. The Israel Defense Force IDF confirmed that around 30 rockets were launched from Lebanon, with some landing in open areas, causing no reported injuries. In business news, domestic refineries in the country, mainly the 650,000 barrels per day capacity Dangote refinery, have raised their crude oil requirements from Nigeria's oil-producing companies to 597,000 for the second half of this year. This is according to a statement from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC. According to a report, Nigeria's refineries have increased their domestic crude requirements for the second half of 2024 to 597,700 barrels per day, up from 483,000 barrels per day in the first half. NUPRC also confirmed that the oil companies were only able to provide 177,777 barrels per day to the refineries in the first 6 months of the year, way below the requirements of the refineries. The increasing crude requirements of local refineries, coupled with the challenges oil producers face in meeting demand, have created tensions between the Dangote refinery and the regulator. According to the NUPRC, the NURPC, 8 refineries are expected to commence operation in August, with a combined refining capacity of 864,500 barrels per day, which would require oil producers to supply more than half of that amount. In entertainment news, Nigerian music star Davido's wedding anthem Ogechi Remix has been removed from YouTube due to copyright infringements. The song, which was a live performance at Davido's wedding to Chioma in June, quickly gained popularity. However, the music video uploaded in July has been taken down, while the audio remains accessible on another platform. The copyright controversy surrounding the original version of Ogechi has raised questions about the song's ownership. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
stage, I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First smoothie we are making is mango smoothie. Mango smoothie is high in vitamin D. It helps to fight some bacteria in the system, like if you are having a constipation and you are taking mango smoothie, it helps you to digest it very well. Also, mango smoothie helps the nutrient in mango smoothie. It's just as if it's 10 times the nutrient in the bread we eat. So you can replace your bread with the mango smoothie. If a woman is having a menstrual cramp, like difficulty in menstruation, mango smoothie do help a lot. Either you take it twice a day. The 50 cl bottle, we have 50 cl bottle or a cup twice a day. It helps it. There are some thick blood in the vessel. Like you see some people, their vein will be like squeezing. Once you are taking it regularly, you fight it as well. We are using mango, tiger nuts, and ginger. The ginger stands as a preservative for it to stay longer.
Okay, then the tiger nut.
The tiger nut is the liquid that we use. Tiger nut juice.
Okay.
Yes, already made. So,
already made.
Yes. So. I'm cutting to make the blender, the juicer, use it easily, because the whole one cannot go direct into it. Can turn this one. No, plain orange. It's good for somebody that have cancer, diabetes. So should be taking it. Anybody that have a low sugar also can be taking it. Time to. next one I'm doing now is beetroot cucumber juice. The work of the beetroot mostly is for, if number one, it removes some bacteria in the mouth. Those bad bacteria in the mouth, you remove it. If someone is having bad breath and you keep taking beetroot on daily basis, it clear it off. Bad breath. Yes. Like I can say, I know some people that we've used it for and it worked perfectly. So it gives blood. Yes, it gives blood. It helps also fight some bacteria like heart disease in the system. So once it's going to your blood vessel, any bad bacteria there, they vanish. Next one is avocado smoothie. The health benefit of avocado smoothie are much, but I can't few. Like avocado have special health benefit. Special health benefit for most, especially those that have a chronic disease. It helps to reverse those diseases. Cancer, diabetes, hypertension. Those three are major things that avocado help for. For instance, if we use it to make a green smoothie, it helps someone that is having bone issue. If you are taking avocado regularly, it helps strengthen their bone. Now, avocado is one fruit that anyone can take. Some people have allergies that they do stay away from something. But no matter how the allergies, avocado is not something you can stay away from. Avocado is not something you can stay away from. So for today, we want to make a green smoothie with the avocado. It contains lettuce, avocado, tiger nut milk, and ginger. I'm not going to use much because it always come out very thick. Very thick. we blend it more than 1 minute, it's because of the ginger in it. Because the ginger is a bit strong, so it takes time to. If not, the normal blending time is just 1 minute. Yes, then we could. And the ginger stand as a preservative for it to stay longer. If not, every juice we made here are not supposed to stay more than 24 hours. That's the lifespan. After that, yeah.
Established in 2014, the Mandela Washington Fellowship is celebrating its 10th anniversary in 2024 and has brought nearly 6,500 young leaders from every country in sub-Saharan Africa to the United States for academic and leadership training at 20 American universities. The fellows selected for this highly competitive program have proven record of accomplishing and promoting innovation and positive change in their organizations, institutions, or communities. Today, we introduce you to some extraordinary young African women who will share their experiences in the Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders Initiative. Hello and welcome to Our Voices. I'm Oriani Tangishaka. Here with me is my co-host, Jeannie Niwa. Also, we are pleased to be joined in studio on set by two beautiful young African leaders who are participating in the program we will discuss today, which we will be discussing today. Meet Kulunia Roma Mandre and Angel Mbudia. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure to have you guys.
Thank you.
Welcome to Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Today we're discussing the Mandela fellowship, a Washington Fellowship and the Young African Leaders Initiative, 10 years since its inception. Let's start by briefly getting to know you guys and tell the audience a little bit about yourself, where you are from, and a little bit about your experience.
Okay.
Let's start with you, Angel.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. I'm really excited to be in Washington, D.C. This is my second time. My name is Angel, as you just mentioned. I'm from Kenya. I am based in Nairobi. I am a youth policy advisor. My main work centers on youth advocacy in Kenya. And my academic background is in research and public policy and political science. Those are my areas of focus. And I was really looking forward to come to Washington, D.C. and experience the governance aspects of the United States. The United States is a big friend to Kenya, and to see exactly what areas Kenya and the U.S. have been leveraging in, and to see exactly what feeds into that spirit between Kenya and the U.S. relations. It's been a relationship Kenya has had with the U.S. for over 60 years, and even now culminating with the Mandela Washington Fellowship, marking its 10th year and being part of this 10th cohort. Now, last year they were 6,500, but with us as alumni, it becomes 7,200. And Kenya has had about 40 fellows every year since then. So we have about 400 Mandela Washington Fellow alumni in Kenya. It's a huge network of young people doing amazing things across the country. I have been very active in my advocacy since I was a student leader in the University of Nairobi, and growing that into the continental space and our global space is such a privilege.
We can't wait to see you in the near future, because leadership sounds like it's really down your alley. So, what about you, Kulunia?
Yes, hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'm Kuluina from Madagascar. I work in the private sector. I work in an impact investment fund, so I'm the blended finance fund manager. What we do is that we finance and support SMEs and startups in Madagascar involved in biodiversity conservation and in local community development. We've been doing this for 6 years now, and so far we have financed and supported 30 companies in agriculture, renewable energy, in ecotourism, in waste management. So this experience has been very insightful for me in terms of how business works here in the United States, and also gave me a lot of network for the companies we're supporting, so we can link them with the American businesses, American investors and donors. So far it has been really great.
Great profile. Stay with us. We are very happy to have you here with us, ladies. Now, let's take a close look at the Mandela Washington Fellowship for the Young African Leaders Initiative, which just concludes its 3-day summit here in Washington, D.C. 10 years later, the United States flagship YALI initiative continues to welcome fellows from sub-Saharan Africa. VOA Phillips Alexius and Anthony Labruto report.
During the 3-day summit of the Mandela Washington Fellowship, young and emerging leaders from the African continent gathered in Washington, D.C. to network with each other and celebrate the conclusion of their 6-week U.S.-based immersion program. Speaking before hundreds of fellows, Isabel Coleman, the Deputy Administrator at USAID, and other government representatives expressed how valuable the youth of the African continent are and why the U.S. continues to invest in YALI.
You are part of an incredible alumni group as YALI fellows. And everywhere I go, I'm just astounded, amazed at the entrepreneurship and the energy and the idealism and the can-do, amazing spirit of all of these YALI graduates. I hope that you will continue to remember the passion that brought you here and infuse it in all of the work that you're doing, no matter where that leads you over the course of your lifetime.
In the last decade, the United States has taken a more proactive stance in African continental investment through programs such as the U.S. Africa Development Foundation, USAID, and most recently the U.S. government initiative Prosper Africa. The program's latest initiative, launched in March, includes an e-trade platform that allows for instantaneous digital investment in African as well as U.S.-based sectors.
It gives access to African companies to 20,000 retail outlets in the U.S. that include Walmart, Target, Sam's Club, Costco. It's a very exciting development.
According to a 2023 report, Prosper Africa has now raised $2.1 billion in investment capital for African programs throughout the continent.
Sure. It is exciting to be here today to celebrate the first 10 years. And I think from the bipartisan support that we've seen in Congress, the longevity of this program, the high-level engagement that we've seen throughout the summits that we've had throughout the years, really does show how important this program is. And it really is something that invests in Africa's future. We look at the demographics and numbers and see how young Africa's population is and how important it is for us to engage with these young people.
The Mandela Washington Fellowship has given fellows a sense of agency in solving the problems that they see on the African continent.
And my interaction with other Africans and Americans have taught me that we are powerful, and young people, we do not have to underestimate ourselves.
For others, the program and concluding summit offers a greater perspective on how to best achieve their work.
For me, being a part of this leadership program means being able to tap into the skills that other fellow African young leaders have, being able to connect, being able to collaborate and work together, because I never foresaw for a day that where I would be in a room full of other young African leaders.
So far, some 6,500 fellows between the ages of 25 and 35 have participated in the Mandela Washington Fellowship Program since 2014. Anthony Labruto, VOA News, Washington.
Thanks to Phil and Anthony for that report. Well, Anthony also spoke to some of this year's participants, and here is what they had to say about the different sectors they represented. We have Satang Ndumbaya, a Gambian fellow, Victoria Ngishindevila, Namibian fellow, and we also have Serena Francis, a Nigerian fellow. Take a look, and we'll be right back on our Your Voice segment.
I am taking about bravery, I'm taking about commitment, I'm taking about respect for Africa. And this has been instilled in me from the institute that I was at in Bakery State University. And my interaction with other Africans and Americans telling me that we are powerful, and young people, we do not have to underestimate ourselves. So I'm going back with a lot of courage, a lot of confidence.
Oh my God,
Collaboration is something that I think especially we visited a town called Miami in the United States, and the way they develop their town in collaboration with other stakeholders, other businesses, make sure that the town actually exists. It's very extinguished. It's well developed, but they are working together. And there are some things that we as Africans should make that.
One of the most prominent ones for me is that you make things work for you. So I observed that for a lot of programs that we had, there were so many opportunities given to us from YALI, so many opportunities from the Mandela Washington Fellowship. However, it depends on what the individual does with those opportunities. So you decide how the networking works for you. You decide how the training works for you. You decide how far you would want to go. You are responsible for your growth, for your capacity, and how far you do with whatever is out there.
I love the energy with these young leaders and, African leaders that are coming up. Well, Kuluina and Angel, we want to hear about your experiences, exactly the process of getting where you are today here in Washington, because I'm sure a lot of people are looking at you and they're wondering, how was the application process? How did you even find out about this program? And they want to go step by step. Can we start with you, Angel?
I'm very active in the youth advocacy space, so I get to interact a lot with the civil society in Kenya. And the US is also a significant player in that environment as well. So the US Embassy in Kenya has a lot of networking events throughout the year, like 4th of July celebrations. And as student leaders, I'd get invited. As a student leader, I would get invited for such networking events. Okay. And then I would interact with the staff of the US Embassy, and they would talk to us about these opportunities that are available for young people. And this was a while back in 2016, 2018. And but before the time I could actually apply for this fellowship, it took me some time because I had to build on my experience. I had to have show that I have contributed to my community significantly. not just as a student, but even as largely into the community, even the youth sector as well, because I had served in the National Youth Council of Kenya. And I had
so
also...
these are the things you had to prove in the application?
Yes, in the application.
Okay.
And, that takes time to build. So even when I applied for the first time, I applied in 2023. I went all the way to the interviews, but I did not get shortlisted for the fellowship.
Okay.
So
you didn't give up?
I was almost giving up, but I was like, okay, let me just... The best they can do is just say no, and that's okay. So I applied again this year, and I got a yes, and not just for the fellowship, but even to stay longer for the professional development experience. And I could say that it takes time to apply for the process. The applications open again sometimes mid of this month for the 2025 cohort. And there's about a 2 to 3 month window for the applications to be taken in. So I would really encourage young people across the continent to take their time, not to wait for the last minute to make the application, because maybe that's one of the things I did last year, waiting for the 2 days to the application, to the deadline to apply. And it's a very long process. There are essays that you have to fill out, 250 words about your experience, and you have to be very authentic, using very simple language. And now, even with the advent of AI, they're discouraging us from using AI. Just use your own words. Doesn't matter how grammatically aligned they are, just express yourself how best you feel. If you have been really contributing to the community meaningfully, it will show in the application. And then you'll have an opportunity to have an interview where you can also express what you do, which is also very competitive, I would say. Kenya received about 6,000 applications this year. And from 6,000, they had to shortlist all the way to, I think, 100 for the interviews, and then 50 for the shortlisting to come to DC. So we have 44 of us who came to the US across different parts of Kenya. And I like even the gender equity in the room. You can see that the selection is
going to the embassy. Is that the same story with you, Angel?
Yes. Well, mine is quite different, but the U.S. Embassy is also very active in Madagascar, and they are organizing a lot of networking sessions. The YALI network is very active in Madagascar. There's a bunch of young people doing things together all the time. But I heard about this program 7 years ago because my sister was actually a fellow, Mandela Washington Fellow of 2017. So she went through the whole process. I've learned about the program then, but I was underage to apply at that time. I did the regional YALI program in South Africa. So I was part of this, and this is also my second time applying. The process is long and quite challenging, but preparation is key. You also need to share your story with other people and try to ask people to challenge your how you present your story, how you do your storytelling. So for us, it took 7 months from beginning to end to the end of the process. So we need to go through the application form first, where they ask you about your job, your work, your commitment to the communities, what are you doing in your current work, and also how are you going to apply what you will learn here when you're going to be back in your country. So that's the first part, and the essay was the biggest part of the application form. And then we needed to go through, in Madagascar, there were 600 of us that applied, so 0 less in Kenya's number. There were 10 of us, 11 of us selected to participate in the program. We needed to go through the interview at the U.S. Embassy, where they are challenging you about your work, what you wrote in the essay. So quite challenging process, but it can be done with preparation and with also help of people around you.
That's amazing. So it sounds like networking as well as being consistent and being firm and just move forward with it, because, you know, as they said, it's not an easy process, but you do it in advance and you continue to network. That's awesome. Well, that's time for a quick break right now. And when we return, we'll continue our discussion with these YALI fellows from Madagascar and Kenya. They will have tips for young Africans who may be interested in participating in this prestigious U.S. government program for young Africans. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. But before that, we ask you to share your thoughts on this program that aims to empower young African leaders. Share this on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Our hashtag is VOA Our Voices. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
You are with Our Voices. Welcome back. We are discussing the United States government Mandela Washington Fellowship Program that empowers future African leaders 10 years later. This program aims to help young Africans' journey to effective leadership and gain the tools needed to impact their communities. Here in the studio with us to discuss this is Kuluna Ramaromande, fellow from Madagascar, and Angel Mbutia, a fellow from Kenya.
That's right. We're so privileged to have you, and I'm sure people on the continent, young people on the continent, want to hear what you have to say in terms of what your experiences are. But I want to shift the focus on leadership. Let's begin with you, Kuluina. What do you think is an effective leader on the continent? What would he or she look like?
Well, that's a tough question because I think there is a lot of angle to take that question. But for me, a good leader, especially in the African continent, is someone that has a clear and good vision, is inspiring to others too, because you need to bring people around you. You need to create a movement around you. Someone who is optimistic, because you need a lot of optimism and perseverance to work in the African continent, and someone who is very comfortable with change, because that's what we need now. We need to change. We need to swift mindset. There will be a lot of resistance to that, but we need to be resilient. We need to be comfortable with the people resisting what we want to implement. So yeah, if I need to summarize in 3 words, someone with a clear and good vision, someone who is willing to change, and someone who is inspiring for the others.
Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, and it comes to me at a very interesting time when we are having the protests in Kenya, and we are seeing the young generation, the Gen Zs, coming out and calling out their leaders. And one thing that I have taken away from that process is that a good leader has to be empathetic. What we saw in Kenya was very sad to see young people protesting with just water bottles and smartphones, coming out in the streets peacefully protesting, and then police officers were unleashed on them, and 50 of them were shot dead just because they were asking their government for better standards of living, a better country. And I believe that every generation has a call of its time, and our call today is to ensure that we are able to call out our leaders and ensure that what we are paying taxes for is delivered. When we're talking about applying for Mandela Washington Fellowship, and you need logistics, you need a device, you need data. There are countries, there are young people who have no access to digital infrastructure, and that means that they have no access to such opportunities. And what does that lead us, or where does that leave us? So it is time that young people really stood out or got out of their comfort zone, got out of their X and Facebook handles, and go out and actually be active in their communities, and where their leaders are not being effective enough, they should stand in the gap. This is our continent. We have to be very deliberate about how we want to see it move and how we want to see it grow. We have to be very serious about it. It's about time. We're in the 21st century. We are going into a fourth industrial revolution. It is time young people got out of their comfort zone.
Right. So you mentioned mindset also earlier. Do you think this program changed your mindset in any way?
It definitely did for me because we are quite isolated in the island of Madagascar. We're not very connected to the other African countries or to the European or American continent. So it broadened my vision. It showed me the possibilities of working together, of creating regional partnership, of creating partnership with the United States or with other countries. So it definitely changed my mindset of going more toward the world, going out of your comfort zone, as Angel said, trying to see what is happening elsewhere, and not just being focused on what is happening in the island. So yes.
That makes sense. You might be growing from a local level leader to a global leader. So that's a good point. Now, Kuluina, can you maybe tell us, now that you're becoming, leaders, you're already leaders in your own capacities, but you're growing to become maybe a broader level leader, as you're saying, in your country, maybe on a global stage. What are young African leaders' challenges once you become a leader, or once you're becoming a leader? What are some of the challenges you're seeing for African young leaders?
For African young leaders in particular, I already talked about this, but the resistance to change, because we went through all of the 6 weeks process plus these 4 weeks of professional development experience. People from our country didn't, and our team did not go through all of that. So once we will go back to our country, we will need to face that kind of resistance, the mindset that is still there. But we need to implement it step by step. We need to keep the momentum. So that is one of the big challenge, I think. Also, a lot of a challenge inherent into Africa. Corruption, the mindset of people there. If we have the willingness to do good, I think it still can be done, but it's going to be challenging. Yes.
Okay. I'm so fired up. I can't wait to go back home and contribute to the conversation in Kenya. And I think two of the biggest challenges I'm seeing right now is the intergenerational conflict. Like she mentioned, we need to have leaders that are open to changes and are open to giving young people a seat at the table. And the other thing I'm saying is that we've championed for education, and even the US government as a significant partner to Kenya, funding education. So Kenya has so many educated young people, but they do not have jobs. So we need to open up the space more. We need to be able to give them an opportunity to create their own jobs, to create their own opportunities, to have access to freedoms and rights that they require. It's not like like what I've been seeing here, I'm so inspired that if you have a degree, you have access to opportunities. But back home, I see that you can work so hard, get a degree, get a master's, get even a PhD, and still you have no meaning in society. And that's very, very, very wrong.
But it's
Young
also
people,
to them to create the jobs, because one of the things is that maybe some depend on the government too much.
Yeah, when you talk about taxes and an environment that does not allow them to be able to set pace, I think there's a lot to do in all stakeholders.
Well, that's our show for today. We want to thank our fellows, Kulunia and Angel, from Kenya and from Madagascar, for being with us. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. It was an absolute pleasure. We wish you all the best for the future. Well, be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voa.com and our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episode and the top news stories from around the globe. Last but not least, thanks to our editorial and production team on our voices. On behalf of Voice of America, thank you all. Until next time, thank you.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
The silent motoring and energy transition revolution that the Nigerian middle class is yet to plug into. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The profound improvements in EVs, that is electric vehicles, with longer lasting batteries that can now go up to 600 kilometers per charge, the little or no environmental pollution that the ICE, that is internal combustion engines, in conventional vehicles emit, which has made governments in environmentally responsible societies to set dates for the elimination of ICE vehicles on their roads. The increased productivity that EVs, which are smart objects like your smartphones and can be leveraged as Internet of Things tools by owners to galvanize increased productivity even while they are on the road. Far more importantly, the dramatically falling price of EVs. The average price of EVs sold by BYD, the world's largest EVs manufacturer, in China last year was $12,000. Indeed, there are Nigerian manufacturers that are now advertising tear rubber, quote unquote, that's the newly assembled EV, SUVs, and ILOS type trucks for half of the prices of, say, Japanese or American equivalents. The unfolding EV good news for the Nigerian motoring public does not stop at the competitive pricing level. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the establishment of a $150 million lithium-ion battery, the chief component of EVs, manufacturing and processing factory already reportedly putting up its plant in Nasarawa State. The question is, why are the Nigerian car purchasing middle class not enthusiastically ramping up the purchase of EVs with all the enumerated techno-productivity, environmental, pricing, and local lithium battery conferring exchange generation advantages? Joining us virtually to probe into the question is the Director General of National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanipin, and literally live in the studio with me is the President CEO of Saglef Incorporated, a U.S. electric vehicle manufacturing company with a new assembly plant in Imota, Ikorodu Division of Lagos State, Dr. Olugbenga Sam Fale. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. DG, good evening.
Well, thank you.
We wish you all the best in your tenure. We want to believe that you will leave a legacy that will be so profound that the world cannot discountenance. But how would you want to start? What would you want to tell us about electric vehicle technology and the position of NADDC?
Electric vehicle, that is one of the new energy vehicles that is available world over. And globally it's been embraced. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is gradually embracing it because that's the future of the mobility. Electric vehicle is the future of mobility, that's certain. And we are already embracing that because of many reasons. Number one, the climate effect of emission. An electric vehicle, especially when it's battery, is zero emission. So it is attractive for anyone and from Nigeria to embrace it. So, and apart from that, maintenance costs. You can see the parts, the engine parts that an IC vehicle will have, they are into thousands. But electric vehicle has only auto traction that power the vehicle. Then with the battery. So the number of parts you have to change at interval regularly are very, very limited. So you can drive the maintenance cost by almost 70%, reduce it by 70%. So also the fueling part of it. The cost of fuel is going up. And with electric vehicle, when you compare the cost of charging, that is the cost of energy, and the cost of powering ICE through AGO or through PMS, you know that the cost compared to EV is so high. So EV also reduced that one dramatically. And that's enough advantage or enough benefits that will attract motor user, motorists to patronize or move to migrate from ICE to EV.
Thank you very much.
We are also embracing that.
I'll come back to you, DG. Doc, yes. You know, with you, you are a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
And one way or the other, how how did your love for electric vehicle, how did it start? Before we even get into what inspired you becoming an industrialist, setting up an electric vehicle assembly plant in Nigeria all the way from the US. Let's give it a human face first.
The short version. Honestly speaking, I was just one of those kids that could never make up their mind whether I wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, honestly. The last day of JAMB, my dad called me and said, you know you have to submit this form today, right? Pick one. So after listening to him, I said, okay, let me pick medicine. But it so happened that after I finished medical school, I went to the US and specialized in internal medicine, also specialized in clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology, in healthcare. And I've always been a big believer in the danger to our planet of climate change. So I've always understood the need for renewables. So me being partly also just an entrepreneurial, guy, I felt that there are avenues in renewables for entrepreneurship. Just that was my segue into tech, and I just basically kept looking into this. I've been involved in the real estate business and other endeavors in the US, and I just felt, along with my partners in Saglev, who actually makes electric vehicles in the US, also a Nigerian like myself, we just got together and said, look, you can make an EV company, I will make an EV company. There's no point doing this separately, we'll do it together, and that's really how Saglev came about. But we thought that it was in the emerging markets where the opportunities are.
I'll come back to you. Yeah. Let me go back to the DG and I'll come back to you on some very interesting. I really want to know how, when we live in the diaspora, we have a very rustic, very backward perception of Nigeria, many of us, because we cross-feed ourselves some misinformation about Nigeria. I'm sitting there thinking, because I once lived in the diaspora, I'm thinking, okay, how did you then cross that Rubicon of believing that electric vehicle would ultimately be accepted in the Nigerian market? But let me go to the DG for the next step. DG, I just want to know, we know that Ria and Naseni at the last COP28 signed an MOU with a Chinese concern, an international manufacturer entity that is setting up plant now in Nasarawa State. And there is no way that lithium-ion battery could be made in Nigeria that some Nigerian entrepreneurs would not think, oh, about time to harness the inherent opportunities of electric vehicle manufacturing or components manufacturing in some respects. What would be the strategy? I think I have a confession to make here, and the confession, Mr. DG, is that I was one of those in my capacity as a director of a company that consults for the NADDC. I was one of those that wrote the curriculum for electric vehicles. So an average Nigerian watching now may not know that there is a detailed curriculum for electric vehicle, from how to transition the average roadside mechanic to working on electric vehicles, to somebody who is doing a PhD program, say in a formal academic environment. So, but this is not about me. This is about you as the person that wears the authority of the NADDC, intimating the Nigerian public with the opportunity. So I'm sitting there wanting to ask you, how is the NADDC planning to unshake the opportunity of this domestication of one of the major components of electric vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Thank you for the question. Number one, you will know that electric vehicle, the major components in electric vehicle is the battery. In fact, battery accounts for between 40 to 50% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So what that means is if Nigeria is investing in production of electric vehicle, in production of battery, it literally means that gradually we are investing in manufacturing of electric vehicle in Nigeria, because by producing the battery itself, we have contributed up to 40% of the component. That is contributed about 40% of the component. That means the component, the battery can give us 40% of the total cost of the vehicle, which is local components, increase in our local component. So that is very vital. Producing battery in Nigeria is vital. And again, apart from it increase our local content component, we can be able to drag down the cost of manufacturing a vehicle and an EV vehicle. And if you can do that, it means we can translate that one we can transfer that one to the buyer. That means the cost of acquiring an electric vehicle in Nigeria can also go down. We really appreciate that, and we hope this big investment can start yielding results by producing battery for Nigerians. One, what other thing we are trying to do, just as you mentioned, the curriculum developed, which we call National Occupational Standard. That standard is being critiqued and the validation has been done. By the time we are through with it, it's going to serve as the basis for training Nigerians, the artisans, and different level of training, either the artisan, the fresh graduate, and those people that already have the experience in EV, those people that want to manufacture EV, those people that want to work on EV. So we know that we get to a point where we need to bridge the gap in the knowledge. That is the people that will be working on the EV. And we need them to acquire the basic knowledge or have the basic expertise in handling that. That's why we came up with this NOS, National Occupational Standard, which we have critiqued and which the validation has been done. So this also will help in increasing the awareness, as well as help people to adopt, help citizens to adopt EV usage faster.
Thank you very much, DG. Doc, before I went to DG, I made a remark that I would want you to respond to. You know, the misinformation in our diaspora, technology and social media is now helping to bridge the gap, but about the time that you must have started flirting with electric vehicle, social media was not big then. And for you to have thought that, okay, I want to go into this and I want to take it to Nigeria, you must be a very adventurous visionary.
Well, actually, I have to confess, you know, there's no point. I used to be the typical diaspora that is totally scared of Nigeria. I think counting, I think I've been in the United States now about 32 years or so, something like that. And out of that 32 years, if you add all the days I've spent in Nigeria, there's probably less than 8 weeks, even, well, maybe now 12 weeks total before I started this. So, but again, due to social media, due to just being inquisitive, I participated in trade missions from companies. You know, I just happened to have an interest in entrepreneurship generally. So I came to Nigeria, met with the U.S. consulate, U.S. ambassadors, all those people. They taught us a lot about Nigeria. At that point, I started realizing that, look, the story that you get and the story that is the truth, there's a gap. I'm not, you know, I'm just saying that there is a mismatch. You know, but when things happen, it gets blown out of proportion. And yes, there are some problems and there are some concerns. The security issues are there. Corruption issue is there, but at the end of the day, Look, I was educated here. And I tell people that at the end of the day, you know, when I got to the United States, I had colleagues who were owing $300,000-$400,000.
From medical school?
From medical school. And my own debt was zero. So at the end of the day, as a diaspora person, you can think up, down, left, right, center. You still owe the country something. The country invested in you. You know, and again, the joking part of it is that, look, you're going to eat burger to the point where you can't even stand it anymore. You are going to want swallow. You are going to want all these things.
The emotional persona in you would naturally, at some point, beckon you in the direction of home.
So, but things are changing. People are seeing, and you know, all my friends are shocked that I'm here. And I, as a matter of fact, I do live here for the most part, and I do go home maybe 2, 3. In fact, I shouldn't use that word, because I go to the United States 2, 3 weeks a time, do meetings, attend to urgent businesses and all that, and then I'm back here for the last 2 years. That's how it's been. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the US. So this is changing. I see a lot of friends who are saying, wow, I cannot believe you are doing this, because you used to be one of the worst. So you know, again,
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on how your flirtation, and now that has become a lifelong and I hope transgenerational love with EV started. I'll come back to you, because I really want to give this a human context, and also use the experiences of people like you to hold the Nigerian middle class. The Nigerian middle class is still reticent.
Definitely.
You know, all those ifs and so, but you were at the very emergence of electric vehicle motoring. You had a kind of experience that an average Nigerian maybe. Let me go back to the DG. The NADDC, I must state, is one of the national treasures that I want to believe has been changed media-wise. I don't suppose many Nigerians even get to know the strategic importance of the NADDC in the quality of the motoring experience they get. Many Nigerians don't know. How do you intend to engage the Nigerian public and let them see, especially the Nigerian motoring public, and let them see the whole gamut of things you do to protect them by the quality and standard of the vehicles you allow to be imported into Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria, the quality and standard of the motoring experience they enjoy that many don't know, that even far beyond Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NADDC, is the first line of quality assurance when it comes to vehicular objects coming into this country. What are your strategies, Mr. DG?
Yes, thank you for that question, because it's something that we know we are addressing it, because a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of the existence of the council, and a lot of Nigerians are not aware of what we are doing and what we have achieved. So it's part of what we are doing. We have started some campaign, and in the next few weeks, we notice that we start telling Nigerians what we have been doing, and what we have achieved. So especially in the area of CNG and EV, and generally what our mandates are and what we have achieved in the last few years. So just as you mentioned, apart from tests and standards that we have established, working with Standard Organization of Nigeria, we've done a lot. And even apart from that, we are trying to work on ensuring that the material used for local parts or local components meet the standard. before you now process the material to become parts. And for that also, we have started building. We have a material test center in Zaria, and we have component parts test center in Enugu that will soon be commissioned. Also, we have emissions test center in Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Ikorodu. With that one also will soon come to life. So all this we have been doing in order to ensure that the quality of the vehicle that are coming to Nigeria and the quality of vehicle that are on Nigerian road meet international standard. So also to protect, we are doing that also, especially the emissions center, to protect the environment. So all these we know they are not being known by Nigerians. But again, we are using social media now. We are using electronic media. And then the traditional newspaper, all this we are going to employ in educating Nigerians or bringing our services to the notice of Nigerians. So we will start that in the next few weeks, and Nigerians will know more about what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are about to do again.
I'll come back to you, Mr. DG, especially in the particular area of human capital development and the inherent opportunities that the council presents to the Nigerian youths, especially in the area of human capital development. I'll come back to you. Doc, we will go, we will soon get to the nitty-gritty of how SAGLEV came into being and why Imota Ikorodu, Nigeria. But I like to always give the human story element to serious, because people can identify in many respects with stories like that. So how did I used the word flirtation initially, but I know you are in love now with, how did it graduate from, okay.
So I want to crave your indulgence to tell you that without the NADDC, I think it's important to say that so that people can hear that without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. So because we did not even know.
In a way, to the NADDC is like also an investment.
1,000%.
Investment conduit.
Yes, because
foreign direct investment conduit to Nigeria.
Not directly the foreign direct, but you see, we have these ideas, and we're in the United States, and we do manufacture cars in the United States, by the way. We have these ideas of what we want to do, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know what the policy is. The NADDC is who has guided us step by step to where we are. They're the ones that have pointed out to us. Now, it's a very interesting story of how we got here. As you know, we started out in Ghana.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in Nigeria fuel-wise started. It was the NADDC that said, okay, you guys...
Now you have a competitive
you guys,
business environment.
Yeah, because every time they would talk to us, we would tell them, but Nigerians have pretty much free petrol. And we don't know that they are ready for EV. It was at that point they literally called us up and said, look, guys, give the excuse again, because that excuse is not valid anymore. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Very important point.
Yes, very important point to make sure you give.
But ultimately, the removal of subsidy.
Yes, did it. Yes.
And presents the business opportunity that speaks to the fact that now the alternative energy.
Some of that, because you have to understand that while petrol was 50 naira a liter in Nigeria, it was over 850 naira a liter. Today, petrol is 1,340 naira a liter in Ghana. It's even more expensive in Abidjan. So it's not a matter of the business case. Even if petrol was 50 naira a liter, you would still have the benefits of using an EV.
Environmental.
And we can go into talking about all of the environmental, the cost of
smart technology.
Yes, the ease of repair, the ease of maintenance, and the reduction in the total cost of ownership. You have all these benefits in the EV. But now going to your question, yes, the reason, you see, I can relate to how Nigerians feel now that, oh, there's no charging. You know, Nigeria has been a country that has suffered tremendously under the lack of power. We still are in this conundrum. So anytime you mention anything electric, the first thing in Nigerian is just natural. The human mind tells you, no, it's not possible. But however, every step that I've seen here, I went through it in the United States. To give you a story, very close friend of mine was the very first person that actually acquired a Tesla. My classmate, we've been classmates actually since primary school. So that's why I tell you.
What year was that?
This was in 2012. The very number 27 Tesla that came off the lines, we drove that car. But I want to tell you this. When he picked up that car in Nebraska to get to Atlanta, okay, it took 4 days.
The two of you?
Well, I was smart enough to let him do that problem. I escaped it because somehow, he's an anesthesiologist, I'm an internist, so his time is more, so I escaped that. But I knew he was picking up the car, and we were all excited to see to test drive this thing. But incidentally, 4 days to move from Nebraska to Atlanta because you have to stop. There are chargers, but at that time, the charging system was very immature, even though there were Tesla superchargers. But to drive from Nebraska to Atlanta, the path. So I can relate because I lived it in the United States where there was, this is early 2012, where you have an EV, but you can't charge. So when people are telling me there's no charging, so again, I want to assure Nigerians that you see what we went through in 2012, in 2 to 3 years, you're not going to even remember all those things because all those problems are actually already being solved. I've driven an electric vehicle here a year and a half. Every day.
A fleet, actually.
Well, don't tell people I drive a fleet of EV. But
because I know you are a couple.
Yeah.
You've been to my office a couple of times.
Yes.
I have a confession to make. When it was about setting up Saglev factory in Imota, Ikorodu division, one of the companies where I'm a director actually selected young Nigerian technicians. We call them automotive mechatronics technicians. We trained fundamentally. They are still in training because they want to expose them to global standards. So they are still in training. But having said that, I think it's imperative. Journalistic ethics demand that I make that revelation. So
yes. So again, what happens is I can relate. But the good news is that in a very short time, this Tesla supercharger was all over to the point where you could easily drive that car pretty much nationwide on electric charge. Now, I actually right now hardly drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. I don't. 80% of all the charging for electric vehicles will actually happen at home.
Repeat that.
80% of electric vehicle charging, period, in this country, in any country, is going to happen at home. It's like that in the US, it's like that. So there are other little areas where you have to make some adjustments.
Doc, you know the irony for me. I'm sitting here thinking, most of us, notwithstanding whatever may be our perception or the reality of public power utility, most of us don't sleep in the dark. We make arrangements.
Exactly.
And the same power with which we sleep can also
charge your car.
I'm not going to romanticize it. Charging equipment are still relatively expensive. We will get back to that. Let me go to DG.
DG, okay.
That is where we go in the direction
yes.
DG, thank you for still keeping this good time with us. Like I said, when I was going out the last time I was with you, I know that the council, that's the NADDC, has a robust human capital development program that crisscrosses from hand-holding the average roadside mechanic. We call them the Baba Mufus or the Eshobes, and holding them from ignorance to being able to work with modern vehicles that are largely computers on wheels. Don't even let's talk about EVs now. A modern automobile are computers on wheels. You have vehicles now averaging about 7 ECMs, electric control modules, some far more. We know that apart from training those artisanal mechanics, you have programs that mentor people, undergraduates in universities. You are partnering with some tertiary institutions. That is actually why you have the emission facility in the Southwest in a tertiary institution in Lagos State. Lagos State University of Technology now, former Lagos State Polytechnic. How do you want to tell an average young person interested like he was in flirting with technology? What do you want to tell an average young person on how the NADDC can usher them into realizing their dream of being automotive mechatricians, or indeed somebody that works on or that can dabble into the world of EVs? Your floor.
Okay, let me start from known to unknown in for this particular question. When I say known, is from ICE. How did we manage, or how are we managing the ICE maintenance? Currently, we realize that even the ICE vehicle are changing. Some of the technicians, the ones we call mechanics, the technicians, some of them trained about 20, 15 years ago, and the technology has really changed. So what we have done is to organize training for the technicians across the country. And as of today, we have trained over 10,000 Nigerian youths. We have trained over 10,000 artisans. And in training them, we ensure that we move them from the type of vehicle they started with. We introduce the new vehicle, the new technology, and we let them keep abreast of the happenings and new technology that we have in auto now. So we've done the training across Nigeria. We have what we call sector skill council. So we have this sector skill. It consists of almost 17, 18 different agencies or people that have experience in different areas of auto, lecturers, people that are assemblers, artisans. All these people, we brought them together, and they form what we call sector skill. And they develop a curriculum that we are using to train all the artisans. We train artisans that we call the roadside. We train fresh graduates in Midas so that they can design parts, they can design different things using Midas technology. So we've done all this for both skilled and unskilled artisan and skilled professionals in auto field. And that's what we intend to also do with the electric vehicle. We realize that electric vehicle, you need to be abreast with the current technology concerning that. And that's why we have started by first of all developing the curriculum, because that curriculum is going to be the guide for everybody that want to play parts here, that want to play role here. Just as you are mentioning, you discussed with doctor. Doctor was trained as a medical doctor, but today is now playing a major role in production of electric vehicle in Nigeria. The same way, because of the interest and because of expertise he has acquired outside the classroom, the same way we are trying to do, we are doing with EV. There are some people that we acquire this experience not in the four walls of university, but we want them to be grounded. And that's why we have come up with this National Occupational Standards concerning that developed the curriculum for EV. So we have done that, and any moment from now again, we will be embarking on nationwide training of youth. We are already in the process, and we are going to introduce our youth to the common things in EV, the common things, because in EV you don't have plenty parts. So we need to let them know how do you charge, what's the different kind of charging connectors that are available, then all the little details that they need to know, and then how can you maintain an electric vehicle. These are things we are going to do. And in doing that, we are going to partner with people that are playing in that field. We are going to partner with professors, engineers. We are going to partner with engineers that are practically professional engineers, and also the vehicle assemblers or vehicle manufacturers. All these people, we bring them together, and we are going to organize those training and let Nigerians know how to handle EV vehicle. When we did the ICE, after training, sometimes we give them some, we like call it take home, like a diagnostic machine, for example. And with diagnostic machine, I was in one state recently, and when they were talking to us, one of them mentioned that we have been able to move them from analog to digital mechanics. So the same way we are going to do in EV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where you left it, you've moved past, the anxiety, the initial anxiety level. Now,
yes. So just picking up from where, so those anxieties that you had about charging, those are normal. It actually has a name. It's called range anxiety, because you are worried, where am I going to charge? I have 400 kilometers. But 400 kilometers is a lot. It's a lot. So
one way 400 kilometers will take you to Asaz.
Yes, actually, I'll throw out some data shortly to make people really understand this, what 400 kilometers is. But having said that, what has happened is every concern that I see people having, I've lived through this. I can relate to it. And I understand, how these are very legitimate concerns. But the good thing is that people also need to take comfort in the fact that these are problems that other people have gone through, and people have actually walked their way through solving this. For example, charging. I have a charger at home. It costs, let me just throw out some numbers. If I were an Uber driver and I have our smallest product, for 4 hours you get 300 kilometers on that car. It costs 2,500 naira to charge that car. If you have the same vehicle in internal combustion car, 10 to 12,000 naira to fuel.
Per day.
And you are not going to finish that, because when we've been here on the ground collecting data for going on 3.5 years now, Uber drivers don't even drive 200 kilometers. So you will not even finish that charge. Not only that, if you have a car that has a 300 kilometer range and you are in Lagos, you are not going to charge but more than once a week, guaranteed. I don't charge more than once a week if I'm within town. So it's remarkable. It really relieves.
You mean if you're doing inner city driving?
Yeah, because don't forget that everywhere we go to in Lagos is about 22 by 24 kilometers. It fits in a box of 22 by 24. We don't drive a lot. We're just spending all our time in hold-up. In Abuja, they drive a little bit more, but it's not a whole lot. So, people need to, but again, these concerns are valid, and our job is to actually make people understand, yes, your concern is valid, but now look at it this way. We have to educate the public, which is why we need the media. We have to partner with the media very tightly to educate the public and make them understand. Because the truth is that the gas station is at home mostly, not where you, it's just, you have to just look at it a little bit different.
You don't have to go and be queuing.
No, you don't have to. And again, people talk about cost. Let me throw out some numbers to you. This is not a commercial. We just want to talk about EVs. So, an electric charger comes with, if by the time the EV is anywhere upwards of $25,000-ish, it will come with its own charger 100%. Even if it were lower than that, and I'm just throwing out a number, a charger that you would put at home, you can easily get for $300-400. And
you charge your vehicle at home?
Yes, the charger itself. And we have trained technicians that will install it for you. So some of the lower vehicles, the more affordable vehicles, may not come with a charger, but you can easily have a charger by us installed for you at home. It's not expensive. Not only that, what we have done as a company is we have actually provided a charging platform. We have already signed contracts. This is not a commercial. People can find out there are malls already in Lagos where we have banks of chargers. So that if you are a rideshare driver and you don't have a home where you can install a charger, you don't have steady power at home, well, you can park your car, charge it for 4 hours, and you can park it at 8 p.m. at night. By 12 midnight, your car is charged, and you are ready for your next day's work. 2,500 naira versus 20. Because if you're using a mid-size, it will be 20,000 a day. So
sport utility vehicle?
Yeah, oh yeah, much more. So our story is not just about an EV. Our story is very much about jobs. Because don't forget that a lot of the rideshare drivers quit because they can't afford to pay 10,000 naira a day. They quit driving because, how do I know that? Part of our testing, we started ordering rideshare rides by ourselves. We just wanted to know. Apart from paying rideshare drivers to get data, we were actually entering rideshare in Lagos before we even started using our own cars for the drivers.
Rideshare or ride-hailing?
Ride-hailing, the same thing. Rideshare, ride-hailing. It's the difference between American English and...
Okay, because rideshare, what we understand rideshare to be in this part of the world is that we live in the same neighborhood.
And then we share. Yes.
We go in the same direction.
Yes, but
we
to
don't
us,
really want to be wasting this thing.
To us, it's just the same thing. The same difference between boot and bonnet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
English.
But English is just English. Yes. But on a more serious note, we find out that these drivers benefit. It is about jobs. It is about making a living. It is about a guy who is spending so much on a vehicle that the vehicle itself, he cannot afford it. Now, by the time you give him a piece of equipment that the cost of maintenance is 50 to 60% less. And I tell people, look, I cannot compete with a Tokunbo car. But where I beat the Tokunbo car is this. Before your Tokunbo car reaches your hand from the port, you are spending money. Because that car has already spent 200,000 miles somewhere. You're already spending money on it.
To be honest with you, I was shocked about 2 weeks ago when I saw the advertisement gallery of one of the local EV assemblers. And I saw a sports utility vehicle. A typical sports utility vehicle that if you're looking at it, ostensibly, it speaks to the design, the look and feel of a Japanese or North American sports utility vehicle assembled in Lagos, and the cost is about half of an average Japanese sports utility vehicle that goes for, say, 50 million naira.
Yes.
And I was thinking, so can it cheap buy? You know, honestly, I was
Well, you'll be surprised. So one of the things, actually, one of the hardest part we had to figure out was how do we get these cars affordable to even come and do this in Nigeria. That was very difficult. We had to use my contacts, my partner's contacts, because he does manufacture cars in the United States, to find the right vehicle at the right price. And when we were coming, we had specific vehicles we wanted to compete against. I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
But you know, given the paranoia that is now pervading Europe, because I was reading an article in the Economics magazine about 2-3 months ago, and Europe is alarmed now that EVs from a particular country are literally sweeping out, and they come with the best of smart technologies, you know, Internet of Things technologies, like, you may even forget your smartphone at home, and the vehicle will serve as your smartphone, will make you run your office businesses, will make you run things at home. Maybe you forgot to put off the cooker. Let me go back to the DG for his epilogue. Mr. DG, we just have, as the person that personifies the standards for vehicular objects in Nigeria, the person that personifies the institution that also sets standard for how young Nigerians are trained to become specialists, auto maintenance technicians and engineers. How would you want to sign out from this show today? We know we're looking forward to many other opportunities for you when we have issues relating to automotive standards. But how would you want to sign out today, sir?
I want to sign out by assuring Nigeria that Rome was not built in a day. Just as Dr. Falaye mentioned, we have to start from somewhere. And with what we have on ground, we can really even scale faster than some of these developed worlds when it comes to EV adoption. First thing, we have to first of all disabuse people's minds, because by providing the right information to people, because there is this knowledge gap. A lot of Nigerians, just as you said in the beginning, did not know or still don't know that you can actually charge an EV car at home, because it depends on the size of the battery. Some of the car you can use AC or alternative currents to charge, just like the way you charge your phone. The same way you can charge your vehicle at home. And if you want to use fast charger, some of the assembler of EV, some of them have fast charging devices, which you can still use outside. I was at a place one day, and I was there with electric vehicle, with EV vehicle, and the top person that you would think to know about electric vehicle was Marvel. I was asking, am I sure this is real electric vehicle? And I said, yes. I have to take him and explain everything before he could believe that truly we could put electric vehicle on Nigerian road. So this is first thing we need to address. Bridge the knowledge gap. Let Nigeria know this is possible. Despite the fact that we have power challenges, but we know, despite the power challenge, we still charge our phone. We still use electricity at home. We still use electricity in our offices. The same can be done here. Again, on building the infrastructure, we know that some of the reason why the adoption is slow in Nigeria is the non-availability of infrastructure. And we know once someone has to start it, and that's why we are happy with Saglev for starting it, and many others that have done a lot in pushing for adoption of EV. Because some people will say, oh, if I bring in infrastructure, we don't have the vehicle. And the people that want to buy the vehicle will say, I want to buy the vehicle, but there's no infrastructure. That means we have to start either by providing the vehicle, then investor will come and invest in infrastructure. Or we first of all start with infrastructure. But what we are doing is that we are building gradually, and that is a very good thing. Again,
Thank you very much.
He has mentioned something about cost. We know, I'm assuring Nigerians, the cost of ownership, the cost of owning an electric vehicle is far, far cheaper compared to cost of owning an ICE. Because we are only looking at cost of acquisition. We are not talking about cost of maintenance. We are not talking about cost of powering it. But when you bring the three together, acquisition cost, cost of maintaining it, and cost of powering it daily, you will realize that electric vehicle is far, far cheaper.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. Thank you so much. We look forward to engaging you some other times, especially when it comes to enlightening our motoring public. Thank you. Doc, I really want to use this opportunity, your signing off opportunity, to let you speak to the Nigerian diaspora. I've got friends who make sure, and as an ex-diasporian returnee like you, I've got friends who make sure that their parents sleep in, they make sure that their parents don't sleep in darkness every day. They make sure that they have a car for mommy and daddy that should take them around. Many of them actually have cars parked in Nigeria, and many of them are not even aware that they are returnees like you, assembling electric vehicles in Nigeria. Because I know if many of them were to be aware that the assembly vehicle there are EV assembly plants in Nigeria, you know what? I don't want mommy to go and be queuing when there is a fuel shortage, or daddy to go and be queuing when there. So what do you want to, looking at your camera?
So what I want to tell the diaspora is that Nigeria that you see today is a totally different country. Okay, when I left, there was virtually no middle class. There's actually a bigger middle class in Nigeria. Going back to mommy and daddy, believe me, you do not want mommy and daddy to drive a car that is going to give them problem, and the mechanic is going to, be their best friend. The solution is to give them actually an EV, because now you're solving that reliability problem, and you're also solving the power problem, and then you're also solving the sending driver to go and drive, to go and queue in the gas station. But more importantly, I want to put your mind, as Bola and I were saying before the program, there is an actual investment opportunity for diasporans, because we all have cousins who need help and they reach out to us. But there is now an opportunity to invest in the renewable industry, and specifically electric cars, because now somebody can actually make a living using an electric car in ride hailing, using an electric car in mobility, using an electric car in mass transport. There are employment opportunities, but it goes back to that old saying of teach people how to fish rather than not giving them fish.
Feed them for a meal.
Yes.
Teach a man how to fish, yes, and you feed him for the rest of his
exactly.
life. Thank you very much, Doc. It's quite wonderful having you here. Maybe because I'm an automotive person with one eye. This is where we'll be wrapping it up for today. I am Bola Oba.
My name is Yemi Shodimu, the son of an Egba chief from Abeokuta, Ogun State, and a mother that hailed from Isalofi in Lagos Island. My early days were spent in the serene but beautiful city of Abeokuta. I experienced a community of people that cared for each other and elders that looked out for each other's children. You could not misbehave outside and believe that could be done with impunity. Someone was there to reprimand you, which of course was a better option. 2, you're being reported to your parents. Of course you knew the consequences of that. This automatically kept us in check. I had the privilege of growing up in the palace in Ake with my late grandmother, Olori Adejoke Gbadebo, who was a wife of late Oba Adeshina Gbadebo, Alake of Egbaland. This exposed me to the way our people celebrated our culture and tradition, even while mingling with people from other religions, such as Christians and Muslims, without any acrimony or rancor. The dignity of labor was also inculcated in us quite early in life. Apart from the normal house chores which I mandatorily did, in spite of the presence of house helps, I hawked old newspapers after school so as to learn the importance of contributing something to the home economy. Abeokuta provided the right ambience for the arts to grow and prosper while creating the desired recreation for the people in a friendly environment. The cinema affair, that is free cinema screening of cowboy and Indian films, was a favorite pastime. There was also the ancient Centenary Hall that was home to most of the Nigeria's traveling theaters. My grandmother was a lover of live theater, so I had the privilege of seeing the Ogun Days, Ogunmola, Duro Ladipo, Baba Salah, Baba Miro, and a host of others live on stage. This later in life influenced my career path. The social celebrations, including family celebrations, could run late into the evening or night without any apprehension about safety. This also afforded me my early exposure to popular music. I haven't seen Ebenezer Obey, Yusuf Olatunji, Ayinla Omowura perform live. I got so sucked in. Much later in life, all I wanted to do after my national youth service was to become a backup singer in Ebenezer Obey's. But there was also contentment that discouraged greed and avarice. I believe we can get back on track if we collectively decide to bestow on the generations coming after us a sane, dignified, conducive society. Let us talk about a brighter future and not the good old days. I therefore join Shemori in this collective and bold attempt at changing the narrative and doing it right for a better future.
Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce my next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Mercy, nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have two call-ins from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
yeah.
Do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the nets of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. They should not taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes, but when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, you know, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping what's it called? How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion being connected to politics.
At this point, I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose, can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes, pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, you know, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, you know, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you will talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, you know, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that. I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees, and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring, in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has two threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
We had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting take. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anini?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you're going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's 9.
More than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck-breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you are not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to, and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Ndi, I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I would try to wrap my head here. I will be here the entire time. the Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman, and that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in. You're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is sinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you are allowing, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry, any group of boys, indoctrinate them and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetrate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as you know, as Nigerians, to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, you know, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, you know, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it. And I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have, you know, the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to, you know, throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, you know, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, you know, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, you know, one benefit the North, you know, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. You know, so there appears to be a strategic, you know, argument behind, you know, the population, you know, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, you know, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, you know, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi? Because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
Contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you know, arguing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay. I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, you know, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that you know are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. You know, they have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. You know, the restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, oh, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, oh, I can't seem to find the answer to this. Oh, this is like this. Oh, it looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. Oh, this side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches get the scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, oh, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same, and they help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, oh, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think up any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jamaa local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jamaa local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remark?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jamaa local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay? Those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us. We have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests, Ose Anene Ndikato, your input, brilliant input. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolu Lokwe. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, oh, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
You understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
Understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's our reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Dancing makes me feel good. So does food, actually. I like my food. Pepper snails. I have a very spicy tongue. I have a friend that likes shopping. She calls it therapy. She gets her knickers in the bunch and says, Dion, let's go therapy. I need shopping. And she buys things she doesn't need at all that we have to give back in 2 weeks. That completely phases me. Welcome to the TW Conversations Lounge. When we come back, me and my lovely sisters and a nice lady here will tell us if therapy is frivolous or really needful. Be right back. Welcome back to the lounge. We have with us today a psychotherapist. Can I call you that? No, you can't. No, if you say psychiatrist, people think that it's just mad people. It's true. So psychotherapy is sexier. So she's a psychotherapist. She just makes a big problem really small. Here in the lounge with us is Dr. Maimuna Kadiri. She's going to maybe give us some perspective on what we think may be a frivolity. Now, therapy, my sisters, some people say it's frivolous. Like spa therapy. I go to the spa every couple of months, have a massage, get my pores open, Do you go to get my spas and groove on. massage? I don't mind. They don't have here, but I wouldn't mind. It wouldn't make
I don't put it beyond the
It wouldn't make a difference, though, because they're very clinical. It's a job to them. So they could be as hunky as the nice Spanish Latino guy, but nothing happens. So, but let's get back to the subject, young ladies.
Sorry,
I
darling.
go to the spa to get my therapy. It helps me distress so that I don't get really crazy. But like I said earlier on, I have a friend that shops. She will buy things she doesn't need, then return them in 2 weeks, just to feel good. So that's why people think therapy is a frivolity. What do you guys think? Adiswa?
Okay, well, the truth is, I think it depends on context, but I wouldn't mind to begin. I want to hear what this woman has to say, because this is the one that is telling people, because first of all, why therapy? And what is therapy? Because what I call therapy might not really be therapy, might just be a free, I don't know.
Just a feel-good thing, yes. But what do you think, though?
For shopping?
Yeah.
The truth is, this is it. The truth is, she goes shopping because she's dealing with a particular issue. Maybe she's sad at that point in time, or she's angry, or there's one emotion that is making her feel the way she feels. And then she returns them in 2 weeks' time. Not everything may be returned, not everything may be in shape. The truth is that this is going to be a vicious cycle of, I'm angry, I go shopping, I spend money that,
So you say it doesn't help at all?
It's not. It's not. It's a short-time feel-good thing, but on the long run, it's not. She must look for the reason. If you eat as a therapy and you grow fat and you don't like being fat, so those evoke another problem. That evoke negative feelings, emotions, and then you're like angry why you've grown fat and why you need to now go to the gym and jump on a treadmill and then get a personal trainer and pay more money. So those are short-term therapy. They are stopgap. They are not really sustainable.
See, I know you're just copying me. Are you my lean? I put my leg, you put your leg.
What do you do when you
I put my legs down.
What do you do when you want to distress? You're a mother of 2 young babies, so take for example,
quiet place. Did you sleep last night?
I go to a quiet place. As in, for me right now, maybe it's the phase I'm in, but for me right now, just being on my own and knowing I don't have responsibilities or nobody's crying and knocking on my door, mama, or something, I don't know, just being on my own and watching a movie and just knowing that I'm responsible for nothing for those hours. I think that for me is therapy.
Meditation. That means you went through some meditation?
Yeah, so you see, I didn't
quiet
that
time,
context,
yes, meditation, yes,
What
quiet
do you
time.
do when you want to distress?
I think therapy for me is what helps me to get balance back.
Okay.
And I don't think it's frivolity at all.
Is your gymming therapy? Because I know this girl.
Gymming is therapy. It's finding out what gives you the balance. And that's why I don't think it's frivolity at all. I think the biggest problem is accepting the fact that we might need an intervention.
Okay.
It is that intervention.
I like that word, intervention. Yes.
It should be intervention.
I think she's the chief of, what is that you call yourself again?
Intervention is needed because you want to restore balance, your happiness. And I say to people, if you saw it from the point of view, I read something recently. It said, become the CEO of your own happiness. And it's wonderful. It empowered me. And it made me feel like I would have an outcome I'm looking for. And I feel accountable to myself to make it happen. So what you need to do to make it happen is that therapy. And there are different therapies, as a good doctor will tell you.
Some people, you see, the thing is that because of the kind of society we're in, it's a cultural society, some people think that therapy, is a therapist for a rich person now. They have money now, let them go, he's just, because you say, okay, I'll say to my mom, I feel a little bit sad and I've been feeling like this for like a week or so. She'll tell me, pray. What is that?
How do you know
I don't
when you
want
need
intervention of
therapy?
prayer now.
Yes. No, it's
spiritual therapy.
Spiritual therapy.
The spiritual therapy too. But it can be uplifting though.
Okay, it's an intervention that you're going through. Is the only thing is, at what point do people actually now need professional therapy?
Tell us, yes.
Because there are different types of professional therapy with the cognitive behavioral, psychodynamic, group therapy, psychotherapy. So let's not even go into that. Let's just say that therapy.
When do you know you need therapy?
Good. Good. The thing is that for individuals, it's good for us to know at what point there is an issue that's affecting you, that people around you begin to say there's something wrong with you, and sometimes it might have even led to a societal issue. So, e.g., for example, you're sad. You just know that you don't know that you're so sad. People around you just know that you've started withdrawing from them. People around you start seeing that you weep too much, or you weep unnecessarily, or you are even becoming angry. It may even get to the stage where I say to the society, you're driving and you are just driving anyhow. It's some kind of risky behavior.
Road rage.
Exactly. Or you might even hit somebody down. So you see how it has cascaded from one thing that is from you to the family now to the larger society.
So do you think it would have made a difference if when it started to happen in small bits, we did something.
Intervention.
Yes.
An intervention.
But, okay, how will you know when it gets to the point of calling someone like you? Because in small bits, when I'm stressed out, she will meditate, I will go to the spa. Yes, go to church, go for a retreat. I just swear goes on a retreat once a year or something.
Which is good,
yes.
No, the thing is that we don't like reinventing the wheels when it comes to therapy.
Okay.
We always tell people what has worked for you before in the past. For the fact that when you're stressed, what has worked? Is it spa that has worked? Let's start with spa. Is it shopping that has worked? Let's start with that. But of course, the person will tell you, no, I've done that now, but I think I need more. So now we use one negative emotion, which was sadness. Let's take, for example, sadness. Sadness, a day or two, 3 days, 1 week is not what we should start intervening for something. Okay, why am I sad? You may find the reason, you may not find the reason. But sadness that has been persistent, at least minimum of 2 weeks, there's a problem.
Oh, that's a red flag. 2 weeks.
Well, 2 weeks.
I just wonder if
there's
a
problem.
You girls remember twice in the past year, we've had 2 women kill their husbands.
Yes.
Yes. They just kill their husbands. I always say that men should be careful, because women can just kill you like
okay, so it's the mismanagement of anger, something that you will need, because everyone says depression therapy. That's the only one they know. Anger management, yes.
Oh, no, anger can be so bad, because the truth is that when you are so angry, you can kill. And when you kill, you won't know until you've killed. And I say, oh, what have I done?
Oh, wow.
And this killing I'm talking about must not necessarily be somebody. You may kill yourself. So it's not necessarily towards somebody. Suicide, yes. So it can be suicide, can be murder, can be that way. So the truth about it is that people can be so angry, and the only option they are thinking of at that point in time may just be death. Let me just kill. And they are not thinking, because their emotions have overridden their logical thinking. And once that happens, whatever happen, it may be disastrous. It's not every time we find little things that someone has done, so we can change it. No. So yeah, anger management is very important. Those women that
kill their husbands, tiny little women like this can afford to, or I mean, what do you call it, to reduce that man to. How do you, I mean, because
that's very strong. That's very strong.
Is it anger? No, the thing is that. Is it anger or, okay, can you anger? Because I saw, the last one that I learned about was the lady who cut off her husband's genitals, and then she stabbed him till he died.
She was very angry. She was very upset. I mean, she must have been livid, really angry.
Not only that, she had gone into the realm of unreasonable behavior.
That's a mental case.
It could be. We won't at this point, because we've not heard from her, we've not assessed, we've not evaluated. It could be one. And of course, we know spouses that kill, we have different type of killers when it comes to that.
Please tell me about them.
Oh, we have different types. We have the temper tantrum killers.
Don't do.
Yeah.
Does it by law? And you're a lawyer. Do they get away with it?
If you kill your husband,
crime of passion.
Crime of passion.
I don't think they do it here. They do it.
Sorry, or if you kill your wife. I keep saying if you kill your husband. My cameramen are laughing. They're not happy. They're not happy. All these kill your wife. Yeah, they're not happy at all. But be careful as a guy. That's what I say.
For cases like this, definitely they must go for evaluation, because when the law has already taken over, they want to know Could it be that they were already having some mental health related
Temporary
problems?
insanity.
Or because that, of course,
It's already too late at that stage.
That's exactly.
Which is my question.
That's a therapy.
So
it's important.
when should there be an intervention? And why, as a society, are we afraid to identify that time and the need for intervention as a society?
So if you see somebody that you think is troubled, and so you as a person, like I'm wondering, what are my responsibilities? Am I to go to call a therapist? Because people have to, like she said, admit that they have the problem. But a lot of times people don't admit it until it has led to something detrimental. So at what point, how do we help?
Good. We are in a society where we judge and we are very quick to judge. So if you have a friend who you've seen over time, that something has changed. So the watchword I would say is change. What has changed in this your friend? Okay, negative change because there are some things that are good, negatively, in the sense that you love to party with her every Saturday. All of a sudden, she keeps canceling all the O1 you've been having. So mark it down. You see her, she's no longer happy. Put it down. You see her, any little thing, she's very finicky. She just gets angry easily. Or him. At that point, at least you've seen 3-4 things. Sit him or her down and say, dear,
I can see.
over time, you know, use the sandwich approach. Say all the nice things about this person. You know, you're very dear to me. You this, you that. I love you very much. And but
them first.
Yes, before suggesting exactly.
Okay, you know what, ladies, hold that thought. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back to the lounge. We're having a very nice and heated discussion about how to intervene when you notice that a friend or a member of your family is pouring out some negative energy. But we keep centering on women. Don't men go through these things as well?
They do. It's just that in our society, which I'm telling mothers out there, please, don't tell your baby boy not to cry. You know, we always like, oh, don't cry, you are a man. Men don't cry. No, their brain gets wired, so when that boy turns to a man, he bottles up and tells himself, I'm a man.
But in psychiatry, okay, statistics-wise, do you have more women or more men? What kind of cases are akin to men? What kind of cases are akin to women?
Okay, for men, more of drug and other substance abuse. For women, more of depression. In fact, women are twice more depressed than men. Our emotive, our emotive nature.
I know how to.
No, we are more emotive. We have more issues. The thing is that there's that societal thing that is attached that women can multitask. Not all. Researchers are now, yes, it's pressure. Yes, it's pressure of life. The thing is that even studies are now showing that truly we can't just multitask. We are just having that women can multitask. So we take it on, take it on, take it on. And then we do all those things suboptimally.
So what you're saying is stereotypes don't help?
Yes, stereotypes don't help.
For men don't cry, boys don't cry.
Women multitask.
Women multitask.
We multitask. We also have longer hours of sleep because we need our brain to, but we don't.
Man,
we don't.
7 hours is something else.
Say it again. To a certain extent, yes.
No. I cannot agree that we can't multitask. Yeah. We can multitask, but to a certain extent. We must know the limits.
I mean, we must know the limits. The truth is that, because of the fact that we think we can multitask, over time we always go overboard.
Pile too much on.
Too much on, and then it breaks us down.
It's important, therefore, to know that we can multitask. When do we know that it don't pass us?
We should learn the act of delegating.
I was going to say that with Anne, when I was having children, I didn't wake up to feed at night. Because I'd spent the day with the children and breastfed. So I used to extract in a bottle. And it was the only time I said, my husband, you get to bond with your child. So nobody's allowed to touch me after 10 o'clock.
You're dead to the world.
He completely, I don't want to hear squeak. As soon as he hears the monitor, he'll go and get the bottle from the freezer. Warm it, change diaper,
that's a good strategy.
Yes, now, so that he
for
can,
nights.
at least 2 nights, you know.
He actually does try. In fairness to him, remember 2 nights ago, I was really, really exhausted.
But the baby won't agree.
And the baby woke me up with this, so I woke up with a headache saying, my head. He just carried the child and I went, and then I saw the child like 6 a.m. I'm like, kudos. They're going to work as well. But yeah, I mean, generally, like she said, women, there are many things apart from the baby. There's cooking, there's going to work, there's many other things. There's even when you have people, the people that we have these days, the quality of people that you have has helped. You always have to almost supervise and be angry lots of the time.
There's other therapies. You know, you're talking about the sex therapy thing.
Oh, yes. Okay, now, when we counsel couples, a lot of couples, especially middle-aged couples, they're having struggles. Erectile dysfunction, low libido. We wrote a film once, and the effect of rape on we played with the effect of rape on 2 women. One became an nymphomaniac, and one became frigid. So you have some women who actually don't like sex, and they don't want to be bothered with it. So we often say to them, can you see a sex therapist? Nigerians just blank out.
Like, for what?
Yes, especially the men. They're like, are you saying that I can't do my business? What do you mean by that?
Okay,
but you know,
yes. Therapy is not just about, therapy is finding a solution to whatever the intervention for a problem.
Intervention for a problem.
So the problem can also be sex,
It can be sex.
Can't you get a man to come for sex therapy if they need it?
Why a man?
No, because you give an example.
Open to therapy.
Women feel
like say, oh, okay, I need
we
this.
just
Let's
want a
go
solution for the problem.
For the
We
problem.
don't want problems.
For the man, you have to now look for many ways.
Like how?
You know, to letting him know the benefits. So there's what we call value proposition. Even in business, okay, what value would this bring to this man? It's not without because you have to consider his ego. So you're not going to say, oh, your wife did this, and because of this is it.
The ego, the real meaning of that word ego is a sense of self. We also have it.
We also know. No,
it's just more pronounced in the downplay.
Yes. Downplay,
but we actually do. You know, so why is theirs more important to pets? Like as if it's a toy. That thing confuses me totally. Who's rubbing our own? I'm sorry now. You know.
I know the ego has a very important role to play between the id and the superego. It mediates. So let's leave that. No, let's leave that because the id is the top for another day.
The id is a good one.
The id is a pleasure. The pleasure. Yes, you want to get something, you just take. The superego is the reality, but the ego just tells the pleasure and the reality. Mediate this, hold down this. Because as you are now, you cannot be in the id. You can't have id impulses. I'm going to like her. She's still a child. Because the id, we want lollipop, yes, and take it without, yes. Id has no, it's pleasure, it just wants pleasure. So you see men, a boy trapped in a man's body. A girl trapped in a woman's body. They're still in that id phase, yes. I want. They don't care who owns it, they don't want to.
It can be any gender.
It can be anything. It can be any gender, yes. The super ego will.
What's with men?
You think
so? People treat him like a baby. I hate hearing that advice. But you can't treat a grown man like a baby. It's confusing.
I have a question. Yes. How do you handle the stigma that this society puts on therapy? Because I believe you've just said if we see signs with our friends or with ourselves, how do you disabuse the mind of society about that stigma? I have an opinion, but I want to listen to you first. Okay. You know, how to help people.
If I had a psychiatrist that looks like this, I won't have any problem.
So how do you help society with that stigma?
The stigma is still very huge. Why is it still very huge? Because people don't want to hear about emotional things. They want to hear about the psychological. They don't want to hear about mental. It's even worse when you say mental. Emotional and behavioral kind of downplays.
Is it a different word for mental?
That's synonym. So let us say synonyms, right, in English. So you say emotional, we say psychological, we say behavioral. I've been to an organization where I was going to come in as a psychiatrist, and he came and told me, look, on your wall, we are going to put our behavioral scientists. So that it won't look like, it won't look as if you are coming here that we are mad. So we are not mad. And then people also appreciate the word psychotherapist. People appreciate that. They don't want to hear psychiatry. No, we are not. They start taking about. And sadly, is the because in a society where we are bringing it home to Nigeria, it's only a psychiatrist that when they start doing therapy for you and you need medication, they're the only ones that can write. Okay. They're the only ones that can prescribe.
Medication can solve some of these
It's
problems.
a lot, because despite the fact we have huge benefits of therapy, we also have the bad side. If you be going for therapy for months and you are not getting benefit, you should pull out. Either your therapist is not the right person for you, or you are doing the wrong therapy.
Or they haven't identified,
the problem, what you are dealing with.
They haven't
so there are risks to
identified
it too.
the
And
why.
in therapy session, we have what we call transference and counter-transference. We can be having therapy session now, and then she looks like that stepmother of mine. And so I'll be like the therapist. So this is my client. And then I look like her stepmom, who she doesn't like. So no matter what,
she's not going
she's not going to go.
benefit.
So you start transferring. So there's transference. Also, the therapist can do counter-transference. You may look like somebody in my past, my school mother was very wicked. So you see that, so those are the barriers to therapy.
It's a barrier.
It's a barrier. So we have transference and counter-transference in therapy. And up until you resolve that, therapy cannot go on.
Okay, so typically, how long does it take for you to diagnose a person with special needs?
Sections
No,
for therapy?
First, okay, this person, if I come and say, my friend has this need and blah, 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 how long does it take for you to diagnose what the person needs first before you start to administer?
An hour, 2 hours, consultation
Okay, so,
is
yes,
good.
so you can do it in a session.
Yeah, just
can do it in
know
a session.
exactly. And that is the first line before
Okay,
you even
investigating.
say, oh,
Yes.
let's go for therapy. What are you going for therapy for? Have you identified the problems? Have you identified the risk? Have you identified childhood adversities that this person might have been going through? What are you going to even do therapy for?
So you get all this from conversation.
Yes, conversation.
What if the person is not talking?
Exactly.
Good. There are different ways. So you start with paper and pen. We can be deaf and dumb in consultation. So write. Yes, you can do sign language. So if you have sign language person around you, they can do sign language. Or you can get the person's role model or somebody that they respect.
What if the person is there under duress and is like, I'm not doing this?
That's their work.
You have to. So who brought this person? So you go interact with that person and ask questions about what this person likes, she likes Arsenal fan. So you, even if you don't like football, you quickly go on Google and know the coach, know the players, and all that. Then you start seeing that smile building up when you say, oh, I love Arsenal, I did this, I like the coach.
Let me ask my sisters honestly, really. If somebody told you she was seeing a psychiatrist, what's the first thing that would come to your mind?
That's the point.
Honestly, what
because
would be...
it's the crazy house impression that makes a lot of people either cannot own up to the fact that they're taking therapy or will not even start taking therapy. So I'm saying the more, I like playing on words that you just described, but the more we all understand that therapy has been there for years.
Yes.
Philosophy was therapy.
For centuries.
Cognitive behavioral therapy came from the philosophies of Socrates, who believed that your healing is inside you. It's in your reasoning. And you can help yourself with reasoning. You can help yourself with talking. And question the assumptions that are making you unhappy.
Exactly. Yeah,
and you can be a doctor to solve.
Not get someone to help them. People prefer to try and sort it out themselves.
Yes,
but not get somebody. That's the problem. They don't want to tell people, I need therapy. So they say, I will sort it out myself. So some people say, okay, yes.
Therapy can be sold to them as somebody just needs to talk over your matters rather than feeling that I am going crazy.
How expensive is it? How affordable is it?
That question always comes up.
It's not so as bad as we all think, though therapy for a session is 100K or whatever. You can get therapy as cheap as 10,000, 15,000.
We qualified therapists.
Qualified, yes. The thing now is the qualification. An hour, yes. Therapy shouldn't be more than an hour. No, if it's more than an hour, you don't know what you're doing. No, there must be the rapport, opening, and then, of course, disengaging. So 45 minutes is just fine. The 15 minutes opening and closing. And different therapies have different take home. Some, like cognitive behavior, will do this homework.
And you can do on phone, too. Because I've had that from Mimuna counsel my son.
On phone. Telephonic is there.
Can we mix the ones that you say are the frivolous ones? Can we mix shopping therapy with regular therapy?
And chocolate
food therapy,
that
chocolate and that.
Yes. Somebody comes for a professional, whatever, for professional therapy now, and then that shopping is there. We now make that person understand that this is what shopping, does for you, and this is what it will do later if you continue in this pattern.
Yes.
So on their own, they will definitely know that, no, this shopping is not my my solution
Is it
at
like
this
drugs,
point.
for example? Because it's therapy of some sort.
It
Because
works.
Kids who not take weed and stuff like that, you know, you're unhappy. They take it to make them unhappy.
Yeah, it feel good.
So there's good therapy and bad therapy. No, that's what I said. The point
That's
is
abuse. That's not
No,
therapy.
but it's just kind of a therapy. Yes,
For
that's what
them,
I'm saying. That's
for
the
them,
point
they
I'm
think
making.
it as a therapy
Yes.
because they tell themselves they can stop when they want to stop.
Absolutely.
But
Yes.
the bad thing is that most times they cross the line.
So the point is,
Yeah,
shopping
they
can
cross
get
the
that
line.
level
Yes,
too.
shopping can cross
becomes
the line.
it's solving. Then after it becomes an addiction.
However, there are things you can do to help yourself
Yes,
momentarily.
yes.
Like the spa.
I don't joke with that at
Meditation,
all, yes.
mindfulness,
Yes.
yoga.
Yes. You
Sometimes
can-
I
there are
when I travel, I
self-help
meditate a
things.
lot. I just go away and I
Talk
just
to a
really
trusted friend.
Exactly.
And really start from there.
Yes.
Talk to a
You
trusted
know.
friend. I didn't
Talking
say talk to a friend.
trusted, yeah, a trusted friend. Talking to a trusted friend is almost
it's
like
like
therapy. You know, like
Anyway, you will say I haven't answered my question. If I told you I was seeing a shrink, what will you say? What's wrong with AO? You know, okay, just honestly.
I will ask you quietly, do you need some help? Do you need me to go with you? Because I've had therapy.
Okay.
So it's
What
not a
would
big
you
deal.
think?
Yes.
At first, I'm like,
What do I need to be careful about? What have I said to her that the risk is coming out?
No. I would think she's brave, and I would think she's very focused.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid that's all we have for today. We've been talking about therapy and how important it is to identify the need for it, the need for an intervention. But like Fumi says, be the CEO of your happiness. Thank you for joining us in the lounge. See you next week.
Thank you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
On Plus TV News Now, Gowon, Abdul Salami, Jonathan Buhari, governors pass vote of confidence on Tinubu. Tinubu signs bill to increase salaries of all judicial officers by 300%. And ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina faces probe. Good evening and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is News Now. The Council of State, comprising former presidents and heads of state, the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives, serving and retired Chief Justice of Nigeria CJN, as well as state governors on Tuesday, passed a vote of confidence on President Bola Tinubu's administration. This is as the Council of State has described the recent hunger and bad governance protests as an insurrection and a movement aimed at regime change. The former leaders that passed the confidence vote on President Tinubu included Generals Yakubu Gowon, Muhammadu Buhari, and Abdul Salami Abubakar, as well as former President Goodluck Jonathan. The confidence vote was passed during the National Council of State meeting presided over by President Tinubu at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Both former Presidents Buhari and Jonathan attended the meeting physically, while Generals Gowon and Abubakar joined virtually. However, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida IBB were absent, and there was no reason given for their absence. Briefing State House correspondents after the meeting, the Governor of Kwara State and Chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, Abdurrahman Abdurrazak, said the Council unanimously passed a vote of confidence on the Tinubu administration on the way he has governed the country.
We had a very robust meeting. The high note of the meeting was the unanimous passage of a vote of confidence on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces. Members, especially those of the Nigerian Governors Forum, were satisfied with the presentation by the members of the Federal Executive Council. And after that meeting, there was an executive session between members of the Nigerian Governors Forum and Mr. President. And frank and fruitful discussions were held between both parties. And I'm glad to say we're on the right track. And in the same vein, members of the NGF also, like the members of the Council of State, passed a vote of confidence on Mr. President. We also wished him well and prayed for God's guidance for him.
President Bola Tinubu has signed into law a bill seeking to increase the salaries and allowances of judges in the country by 300%. The Judicial Office Holders' Salaries and Allowances Bill, which was passed by the state or by the Senate in June, will allow the Chief Justice of Nigeria CJN to earn 64 million naira annually. In a statement on Tuesday, Bashir Lado, Special Advisor to the President on Senate Matters, said Tinubu's signing of the bill marks his unwavering commitment to the welfare of Nigeria's workforce. Lado lauded Godswill Akpabio, President of the Senate, and Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for their patriotic commitment to improving the welfare of Nigerians. Of 774 local government, the LG Governors Forum speaking for relief from financial burden cooperation of certain ministries in 2019. The chairman of this that shunned invitations by the committee's efforts to submit an agency that is above the law office, federal.
Not only in our committee's proceedings, but as constitutionally and democracy to explain the audit queries to state that the committee commenced the consideration of the audit report in October 2023. With a view to presenting its report to the plenary. However, some agencies have willfully failed to honor invitations to defend their written responses to the audit queries as submitted to the committee secretariat. Besides the demand for submission of written responses to audit queries, part of the committee's rules of engagement requires that accounting officers attend the committee's public hearing to respond to questions arising from the analysis of their submissions, which in turn press is over the law. I mean, nobody is above the law. And whoever you are, whatever you think you are, Nigeria makes you. So you cannot be greater than Nigeria. And this is Nigeria. The National Assembly is Nigeria. We are sitting on mandate of Nigerians to protect their interest for the good of all. So from this point, any MDA that fails to appear, to respond to invitation, to defend the queries as regards to that MDA, we will do the needful. And of course, the queries are here. For today, we are not reading the queries of the various MDAs, but it is important that the public knows that this is where we are. And from this point, we will call the bluff. We are not appointees.
The House of Representatives Special Committee on Oil Theft Losses has recommended a special intervention fund for the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, and the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, to enable them perform optimally. Chairman of the committee, Honorable Al-Hassan Adodogowa, said this on Tuesday during a special session hearing on the utilization of special intervention funds to and infrastructure across the country, as such needs enough funds to function effectively on the war against oil theft and losses in the country.
It is one information that will also be very useful to the committee to see how we can come up with a report where this agency of government or this security agency is on our CPC is even note that even without this special assistance from the NNPC or from the CBN, that the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, this problem you are facing, of course,
Security and Civil Defense Corps, who was represented by Deputy Commandant General Philip Ayuk and the Office of the Accountant General over refusal.
I think appropriate, like NNPC and other decent, to be able to have that opportunity or chance of even having access to such who have not. So I'm saying here categorically.
Sorry?
Yes, I never had the opportunity of accessing anything like
any fund.
In similar vein, the Comptroller Nigeria Customs Service NCS, who was represented at the event by Oloyede Adekunle, Assistant Comptroller Customs ACC, says Customs also have not been receiving assistance from any establishment to carry out its assignment.
Since you have the responsibility, you're saddled with the responsibility of protecting critical assets. I want to ask if you even have access to the pipelines. Do you have any access to, and if you do, how did you gain access to, who gave you access? Because if you are protecting someone's facility and you are not getting any funds from that same organization, then we need to ask, how did you gain access to the facility, the pipeline, if you do? And how come NNPC is not paying you for that, or is not supporting you? And all the seizures that you've made, how do you handle them? All the crude that you seized, all the finished products that you seized, how do you have facilities or storage? Because now it shows that you don't have a cordial relationship with NNPC.
The Northern Stakeholders Consultative Forum, NSCF, and other 72 civil society organizations have called on the House of Representatives to immediately investigate allegations of corrupt practices against Honorable Ugochinyere Ikenga and the disbanded Joint Committee tasked with overseeing the oil industry. The group said the alleged misconduct of a House of Reps member threatens to undermine the trust the Nigerian populace on elected officials and the legislative framework that governs the national affairs. Addressing a press conference in Kaduna, the spokesperson of the forum said it is united to advocate for accountability, transparency and ethical governance in Nigeria to uphold the principles of democracy and ensure elected leaders serve the citizens and adhere unwaveringly to their responsibilities.
The unsettling reality we confront today reflects an assembly that has deviated from the ideals of service and integrity, an institution where the corrupted ethos have permeated the legislative framework. The allegations against Honorable Ugochinyere Ikenga underscore a disconcerting narrative of exploitation and corruption. We advocate for a transparent, accountable, and ethical legislative process, one that genuinely serves the Nigerian populace and reinstates faith in our democracy. And let us work together for the greater good, ensuring that the actions of our leaders are reflective of the values we espouse as a nation.
Also, the forum said exploitation and corruption are detrimental to the public trust bestowed upon the legislature, noting that if left unchecked, they will pose a significant risk to democratic foundations and must be addressed with utmost severity.
We have a duty as Nigerians to watch, moderate, and ensure that this democracy we are all enjoying must be sustained. Any attempt by any individual or group of people to undermine the democracy, we will vehemently resist it. And to that extent, for us, we feel they are not above law and they are not covered by any immunity. And even if they do after service, they may have to feel music if we found one thing or the other that is wrong with them. The fact of the matter is that somebody being elected as a Senate, House of Reps, governor, or even the president, given a mandate by Nigerian people does not in any way make you feel you are more superior than an average Nigerian, because it's the Nigerian people, the ordinary people, took their sovereignty on trust and handed over to you as a mandate to protect them. So an attempt to undermine that and abuse that trust, definitely Nigerians must speak out. A key interesting in the undermining of the National Assembly, in quotes, where somebody single-handedly feel is too big to be checkmates by the leadership of the National Assembly, undermine the leadership and end of the day blackmail them. No, we won't accept that. Because the National Assembly is key to our democracy.
They call on the leadership of the House of Representatives and the Speaker of the House to initiate a comprehensive investigation into these serious allegations and review the CCTV footage on the complex.
The National Assembly, but it clearly there is an allegation, a revelation of scandal which they ought to investigate to its conclusion. Exactly. So that's what our demand is. We are demanding action from the leadership of the National Assembly so that they don't cover up this and pass off like that. That's what we are saying. That's exactly this. Because we are Nigerians and we are part of the cultured Nigerians that believe in bringing about a new Nigeria, and would not allow for any reason the tradition of cover-up in a situation where we have people of the younger generation in there.
The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja on Tuesday extended the order limiting participants in the End Bad Governance protest to the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja. Ruling on the case, Presiding Judge Justice Origi extended the order following an application to that effect, as argued by Dr. Ogu James Onoja on behalf of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Nyesom Wike. During the proceedings, all 11 defendants were absent and unrepresented by legal counsel. However, the FCT minister's lawyer alerted the judge to a statement by one of the respondents, Damilare Adeola, who had threatened that the nationwide protest might be extended beyond the initial 10 days. The council argued that since the respondents were not in court and no one knew their next plan of action, it would be to extend the order to ensure that the peace of the FCT was not unjustly disrupted. In a brief ruling, Justice Origi granted the request and affirmed that the order of July 31, 2024 remains valid and in force. Meanwhile, in Kaduna, state government has confirmed the removal of the 24-hour curfew it declared on August 1 after the recently concluded End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest turned violent and some of the demonstrators attacked and vandalized the state agency, CADEP's office. 2 persons were also killed after the protesters managed to access the Kano State Government House on the 4th day of the protest when the protesters clashed with security operatives during the End Bad Governance protest. As the End Bad Governance protests entered their 5th day with thousands of youths still demonstrating in the streets calling for an end to bad governance, the state government sustained the curfew. Samuel Arua, overseeing Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, justified the curfew as a measure to maintain peace in the state. On Tuesday, Arua, in a statement, announced a total removal of the curfew after an extensive review of the security situation in Kaduna and Zaria towns and their environs. Arua said that the removal of the curfew is effective immediately, noting that with the removal of the curfew, law-abiding citizens are free to move and engage in legitimate activities in Kaduna and Zaria towns and their environs with no restriction. The Kano State Police Command has said it had moved about 76 suspects arrested for flying Russian flags during the End Bad Governance protest to the force headquarters, Abuja. The command said the suspects, which include a foreigner, would be put through a discreet investigation and charged with sedition. The Commissioner of Police in Kano State, Salman Garba, disclosed this while giving an update on the people arrested during the nationwide hunger protest that turned violent in the north. He said the press conference was to highlight the success made by the commandant, or rather the command, in the areas of crime prevention, management and control since August 1 when the End Bad Governance protest started.
I welcome you to this press conference today to provide a comprehensive update on the recent violent incident that resulted in wanton destruction and looting of government and public properties in Kano State, instigated by hoodlums under the guise of nationwide protest, as well as the achievement recorded by the Command in Crime Prevention, Management and Control from 1st October 1st to 10th August 2024. In line with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PhD, MPN, to all the commands and formation for ensuring professionalism and provisions of police service that is rule of law compliant. The Kano State Police Command has worked diligently and professionally towards addressing the aftermath of this event. And this effort resulted in the arrest of 873 suspects and recovery of large quantity of SDs as follows. 1. Arrests and prosecutions of 600 suspects for various offenses, including criminal conspiracy inciting disturbance, riot, theft, mischief, and arson. Despite the challenges posed by the recent protest, it is important to highlight some of the achievements recorded by the Police Command in Crime Prevention, Management and Control within the period under review. The Command has remained resolute and steadfast in its duty to protect the lives and properties of all residents in Kano State.
A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has sacked the 7-man caretaker committee of the All Progressives Congress in the state, led by Tony Okocha, which was inaugurated by the National Working Committee of the party. Justice Sika Aprioku gave the verdict while ruling on a suit filed by Samsam Etetegung and Bernard Zemoye and others on behalf of the elected APC executives at the state and local government levels. Justice Aprioku issued a perpetual injunction against the Okocha-led caretaker committee and reinstated the Chief Emeka Beke-led executive as the authentic executive of the party in the state. Beke is a loyalist of ex-governor Rotimi Amechi. The court also restrained the national leadership of the APC from further recognizing the Okocha-led executive and compelled them to henceforth begin to recognize the Beke-led elected executive. The court slammed the Independent National Electoral Commission for supporting the dissolution of democratically elected executives of the APC, cautioning that leadership of political parties must learn to obey their own constitution and stop acting recklessly and in impunity in managing their own party.
It is so unfortunate that in Rivers State, the judiciary had turned themselves to some kind of pawn in the hands of a governor who is clueless. The judiciary had become Governor Fubara's supermarket in Rivers State. Our party is law-abiding. Otherwise, we would have said that we are in the era of disobedience to court orders in Rivers State. But we won't go that route. We will challenge, my party will challenge this judgment that will not even stand the test of time. Even a small child will upturn it. The rule and what is strike there is intra-party matter. Court, remove your hand. What have they done? They have delved into intra-party matter to decide for the party who their chairman is.
We want to believe that democracy has come to stay in Nigeria. We believe that judiciary has come to stay in Nigeria. We want to say, on behalf of the leadership of the party, which I find myself privileged to be the chairman of the party, I want to thank the judiciary for giving us this wonderful judgment. It's not about we at the time this whole thing happened, we've never committed any crime whatsoever. But I believe that judiciary has looked into the matter and believe that we have not committed any crime. That's why they've given this judgment today. And as a member of All Progressive Congress, where our president is a Democrat, clear Democrat, we want to congratulate ourselves coming back to do our assignment as a party. And what party believe members, majority decide the day of politics, nothing more than that. You cannot just everybody out of your party. If you just people, you cannot be able to get it. What we are talking about parties are all about number. We want to thank the judiciary for giving this judgment today, and we'll stand by the judgment.
The former caretaker chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC in Rivers State, Tony Okocha, is spearheading a rally in Port Harcourt to express solidarity with President Bola Tinubu. Members of the Renewed Hope family of Rivers State gathered at the Port Harcourt Polo Club for the rally. The group, representing various local governments within the state, is displaying banners that convey their support for President Tinubu. The reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, on Tuesday insisted that he's not an impostor, reacting to claims by the state's Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nehekare. Shaibu said calling him an impostor was an affront to the judiciary. Nehekare had called Shaibu an impostor shortly after he resumed office as the Edo State Deputy Governor. However, speaking through his Chief Press Secretary, Musa Ebomiona, Shaibu faulted Nehekare's claim, saying that Nehekare should know Omobayo is the impostor who should stop parading himself as the Edo State Deputy Governor because he was never voted for. The APC candidate in the Edo State September 21 governorship election, Monday Okpebolo, has advised the flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party, Asue Gadalo, to withdraw from the race due to his alleged failure as the economic advisor to Governor Godwin Obaseki. The APC governorship candidate gave the advice on Tuesday during a meeting with the Edo State chapter of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria in Benin. The APC governorship candidate lamented that the current debt profile of the state was over 573 billion naira, a sharp increase from the inherited 43 billion naira. Okpebolo, who said he was the best man for the job as a result of his experience as a federal lawmaker, assured that when voted into power, he would change the narrative of governance for the betterment of the people. He appealed to the farmers to come out en masse on election day to vote for him, assuring that his administration would place a premium on the empowerment of farmers as major stakeholders in addressing food security. 4 persons have been confirmed dead following a boat mishap that occurred in Dundai community in Wamako local government area of Sokoto State. It was gathered that the unfortunate incident happened on Sunday. The head of the Sokoto Field Operations Office of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Alhaji Aliyu Kafindangi, confirmed the incident on Tuesday in Sokoto. He explained that a combined rescue team from NEMA, State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, the Nigerian Red Cross Fire Service, and local drivers recovered the dead bodies on Monday. He noted that 19 out of the 24 persons involved in the incident were rescued by the team. The Kwara State Polytechnic has ventured into large-scale commercial farming to address the challenge of land encroachment facing the institution and also to complement efforts of the state government in ensuring availability and affordability of food to the populace. The rector of the Polytechnic, Engineer Abdul Jimo Mohammed, disclosed this while addressing journalists during tour of the farm to harvest its first produce, where he noted that the initiative has turned the encroachment challenge to a source of blessing. The Kwara Poly rector maintained that the cultivation of the 20 hectares, 10 each for the 2 phases of the farm project with cassava and maize would permanently address encroachment and food shortage.
What led to this idea is to find a way of discouraging or curbing encroachment, utilizing the vacant land for agricultural purposes, so that we can make food available and affordable to the Polytechnic community, surrounding community, and the state at large. So the purpose is to discourage encroachment and making use of the land positively. We cleared 10 hectares initially. So when we finished clearing the 10 hectares, we moved to the second phase, which is another 10 hectares. So making 20 hectares altogether. The state government, under the leadership of our amiable governor, is working assiduously to ensure food availability and affordability. So in order to support his agricultural programs, that is why we also embark on this farm, so that we serve as a support to the government.
So initially we had this land contention with the villagers. They were bent on not do this farming work. But thanks for our amiable rector, he called a meeting comprising of the villagers and the Polytechnic community, management, and we dialogued together on a peace talk, and they all agree with us. It's going to be a continuous work project. After harvesting, we keep expanding and more hectares and increasing our produce as well.
Speaking on behalf of the Commissioner of Tertiary Institutions, Datu Modibo, Director in the Ministry, Rodia Yahaya, described the initiative as a proactive one.
Well, actually, in most of our institutions that have these land encroachment matters, none of the institution heads has gone the way the rector had gone today. None of them. They were always talking of fence, and we can see that every institution has a vast parcel of land, and you cannot fence everything. That's why when you go to any institution, even the private institutions, they can't fence their whole land, talk less of a government-owned institution. So this idea of using the virgin land to farm is a welcome idea, will be raised there. And all the video clips will be relayed to them. They will see it, and I think that will ginger them. It's a very good initiative. I was telling him that they should start at the outskirts and leave the inner side, so that they will know they have circumferenced every parcel of land that belongs to the college.
In taking the lead in the fight against food insecurity, Nigerian youths have been admonished to channel their energy to explore the potentials in agriculture with a view to boosting food production in the country. This call was made known by speakers at the International Youth Day celebration organized by the Olusegun Obasanjo's Presidential Library Youth Development Center in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. Correspondent John Felix completes the story.
It has been observed that by aligning agricultural practices with local consumption needs, the country can harness its rich agricultural potential and reduce reliance on imported food and support the local economy. Speakers at this event say youth have major roles to play, which include supporting government in providing good governance, use their energy to support in food production, and shun antisocial vices such as internet scam, abuse of drugs, among others.
Please, let's make friends. The one and the one principle, if we decide to make friends. Good friends, oh, not friends that will influence you to take drugs, not friends that will influence you to become a bad person. Good friends that will influence your destiny and influence your future. Every one of us should have a plan. Every one of us should have one thing that we are farming, one thing that can meet our needs. We don't have to wait. The other time, red bell pepper was, I think, 2-3 pieces for 1,000 naira, and at some point you can't even see it on the market. And it became a problem. And the problem is because we don't have enough people in that sector.
Others want the youth to use the digital platforms to enhance.
There to grow. You could have your sack, the normal sack that we do have and we pack. You can fill it and grow something there. The goal today is to invite us into that possibility again, to say if you've not started doing it, you can start. If probably you've been doing it and you stop midway, please pick it up.
We are dependent on the health of the environment. If the environment is not healthy, then we are not healthy. So it's an harmonious connection between our health and the health of the environment.
The program has as its theme Agbe Loba, exploring cultural ways to transform food systems in Nigeria.
Amos Ishaku, displaced by insecurity of Boko Haram in Borno State, Nigeria, has backed scholarship to study for PhD in chemical engineering in USA. He was displaced in the year 2014 and found his way to the internally displaced persons camp in Ohoga in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. He will now study at the University of Illinois, Chicago in the U.S. The state coordinator of the International Christian Center and Home for the Needy, Pastor Solomon Fulorenshaw, made this known to our Sabah correspondent, Apomajere Friday, in an interview at the camp in Edo State.
I derive satisfaction from doing this. And if you read your Bible, pure religion and undefiled, the Bible says, is to cater for the needy, orphans, widows. So for me to say I'm a child of God and I see people like this and neglect them, that shows I'm a hypocrite. But I'm not. So if the love of God in my heart is what pulls me, Jesus inspired me to go help those who are less endowed, raise them up. Yes, you see, when you raise them up, you have less beggars, less criminals, everything less till it's completely wiped out. So I want everyone to have that knowledge. If you take care of one person, that person can take care of a community. Look at what is already happening. To know that, a lot of them are taking into criminality. Some have started committing suicide. Some have given up. No. If this young man had given up, he would have not seen me. If he had thrown everything away or didn't find a way to escape, he would have not seen me. There is someone out there God has planted to raise you. Yes. Perseverance. Keep hope alive. One day you will encounter that person and then that will change your story. So nobody should quit at all.
Amos Ishaku, the IDP student in Edo State who got the scholarship to study PhD in USA, graduated with first-class honors from one of the universities in Edo State. He noted that it was very difficult for him to study at the beginning because of what happened to him and his family in Borno State, appreciating God for his mercies.
When I came here, and it was the first time I could sleep for years. I couldn't sleep for years because we were staying in mountain for months, and staying on that cave, rain will come, scorpions, a lot of things, a lot of unimaginable things that you can think of, and having undergo all kind of traumas, seeing people being killed, seeing people being raped, your properties and your houses being destroyed right in front of you. You can't say anything, you can't do anything. It was a very horrifying and terrible situation for me. So because of all this trauma, when I got to SS3, I was writing SSCE, not making it because of what I went through, until at the 7th attempt. That was when I was not able to make my SSC, and I got to admission to study chemical engineering at Edo State University. The thing I could think what I could do was to make them happy, and the only way I see that I can make them happy was to be able to give them a good result. But at the end of it, even though we have to write several letters to school so that they can allow us to pay our exams, because sometimes they have to send us away from exam hall because of lack of payment of school fees, but we have to write several letters for them to approve so that we can write our exam. That's how we continue. That's how we spent 5 years in school, and I was able to graduate.
Professor Enajite Ojaruega has reiterated that for any country or organization to move forward, its leader or leaders must be responsible and accountable in guiding the followers or communities to achieving a common goal. Professor Ojaruega made the statement at the 7th Annual Leadership Lecture Graduation and 8th Matriculation Ceremony of Velue Ribet Center Leadership School in Warri, Delta State, with the theme Leadership, Family Management and Nation Building. Speaking to our Sabah correspondent Akpomajero Friday in Warri, Professor Ojaruega said good leadership is not a selfish position as being experienced in Nigeria, but a service to humanity.
And a leader is an individual who takes up a position of responsibility and accountability, guiding, directing, or influencing a group, organization, system, or community towards achieving a common goal. As you can see, it is a position. The onus falls on you. It singles you out, and there is an objective to it. You are entrusted with that responsibility to be accountable, to inspire, to direct, and to lead others towards achieving a common goal. It is not a selfish-ended position. It leads you towards being altruistic, towards being of service, to possess a combination of skills, behavior, and attributes that enable you to inspire and motivate others. So once you see yourself as a leader, it means you have become the proverbial leader, person who they say on easy lap is the head who wears the crown, because there is an expectation beyond the ordinary from you, and it is important that you know that people look up to you to inspire and motivate.
The watchword here is continuity. We don't have to relent on our hours. We continue to deepen and reorientate the minds of Nigerians. That is the way to go. So the countless leadership schools that you mentioned, of course, yes, they are good to spring up, and we continue to deepen the changes.
On his part, the founder of the Velue Ribet Center Leadership School, Pastor Edewo Egedegbe, says that leadership is an individual thing and very important for people to lead rightly. He urged leaders to lead by example, which is one of the hallmarks of good leader.
Leadership is a thing, it's an individual thing. You understand? We are always quick to talk about people who are, in the leadership position. It is those people who were not in leadership position yesterday that are in leadership position today. It is what you give, you have. So we are saying that whether in politics or not in politics, leadership is an act that must be learned. People should go and learn the rudiments of how to be a quality leader. But the challenge is that people are not really ready to acquire knowledge that is critical for their life, that is devoid of stress. But I hope that as we continue to expound, more people will get to know, more people will take the challenge and begin to do well in society.
It's a lifelong learning. So we have to actually practice it both at home, in our places of work, in our churches, in the schools, on the streets. So it's all about yourself. It's all about adding value to the society. Propped up
the innate teachings of good leadership in people. So we have to actually effect what we have learned in the society to better our nation, especially upholding the values of this nation. In the issue of honesty, timekeeping, you see, we Nigerians, we don't actually keep to time. But NSA has taught us to always keep to time. If they tell us that we are starting lecture by 9 on the dot, they are beginning. And if we are closing by 3 on the dot, they are done.
Nationhood. You talk of national cohesion. You can't achieve nationhood. You can't achieve national cohesion without good leadership. So now that the word leadership to some of us is synonymous with development. If you have good leader, you have good development. If you have bad leaders, you will definitely have bad development. So the word leadership is very synonymous with development. So our appeal to them is that at the end of this ceremony, they should remain good ambassadors.
Still ahead, Islamic State allied militants in eastern Congo killed 12 people. Details when we return.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about
specialized services, equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Thanks for staying with us. From other parts of Africa, militants allied with the Islamic State group in eastern Congo have killed at least 12 people in several villages in North Kivu province, according to a local official on Monday. The municipality's mayor, Nicole Kikuku, said on national television that fighters with the Allied Democratic Forces attacked people in the village of Mukonia on Saturday. He said the death toll might be higher because several villagers are still missing. Attacks from the Allied Democratic Forces have increased recently. Last June, the group killed at least 40 people in several villages in North Kivu. The violence has displaced nearly 7 million people, many beyond the reach of aid. The UN peacekeeping mission in Congo, which helped in the fight against rebels for more than 2 decades before being asked by the Congolese government to leave over its failure to end the conflict, will complete its withdrawal by the end of 2024. The three-phased withdrawal of the 15,000 member forces has begun in South Kivu province. In Sierra Leone, the president has told Security Council on Monday that after decades of seeking a bigger voice in the United Nations' most powerful body, Africa cannot wait any longer. Chairing a meeting that his country convened, President Julius Maada Bio pressed a long-standing bid for African countries to get more council seats, including 2 permanent and potentially veto-wielding spots. It wasn't the first time the council has heard calls for expanding and reshaping its membership, and African countries are the only ones that want more representation. But Bio's presence put an exclamation point on the issue ahead of the UN Summit of the Future and the annual General Assembly gathering of presidents, prime ministers and monarchs. Both gatherings are scheduled next month. Some countries are hoping for momentum from the summit, which is meant to generate a wide-ranging new vision of what international cooperation should look like in the country. The African Union, a regional group, has called for 2 additional elected seats, yielding a total of 5, and 2 permanent ones for countries on the continent. Zambia and Congo agreed to reopen their border on Monday after resolving a trade dispute between the countries that led to Zambia closing the border over the weekend. Zambia's Commerce, Trade and Industry Minister Chipoka Mulenga had met with Congolese officials in Lubumbashi near the border. Zambia announced on Sunday that it had closed its border with its northern neighbor after Congo imposed a ban on the import of soft drinks and beer from Zambia. That resulted in protests by Congolese truckers near the border town of Kasumbalesa. Zambian business groups also criticized the ban. Zambia's decision to shut its border threatened Congo's ability to export its minerals. Landlocked Congo has huge gold, copper and cobalt reserve in its mineral-rich east. Much of it passes through Zambia. Zambia is also a key gateway for Congo's imports. Outside Africa, a court in Bangladesh has opened a murder investigation into former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and 6 top figures in her administration over the police killing of a man during civil unrest last month. The Chief Metropolitan Magistrates Court in the capital, Dhaka, accepted the case on Tuesday after private citizen Amir Hamzat filed a legal suit over the killing of grocer Abu Said, according to Hamzat's lawyer Anwarul Islam. Said was shot on July 19 as police fired on protesting students and other people demonstrating against quotas in government jobs in the Mohammadpur area of Dhaka. Hamza said he was not related to Said but voluntarily approached the court because the families did not finance the file case. He blamed Hasina, who had The court also named former Home Minister Asaduzaman Khan and Obaidul Qadar, the General Secretary of Hasina's Awami League Party, as well as 4 top police officers appointed by the government who have since vacated their posts. Student leaders who led the protest movement have repeatedly called for the former Prime Minister to face trial for killings allegedly committed during her term, including during the recent protests. The Ukrainian Air Force has intercepted 38 Shahed-type drones from Russia. The force in a statement said projectiles were destroyed over 8 regions in southern, northern and central Ukraine. The Russian forces have also fired 2 ballistic missiles at Ukraine from the Voronezh region, the Air Force said, without giving further details. Meanwhile, Hezbollah launched 30 rockets at northern Israel on Sunday night as Israeli forces remained on high alert for potential retaliation from Iran and its proxies following the assassination of a top Hamas leader last month. The rocket attacks on Israel by Hezbollah militants in southern Lebanon, backed by Iran, have become almost a daily occurrence since the conflict in Gaza began. This has raised concerns about a possible Iranian attack that could escalate into a broader regional conflict. Hezbollah stated that the latest rocket salvo was in support of Palestinians in Gaza and in retaliation of Israel's strike in southern Lebanon. The barrage followed reports from Lebanon's national news agency that an Israeli strike on the town of Ma'arob in southern Lebanon injured 12 people, including 6 children. The Israel Defense Force, IDF, confirmed that around 30 rockets were launched from Lebanon, with some landing in open areas, causing no reported injuries. Up next, crude oil demand from local refineries rises to 597,700 barrels per day. That's in business news. Stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
In business news, domestic refineries in the country, mainly the 650,000 barrels per day capacity Dangote refinery, have raised their crude oil requirements from Nigeria's oil-producing companies to 597,000 for the second half of this year. This is according to a statement from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC. According to a report, Nigeria's refineries have increased their domestic crude requirements for the second half of 2024 to 597,700 barrels per day, up from the 483,000 barrels per day in the first half. NUPRC also confirmed that the oil companies were only able to provide 177,777 barrels to the refineries in the first 6 months of the year, way below the requirements of the refineries. The increasing crude requirements of local refineries, coupled with the challenges oil producers face in meeting demand, have created tension between the Dangote refinery and the regulator. According to the NURPC, 8 refineries are expected to commence operations in August, with a combined refining capacity of 864,500 barrels per day. This would require oil producers to supply more than half of that amount. Up next is entertainment.
Renowned gospel singer Aduke Gold has unexpectedly died. The news was broken by fellow musician Esther Igbekele on Tuesday. The cause of death is still under investigation. Aduke Gold, born Ajayi Aduke Morunkola, was a rising star in the gospel music scene, known for her powerful vocals and hit song Nitoriogu. Her journey to fame began after a standout performance at the remembrance of late gospel artist Babare. Beyond music, she held degrees in history from Lagos State University and child psychology from the UK. And moving on a lighter note, former U.S. President Barack Obama has unveiled his annual summer playlist, highlighting the vibrant sounds of Africa with contributions from Nigerian music stars Tems and Rema, alongside South African singer Tyler. Among his selections, he praised Tems' Love Me Jeje, Rema's Yayo, and Tyler's collaboration with Gunna and Skillabang on Jump. Topping the list is Nigerian-American country music star Shabuzi's A Bar song Tipsy. Sharing the playlist on X, Obama noted, "With summer winding down, I wanted to share some songs that I've been listening to lately, and it wouldn't be my playlist if it didn't include an eclectic mix. I hope you find something new to listen to." The collection features a diverse range of artists from various genres and regions. And finally, former child star Sky Jackson was taken into custody after a public dispute with her boyfriend at Universal City Walk. Security witnessed the altercation and observed Jackson allegedly pushing her partner multiple times. Both individuals initially denied any physical aggression, claiming to be happily engaged and expecting a child. However, after reviewing security footage, authorities arrested Jackson for misdemeanor domestic battery. She was cited and released a short time later.
Next on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
On their nails. and I go now.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Great panelists with topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. On today's episode, I'll be addressing ethnic and racial challenges in our modern world. Chinedu will reflect on the plight of children in the midst of protests as poignant and raise significant questions about the future of society that has failed to provide for its youngest members. From London, Victor will be speaking on a heartbreaking and deeply troubling event that has shaken the United Kingdom. Inikpi will help us look beyond the Nigerian August protests. Permit me to lead the way right after this short break. Addressing ethnic and racial challenges in our modern world. The brotherhood of man transcends the sovereignty of nations, and that's from JCI Creed. Despite the progress we've made, ethnic and racial tensions will shape the lives of many communities around the globe. Today, let's look at three specific issues: tribal bigotry in Lagos, anti-migrant sentiment in the UK, and the struggle for racial equality and diversity in the US. Tribal bigotry. Hashtag the Igbo Must Go campaign in Lagos. The Igbo Must Go campaign in Lagos has highlighted deep-seated tribal divisions. The Igbo community has faced growing discrimination and hostility, a stark reminder of the ethnic tensions that have plagued Nigeria. This campaign threatens the unity and prosperity of a diverse city like Lagos, reminding us all of the importance of fostering understanding and solidarity among different ethnic groups. On anti-migrant sentiment in the United Kingdom. Across the United Kingdom, anti-migrant sentiment is on the rise. Many migrants, especially those from non-European countries, encounter prejudice and restrictive policies that make their lives more difficult. The contribution of the individuals to the United Kingdom's economy and culture are often overshadowed by negative stereotype and political rhetoric that paints them as threats. This growing division is harmful, making it harder for migrants to integrate and contribute positively to the society. On DEI profiling in the US, especially in the US presidential race, racial profiling and DEI remain critical issues in the United States, particularly in the presidential race between Kamala and Trump. Despite progress, biases persist in law enforcement and minorities are underrepresented in leadership roles. There are contrasting views on these topics which shape the political landscapes and voter sentiment. In conclusion, to tackle these issues, we need a holistic approach involving policy changes, community engagement, and education. It's about building a world where unity and inclusivity are at the forefront, ensuring everyone has the opportunity to thrive. My fellow advocates, now on this tribal bigotry issue, you saw what happened during this last protest, the just concluded protest, where we have not finished addressing the issue of the protest. Then some other elements, who I want to refer to as disgruntled elements, whom I know most of them are not even in this country, because you cannot live in a house and want to set the house on fire, and you are trying to whip up tribal sentiment against a certain tribe.
Yeah.
Hashtag the Igbo Must Go campaign. So, Madam Chinedu, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
First of all, I'm Igbo, and I've not heard the invitation to leave Lagos. So, where exactly is it happening? I'm wondering, is the media not giving too much life to something that is almost nonsensical? Because I don't, I've not even heard it. A few people that I've spoken to about it, they haven't heard it. Except maybe when people are looking at trending topic that I think is even AI generated in some cases to make it trend. But seriously, I come from a family where half of my siblings are married to Yoruba people. So where are we keeping the children? And if we're going to invite Solomon to this case, how are we going to split my nieces and my nephews?
They will divide them into half.
So that is, I just think that we have issues that unite us, which is the struggles that Nigerians are having every single place that you go. If we key into this just for the sake of talking about it, are Yoruba people not suffering in terms of poverty? Do we not have poor Yoruba people?
Yeah.
So if we have Yoruba people who are suffering, what is going to become of them? Are they now going to say, okay, because we're Yorubas and we're here, and Lagos is a profitable state, are we going to split the money? Because if you want to divide people, you need to establish the grounds for division, and believe you me, we all have grounds for division. So if we're giving life to something that is so nonsensical, being that we're just all recovering from the protest that is affecting all of us, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, we're all buying yam for 10,000 naira or 9,000 naira. So am I going to use Biafran shillings to buy yam in Anambra State or Imo State, and then the Lagos person using naira to buy yam for, is it 4 naira they were buying it when Igbo people go? So seriously, if the real important, I mean like the chiefs and all of that in Igbo land that have businesses here are not even taking this thing seriously, then who am I to give life to this? For me, I don't think we should overflog this issue because it doesn't make any sense. If you say Igbos must go, what are the modalities for Igbos living? And don't forget that when Igbo people get to the Niger Bridge, where are they going to go? Will you from Lagos now go to the person who is living in his mansion somewhere in Onitsha and say, okay, you are not from Onitsha, so move into Oka or Newi where you come from? Because the division is not going to stop here. Then who takes over the Igbo people's properties that we're leaving behind?
That brings me to this aspect of the law. Before you go deeper, I know you are the lawyer here, so you have background of the law. Okay, Victor is back.
Yeah, Victor is
back.
I
was going to ask you before, maybe you just hold on. Let me air my thoughts. Now this issue of Igbo must go, you know, just like you said, poverty is tribalist. Poverty has no tribe. The Nigerian economic problem has no tribe, right? Now the issue surrounding Igbo must go campaign, you need to know, just like you said, some of your family members are married to persons from other, especially Yoruba tribe. The Ohanese, President General of the Ohanese, Ohanese Indigo, that just passed on, Emmanuel Uhayang. His daughter, I think he has members of the family that got married to traditional rulers' children of Ibadan, the Olubadan's children. So we are so much in love with ourselves. We have Igbos. We have Igbos that fall in love with Yorubas. The legality of this Nigerian constitution said a Nigerian can live and thrive and prosper anywhere.
Precisely. So this is it, right? In the midst of the protest, or whilst this news came on, what came to mind was, why is this coming up? Why is tribal, bigotry coming up when we have greater issues to face as a country? We have this hunger. I mean, there's instability in the state of our economy. So why are we now making, meaning to what is not, right? Bringing about bigotry, tribal bigotry. I said that truly this doesn't make any sense, and this is unconstitutional, right? Because as a citizen of Nigeria, you have the right to live and reside, in whichever state in the country, right? It is your right. So why would you, as a fellow citizen, come up to say, oh, Igbo must go? They are only exercising their right. If I go to I schooled in Ibadan, right? So, and I had the right to school there, right? Because I am a citizen of Nigeria. I can decide to reside in anywhere in
but
Nigeria.
Who is behind it? Who is the behind
You know,
it?
actually, there have been some disgruntled elements from different, like recently, I am happy that the governor of Lagos State and where many Nigerians and stakeholders have come out to condemn this. So some of the persons perpetrating this idea, many of them are not even resident in Nigeria. They are Nigerians in other countries trying to incite violence. That's why I said you cannot burn down the house you are living in.
I remember there's this guy that was arrested in the UK because the UK government said you cannot be in the UK and then you're fomenting trouble in your land.
Another state.
Okay, so you were saying that Nigerian has rights to thrive and prosper and live anywhere. Like,
precisely.
Yeah, some Nigerians, like even in Lagos politics, we have some Igbos that are actually involved in Lagos politics.
Precisely.
And they're doing very well.
Yeah.
They're doing very well. So no need to
what
cry
are we
foul.
saying? It's not.
Yeah, a young man like Davido can fall in love with a chioma from Imo State, and then they live happily ever after. Okay. Now, Victor, I don't know whether you heard of this background before we go to the Bangladesh issue. Let me give you a background of what happened in South Africa. If you're there, you know, speaking about tribal bigotry, unguarded nationalism, xenophobia, and what do you have? Now, in South Africa, there's this case of a Nigerian lady. Let's say a Nigerian girl who has a Nigerian father and a Mozambican mother. I think she was given birth to in South Africa.
Yes, she was.
And of course, I don't know, in Nigeria here, you know, when you give birth to a child here, you are automatically that child is a Nigerian.
Citizen.
Same with many other Western world. If you give birth to a child in the UK, some other Western countries, they adopt the same model.
Precisely.
Now, is it so important that South Africans don't want, what is so special about someone not, in quotes, is not a South African by blood, don't represent us in our beauty pageant? I thought migrants, whether by birth or by parents coming in or by you coming in, if you're in a particular place, if you are prospering in that place, you should be given opportunity to thrive there, because when you thrive better, the place will also be prosperous.
Yeah.
So what's your take on this issue of South Africans complaining about a Nigerian, Mozambican, South African not representing them in their beauty pageant? I want to hear your thoughts on this. Additional Chidima, right? That's her name.
Yeah.
Victor, please.
Yeah, thank you, Elijah. I followed this on Twitter, and I think that when you look at these conversations here, it's not about even South Africa or Mozambique or Nigeria. I think it's much more deeper. We need to come back and ask ourselves what is really, what kind of value we want to live by, right? And I think Chinedu was talking about the prices of things in the market doesn't have any tribe attached to it. It doesn't have any country attached to it. And when you look at how you progress as a nation, right, what makes America America? What makes, other highly developed nations, what makes them get to that level, right? It's about common values, shared interests, right? When you talk about how you advance as a people, those things are not, relative to a certain ethnic, it's not relative to a certain tribe or a certain country. Things like, progress, things like, wealth, things like, hard work and all of those kind of things, right? There's no hard work for these certain people and then these other certain people. Integrity is integrity anywhere, right? If you leave Nigeria and go to South Africa, there's no South African integrity or Nigerian integrity. It's the same thing.
It's very important that this Chidima issue, the South African thing, we actually use this opportunity to educate people.
Okay.
Now, regardless of what is happening, everybody's saying xenophobia and what. The issue on ground is Afrophobia. Xenophobia typically is a fear of strangers. But Afrophobia is when Africans are scared of fellow Africans for whatever reasons. Now, the issue of Chidima, what we need to learn from this is that the truth of this matter, we do not know. The parents may or may not have done their complete documentation. And this is a question of maybe the sins of the father or the parents. When you migrate to a country, you need to make sure that your papers are in order. It's not everywhere that is like Nigeria that we really do not pay a lot of mind to things, because you never know when you're going to need this. Now, if Chidima's mother is South African, she needs to come out.
Her mother is Mozambican.
Whatever, if she's, please, let me mention these names so that you will tell me. Barack Hussein Obama. Kenya, Muslim Kenya. But he became the president of America. So when Donald Trump was doing the birther thing, because he's a black man and he's doubting his heritage and parentage and nationality, it was easy to refer to his birth announcement in Hawaii, and that shut up the birthers. So if Chidima's parents need to come and tell us something, they would. And I'm just saying this to people who are moving to different places with shady documents or documentation that they are not really clear about. You may have gotten away with it, but at some point, it is going to come back. Now, nobody's saying that they have done something right or they have done something wrong. The Home Affairs already is watching out for people who may or may not have done their due diligence with documentation. And when you're relocated, we're seeing it now, Nigerians are jackbarring to Canada, to all these places. And halfway along the line, you hear that, oh, I went there on fake documents. I went there on fake documents. Oh, I didn't really know. You're a lawyer. Ignorance in law is not an excuse. So if it's unfortunate that this young lady, her dreams have been cut short, not by what she did, but what may have been done on her behalf. So, like I said, the families need to come out. There's something significant with South Africans. When a South African has a child, they try very hard to give their name to the child. So, Chidima, Onwe, Additional are full Nigerian names. Now, what happens with beauty pageants is that the winners or the participants get certain opportunities. South Africa is already Afrophobic. There's a movement called the Dudula movement that is on the tails of foreigners. Leave because you're taking our opportunities. So when they feel that this person might take the opportunity of somebody who might be called whatever their name, Teboho or whatever, and is going to a Chidima, an obviously Nigerian name, we can't be shy of how South Africans feel about us for whatever reasons. And then you come in and there is nothing about your South African heritage that is there. When Nigerians have children between Yorubas and Igbos, the name of the either mother or father comes in. So that is all I'm saying, that let us use this opportunity to educate our people who are jackbarring to make sure that they do everything right. So that 40 years down the line, it does not come back to upset a child's trajectory or opportunities. So all I'm saying is that we need to hear more before we start to say, oh, South Africans, whatever. Imagine a foreigner. We send, Ghana Must Go is a real incident. Imagine if Amma from Ghana comes here to win Miss Nigeria. What are we going to say? Nigerians, what are we going to say?
Chinedu is next after this break. Just stay with us.
Restoring Hope, a comprehensive approach to rehabilitating children affected by social disintegration. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside and give them a sense of pride. If you're an avid fan of Whitney Houston, you remember the song. We all sang it. I believe the children are our future. But right now, I believe Whitney Houston would like to change the lyrics of this global anthem if she witnessed the Dickensian spectacle that unfolded before our eyes during the protest. But where Oliver Twist asked for more, our children asked for the minimum. What lies in the future of these children is not difficult to imagine, since the society has made no provisions for them in the present. Children as young as 5, ragged, hungry, homeless, beggarly, and seemingly devoid of hope, were major players during the protest. Armed with sticks, bottles, various instruments, they were participants in the struggle. No formal education, healthcare system, no sustainable social welfare scheme for their families, failed and failing infrastructures. Without these basic amenities, their future will be steeped in crude criminality that will destroy the already tattered fabric of our society as we know it. There was no beauty inside of them. They were hungry, but excited for the freedom to run amok and destroy the society that has stolen their innocence and fundamental rights to a decent childhood. Beauty can only radiate from a child who's assured of a balanced diet, a functional family, and responsible government. How do we give our children a sense of pride? If you're going to sing that song again, Iniki, what are you going to say?
Okay, so I think just speaking on how do we give our children a sense of pride, right? When I read your script, or whilst you were reading, what came to mind was, first off, the place of family cannot be overemphasized, right, in child upbringing or children upbringing. So starting from the family, how can we strengthen the bond, you know, within the family? How can we have, or how can parents and children engage in activities that foster, you know, parent-children relationship or parent-child relationship, you know, parenting, what's it called now, parenting education, right, you know, family counsel. I think beyond that, right, children need to be educated on their rights. I think in Nigeria, it's really essential that as children grow, they are educated on their fundamental right. They should know that, okay, you have a right, or I have a right to fundamental or basic amenities. I have the right to express myself. I have the right to life, to healthcare, to, you know, school, good education, you know, and the likes. So I want to say on infrastructure, right? So I remember those days, I don't know if it was during Governor Babatunde Raji Fashala's regime, right? One of the things that I remember clearly was free transportation for students in school, right? That's a way of creating, beyond the family now, going out of the family, that's a way of creating a safe environment. Oh, the government cares about me, right? I'm a child, I'm a Nigerian, and the government actually cares about me. So I don't, okay, even if the parents at the time do not have transport fare to give to you, you know that once you come out, there's a bus waiting for you, and once you're on your school uniform, you're getting transported to school. Speaking of water, it pains me when I see students or children, rather, trying to run around to fetch water or look for water. It's sad. Sometimes when I probably pass around some areas like Bariga, I see some children, you know, rushing out to look for water before they get to school. It's so sad, and I'm like, God, so this thing still happen in the country. So yes, these are issues that the root causes, right, that we need to also look out for. Sorry, before I conclude, right? So poverty. Right, poverty, hunger, we can see all of this. How about the government or NGOs or, you know, several bodies that can help out with this, come together to, you know, try to invest in parents, right, in families, in order to bring them out of poverty. You know, you engage in skill acquisition, you create skill acquisition programs, fundraising. You know, there's so many things that can be done to just help, you know, to reduce poverty rate or bring out people or families out of poverty. And by doing so, you're building the children and also creating a safe environment for them.
You have spoken well, just like United Nations officials.
Thank you.
Anyway, Victor, you know your strategies. What strategy do you have before I even impute what's on my mind? What strategies do you have as the strategies for children? How can we, the society at large, beyond the family now, ensure that children has a future? Because when you go to a particular environment, if I go to a particular school, institution, church, or whatever, if I see the way the children, the quality of life and exposure that the children have, that will determine the future of that place.
Yeah,
so
precisely.
What strategies do you think we can adopt for the society and the family to help children? Victor, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the most toughest job is raising a family, right? That's the most toughest job. And, you know, it's interesting that we don't pay attention to that job. We think it's the presidency or governance or politics. The state of the economy is a reflection of the child that we failed to raise properly. I believe that we need to go back to, set up programs that help people even before they get married, because it begins with marriage. Tomorrow is Saturday, right? Weekend, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, depending on when people get married. 2 fools are going to get married this month, next month, tomorrow, next tomorrow, right? And those 2 fools are going to raise a smaller fool, right? And this smaller fool is going to end up becoming the president. And what's this person going to produce? And without mixing words, right? It might sound very brutal and harsh, but it's very important that we need to create family engineering programs that prepare young people before they get married, that also prepare young people on how they train, raise kids. Because the governor was once a child. We forget this. The governor didn't just, land on that seat. He was once a child. The prime minister was once a child. The president was once a child, coming from a family. So when we look at, the spectrum of our network, the quality of the thinking that happens in that network is the quality of, the community we're going to have. Community is, a collection of people, right? So, and what makes a person is the strength of their thinking and the quality of their character. The strength of their thinking and the quality of their character. But it begins with thinking. And so we must go back to, how do we create, programs that re-engineer the mind? Okay, now we have lots of families who have lost the weight. Lots of couples who have lost the weight. How do the government, or we can create programs, not poverty alleviation programs. That's what we miss it. We must create programs that focus on rehabilitating the mind first, right? Once the mind is changed, then transformation can come into the economy, right? The quality of our economy and the policies that we're making in Nigeria is the quality of the thinking, all right? And so we must go back to the basics, which is how do we re-engineer mindset? How do we create programs that ensures that the psychology of every human person is top-notch? Because you can't produce beyond your thinking level. And I'd always say this, right? An Android device cannot operate as an iOS device because the operating system in an Android device is not the same as the operating system in an iPhone, right? So what we're trying to do is we want to get the results of an iPhone, but using an Android device. So we must go back to the basics, and that's my take.
Anyway, I was going to say you are not a prophet of Zoom. Zoom. To avoid doomsday, you've actually given us a solution. But one thing that is there to me in the north, especially, is the issue of child marriage.
Okay.
You go on the street, you see young children, beautiful children, handsome boys, beautiful girls begging for alms. When you trace back, the mother perhaps got married at a very young age when she ought to be in school. And that's why I'm going to commend Madam Tinubu, the First Lady of Nigeria. Again, you remember what happened last time? I think that was some couple of months ago, where they were able to recover some of these lady girls. They were girl child that were kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. And then what the governor, the only thing he could do was to say he wants to marry them off to empower the girls. Have you heard that before? What a shame. But for the timely intervention of the First Lady, Tinubu, Senator Remi Tinubu, and then the Minister of Women Affairs. And they said, they stood there and said, Mr. Governor, you can't do this. Send these girls back to school. So can we stop this issue of child marriage? And then let's focus on education.
Yes, quality education.
I also want to point out the fact that the National Orientation Agency has a lot of work to do in terms of, equipping Nigerians with the mindset of the things that they need to do to make progress, and sustainable development. We hear the government tries, they do all this feeding in school program, but the corruption that is endemic in the country is what robs these children. I mean, we hear people now, they leave all these, what's the ladies who were in the agency that were in charge of, what's their name now? The ones that chopped money recently and all of that. That they were given monies to do certain programs for poverty alleviation and the Ministry of the humanitarian ministries. How do you misappropriate funds for rehabilitation? How many wigs can you wear? I'm not joking. How many diamonds do you think will be enough? So allegedly, these monies were misappropriated. And these are the monies that have been put out there to help those families. You go take selfies with them. You spend 20,000 naira for them. I think we know now, a tuber of yam is 10,000 naira. So you buy the yam, you cannot buy any other thing to cook it with. And these children will run around because their parents have nothing to give them. So the systemic corruption that we have in Nigeria is what is encouraging these children to be outside. So, and then people will also use them. If children are there, oh, police or whatever cannot do anything. So I just think that now that we have the local government system, it will be easier to bring governance closer to these children and families. So let's go to the UK and meet Victor for his talk after the break. See you shortly.
Together in tragedy. Today we address a heartbreaking and deeply troubling event that has shaken the United Kingdom. On July 29, 2024, a senseless act of violence took place in Southport, where 3 young girls lost their lives in a brutal stabbing during a dance event. Baby King, Elsie Dodds Tancombe, and Alistair Silver were taken from us far too soon. The alleged perpetrator, Alex Mugawa Ruda Kubana, a 17-year-old with a background in musical theater and diagnosed with autism, has been charged with these heinous crimes. This act is beyond condemnation, and our hearts go out to the families of the victims. We stand united in grief and outrage over this senseless act. However, it is crucial to remember that while we mourn and seek justice, we must not let this tragedy lead us down a path of prejudice and division. In the wake of this incident, we have seen a disturbing rise in violence and hostility, particularly against the Muslim communities and immigrants. This reaction only deepens the wounds and perpetuates a cycle of hate. We must be vigilant against generalizations and demonization of entire groups based on the actions of an individual. As we seek to understand and process this tragedy, let us remember that hatred and violence are not the answer. Our strength lies in our unity and our ability to support one another through times of crisis. As Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated, thugs cannot be allowed to hijack our grief and sow hatred. End of quote. This sentiment echoes a profound truth that we must resist the temptation to allow fear and anger to trigger our actions. In closing, let us reflect on these words of Martin Luther King Jr., who once said, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." Lies in compassion, understanding, and unity. We must stick together as we go through this moment of tragedy.
Wow. What I was just
So I'm going to
about is
take this to our advocates at the Lagos studio, and probably just start with Elijah. What do you have to say with the ongoing protest happening in the UK?
Okay, so what I was going to say was that I was thinking about the Lucky Dube song, which I like to listen to too much. different color, one people. You should not forget that. And I said it before, that the brotherhood of man transcends the sovereignty of nations. And people nationalism should be guided, because I've listened to a lot of Britain in the argument space. Oh, that was an issue during this last just concluded election in the United Kingdom. The issue of unguarded nationalism, migrants. Let's tighten our border. Let's do this, let's do that. And then same with the US, migrant issue. Yeah, it's always a problem. Yeah, we need to protect our nation, guide our nation, be strengthened. But are you doing that at the expense of humanity? So what I'm going to say is that in Britain or United Kingdom, the government and the people of the United Kingdom should be very careful. Diversity is important. We have had Muslims in the United Kingdom participate in the electoral process, right? If I'm not wrong, yes. I think we have politicians that are from Muslims in the United Kingdom. And to the best of my knowledge, the last time I was privileged to be in London, I saw that we have a very big mosque in London, and then we have good, peace-loving Muslims in London, because they are believers of peace too. Islam is a religion of peace. So the fact that you are different from someone should not be that you should be scared of that person. If someone commits a crime, it should be treated in isolation. The crime and the person should be treated in isolation. Do not make it look that every of the person of that same kind are criminals. And humanity should guide us, whatever we do as a nation.
It's interesting or ironic that you are using Lucky Dube to buttress your example. How did Lucky Dube die?
I was expecting you to come from that angle.
Lucky Dube was killed because people thought he was from a different nationality. His people, yes.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
His people killed it. So that's what I'm saying. So when you are using Lucky Dube, I say, Lucky Dube is a victim of what just happened. So that's why I said it's ironic that it's his name you're using for the example. Look, this young man, unfortunately, minor that, okay, I think his birthday, his 18th birthday is coming up, so that's why
it's gonna be 18.
So that's why they are revealing his identity, his face and everything. Unfortunately, people are overlooking the condition that he's living with, which may have triggered this, which is autism. Maybe he did not get the therapy, or some people used the fact that he has this spectrum of disability, learning disability, to capitalize on that and condition his mind with hatred. So maybe all this happened. We don't know the reason why he would do it, because people who are not even Muslims snap along the way and kill people.
Sure.
But unfortunately, when people are confused and hatred reigns, we will start to look for scapegoats. And every time something happens, as human beings, we don't like to be helpless. It's always, what is the reason for this? Oh, who did this? Who can we blame? And this boy has given them more than enough reasons. And again, it's the migrant issue. Oh, everyone who is not of us, our color, will be against us. We're going to use that. But then again, just as we did here, protests in Nigeria, shops are looted. The shops they are looting are their own people. And Nigerians is also owned by them. So that is why the Prime Minister has said that thuggery will not hijack our grief. It's bad enough that this has happened. Why are we going to drag other people, into this depth of grief beyond what everybody is already suffering? So my heart goes out to the families, because I'm saying these children are babies. When you even say, you're like, these are babies. You imagine the thoughts going through their head, and the heroes who fought to save the rest, because the dance studio, I think there were about 9 or 10 of the children in there, and their teachers and some passerbys fought to protect these children. So then UK has issues of control where gun violence is. They say, oh, we don't carry guns anyhow, but you have knives.
Dagger.
So hatred, the players, in the realm of hatred, again, they are colorless, because it is who allows themselves to be used will be an instrument of the devil. Let us blame our own usual scapegoat here. The devil, yes. Nigerian, we always
blame devil.
We use devil.
So when Victor was, reading the script, I I think what basically came to mind was a lot is going on right now. There's a lot going on, in the world, not just, in our country. Or there's a lot going on in the world, and we seem to have forgotten that there's something that binds us together as humans, as humans, basically. We have common interests, common values, common goals, and it seems that at this point in time in the world, we're letting so many things, get into it, just like the generalization, right?
Sorry, let me add to you. The anti-migrant protesters also have a common goal. I hope you know. So just go on with that.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. So I think I'm just going to re-condemn or caution that I think it's very, very uncalled for or improper, right, to generalize. For example, just like Elijah said, you do not generalize an act of an individual or an individual's act. So you don't say, okay, because I am Christian or Inikpi did this, and it means that all Inikpis or all Igalas or all Nigerians are like this. So yeah, basically.
And so, Victor, let me just buttress this. If you go to different sectors, from the health sector to the tech sector to education sector to whatever sector in the UK, you've had different migrants contributing positively and enormously to the progress of this sector. So please, they should be calm. Let's focus on the issues. Deal with criminal elements if you need to deal with them. Deal with people that are mentally unstable if you need to. You have to deal with them, not need to. They have to really deal with them. But don't associate them to their kind. And by the way, what kind of persons are we? We are all humankind.
Yeah.
And that is more important than anything.
And the Nigerian government is also, every small they'll say, they are issuing this thing for people to be careful. And the Nigerian government is also telling Nigerians, please be careful, there's riots in the UK. I'm sure the minister, his house was sweet where he said,
it was just diplomatic.
Let me warn Nigerians too, because it's not hard for white people. It's not hard for white people to say, be careful,
let's just call
advisory.
I call that diplomatic shenanigans.
Yeah.
No, actually,
Nigeria
when we have
shining.
issues in Nigeria, the US, the UK, Western world, they actually give out tribal advisory to their citizens. Don't
Precisely.
Go to
So Nigeria,
we
are warning you people. Be careful. We're warning you people. Nigeria is protecting your interests, so be very careful. We're also
but I'm sure
protesting
a lot of Nigerians will jackpot this week to the UK, regardless.
But they should be careful on the places they are going to go. Let me speak like I'm from the ministry. Be careful the areas you're going to go. Watch out and don't be in clustered areas and stuff like that. And if you have issues, please report to the Nigerian embassy or the Nigerian High Commission, because Nigeria has your back.
Just to state it, Nigeria is a great nation. Nigeria is a great country. And United Kingdom too is a great place to be too. So we are...
Don't be diplomatic, Gary. I'm just
Well, I think if there's one thing that, that is very important in all of this is piggyback on, some of the interesting issues we've touched on today. We need to agree, right? Like Chinedu said, right? Most of these problems are colorless, right? So when they come together and agree what are the values that advance us as a people. And this also just, going out, it's no longer so safe, but this just reveals some of the dark intents, right, of racism and all of those things, right? And it's very important for us to, just agree. First, we are first humans. When you were born a human being. You were not born an animal or a dog or a chair, right? You were born a human being. And then you were born a human being, you were born into a family, and then from a family, we were born in a country, in a community. But the fundamental is that you were born a human being. And just to digress a bit, even with the gender pronouns, I'm no longer he, I am now she, but we all agree that we're human beings. I think there is no disagreement that we're human beings. Nobody comes to say, you know what? I think I'm a dog, or I think I'm a cat, right? So we are all human beings, and we must agree what are the fundamental values that advance us as a people, as a nation, and, as a community. And this is very, very important. And so on that note, I would just say that if you are here, in England or anywhere in the UK, Scotland, Wales, or wherever, we must start to educate each other, whether you have friends who are British or, you know, you stay in an area where you have other immigrants. You must start to educate each other. We must start to, you know, begin to ask questions around what are the common values that advance us as a people. Because all of these things, once we don't curtail it, once we don't, you know, talk about it, then we begin to spread it. We begin to, you know, advance it, and we don't want that, right? So we must start educating. We must start re-engineering our mindset and start to agree together what values, right, advance us as a nation. All right, so we're going back to Lagos studio, and we have Victoria Inipi. Please do stay with us.
Beyond the protests, a call for sustainable youth development. The recent wave of protests in Nigeria has once again brought to the fore the deep-seated issues plaguing the Nigerian youth. The government's response, including the sudden announcement of the reopening of the Nigeria Youth Investment Fund program, raises more questions than answers. It appears as though these initiatives are reactive rather than proactive. While we commend any effort to support young people, it's disheartening to see such measures implemented under pressure from planned protests. The government must realize that sustainable youth development requires a long-term, strategic, consistent, and deliberate approach, not knee-jerk reactions to public pressure. The future of Nigeria rests on the shoulders of its youth, yet our young people are faced with a myriad of challenges, from a crumbling economy to lack of employment. Not just words, the government must listen to the voices of the youth and implement policies that address their needs and aspirations. We must shift the narrative. It's time to move beyond mere rhetoric and deliver tangible solutions. As we approach International Youth Day on August 12th, with the theme From Cliques to Progress, Youth Digital Pathways for Sustainable Development, we call on young people to leverage technology to drive positive change. Let's harness the power of digital platforms to create jobs, foster innovation, and advocate for our rights. Yeah, I know, right? So whilst I was actually preparing for this, I was almost clouded by some of the comments from some of our leaders. Right, and I said, well, we need to look beyond this, even if they called some protesters idiots, and then even mocked the state of the citizens, right? People are hungry and they're coming out to express themselves, and then you say you're going to be in your house eating while you are out there protesting. I find it very, 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 I don't know, I lack the proper words right now to, express how I feel. Yes, insensitive and even beyond insensitive, right? So yes, I said...
Who said that?
Well...
Who said that?
Those are the heads of affairs of this nation said that.
No, because the truth is that is not true. That was not how he said it. Look, when we move things out of context, we tend to fan the embers of this commotion that leads to this bitter anger towards these people.
Okay.
Someone repeated a comment somebody made. Because we're not using names, I would say that this particular uncle of the nation that you're all fighting this did not put those words that way. So for us here, let us try to always read things and say the way it is, because people, you're talking about the youth. I'm a mother of young people, so I know that I get up and I say, what's happening? They're looking at me funny. I said, every day you need to read the newspaper. If something is trending, please go and verify before you repeat or key into this false and, like I keep saying, manufactured outrage against people and things you do not know. So young people, go back to you.
Yeah. So that was actually said.
Well, it's not about that particular uncle alone.
There
are a lot of persons
there were so many comments, right?
They were not supposed to use.
Yes, and that was actually said.
Was not effective.
It's an improper requotation, but I'm just saying that people did not even wait to actually verify the context that this statement did not originate from Uncle.
Okay. What if it was Auntie?
Anyway.
Did I call any uncle's name? But we know the uncle.
Oh, well. Okay, so I, just like I said, I didn't want to make this whole, discussion around that. I wanted us to look beyond the protest, beyond, all the happenings or the content, the, what's it called now, comments, right? And, look for pathways or discuss about pathways to, youth, sustainable development. So we saw, the energy, during the peaceful protest, people, the youth came out to express themselves, even beyond youth as well. So what's your take, right? Okay, let me start with Elijah.
I was going to say you shouldn't forget Victor in the UK.
Okay. Yeah, all right. We'll get back to
he's
you.
youth. So I'm sure of
we are all young persons.
Me, I'm of the last century.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm a
So why you
centurion.
say all of you? But you're a mother of youth, so you're also part of us.
In the mind.
Precisely.
Anyway, you see the issue, you saw what happened, youth restiveness. And I'm very happy that this year, the International Youth Day 2024 is focused on something that is dear to me, an aspect of life and career that is dear to me. We said the theme is from cliques to progress. Youth digital pathway for sustainable development. See the way I'm emphasizing cliques to project, to progress.
Beyond,
I'm using this opportunity
beyond
to call
the tweets.
I'm using this
Beyond
opportunity,
the
not just
tweets,
the
you
click here, we're talking about computer cliques here.
Yeah, as
now,
well.
I'm trying to say this because of some police officers, uninformed, ill-educated, some police officers. They see you with a laptop.
And then all of a sudden you are...
So these are the things we are talking about.
What instrument do they use to do Yahoo?
But no, why would they
No, I'm just asking.
that's the generalization we're talking about now. We can't...
You people are speaking to me. I said, what do they use to do this thing?
Wait, now we
you
are
can
coming.
tell me phone. You
It's a
can
phone
tell me
or a
this.
laptop.
Sorry, before we continue,
Reorientation.
let's have Victor just comment on discussion so far. Can you hear us, Victor?
Yeah, thank you, Victoria.
Right.
Every behavior, no matter how good or bad, has a positive intention. Nobody wakes up and says, you know what, my goal is to become an armed robber, right? Or my goal in life is to defraud people. Nobody sets that as a goal. And we must
Some
be clear.
do. Some career
Right,
419 people do.
Nobody sees to say, oh, you know what? When I grow up, I want to become a fraudster. That's nobody writes that as a
They
vision.
do. That's
So
what I'm
how did
telling
we
you.
end up? How did we end up having fraudsters? We mentioned, Yahoo boys and all of those things. I think we are addressing the problem and not collapsing the triggers. Right? What triggered people into going into, defrauding people? And we must address this. I think we're fighting technology the wrong way. And I'm going to say it undiplomatically, right? We are putting lots of people who have no business steering committees in technology. They don't have any business to be there. They don't have the knowledge.
Yeah.
If I wanted to set up a committee to say, how can we train more people to use, skit making, for instance, right, to drive national prosperity? I'm not going to go and look for some elderly people. I'm going to go get the guys of Josh Too Funny, Brain Jotter. We can see the Gwangwa trend have gone very viral.
There are older people who are doing a lot with technology. So don't dismiss anybody.
So it's not about dismissing.
It's not about ageism here. He's trying to talk
But
about
anyway,
persons
I
that
see that.
You know how
This
it
is
is in
happening
Nigerian
a lot.
claims. Some people have no business there. They are making policies for
Yeah.
youth, and
And
they don't
then
understand
what-
what youth are doing.
True, and that's why we're going to, after this, we'll talk about policies and, we would now
Something very
introduce.
quickly. Chinedu, I'm going to put you on this, right? This is not an attack. I know that I am very balanced in my opinion, right? Advocates must not fight with each other, but we must disagree to agree respectfully anyway. But I'm going to put you on this. Go and check out, I think, a recent AI steering committee was inaugurated. I think I've forgotten the country now. Maybe I'm going to do this off air. And guess what? The bunch of people leading that community do not know a jack on artificial intelligence. What are they doing there?
It was USA.
Right, so I think
What are you doing? And
it's
that's what
very
happens in
important
Nigeria.
that, to address Yahoo Plus, I think there's now Yahoo Plus, whatever, how many plus, I don't know right now. To address these things, we must go back to creating enabling environment. Technology has never been our problem. And the more we keep fighting technology, the more it keeps advancing. I'm going to just wrap up with this, right? I mean, it's on the internet. Some school in either Japan or I think Japan, but it's in Asia. Their kids are learning, mechanical engineering, learning how to dismantle a car. Guess what? They are not up to 5.
True, I saw
Maybe
that. I saw that.
It's on Twitter. Go check it out, right? And they are learning these high-level things, how to use technology to scan a car, to dismantle the car. And then someone wrote, Morufu is in trouble. I mean, what that means is, look at somebody that's 5-year-old already dismantling a car. Can we say the same for a child in Nigeria?
No,
I think we need to, make these things a priority. How people got into Yahoo Plus is what we should tackle. We are always doing this in Nigeria. We're trying to tackle the problem without going to look at what is the trigger. How did we end up here?
Again, there's no. Victor, there's no point being on the defensive about this. Everybody understands. You and I are communicating from, you're in the UK, we're here. It's technology. No, but when he said the police is doing this, and I said, what instrument do they use in doing?
But the police are doing it the wrong way. That's my argument.
You don't understand. See, you cannot be defensive about things that are obvious. So people will tell you, this is why the police is doing this. They're using statistics to go about it. I do not support whatever it is because we know what NSAS did to us and what we're fighting with NSAS. I'm just trying to tell you, as we've said, that there are two sides to everything. But and I've also told you, and I've also admitted that technology is so important to us. And I told you here, I said, who knew that you could become a billionaire from skit making? Skit makers are not 419 people. They are creative people. Innovation that comes through technology is what we need. And even going to this, what we're going to fight for is that the government will make sure that that enabling environment requires that people have power, whether NEPA as it is, whether it is the other one.
We don't have NEPA in Nigeria again. We have
PHCN,
EKDC,
then we have all sorts of sustainable technology, energies, that would power this. Everybody knows the value of technology. I mean, go to any school now. Children are being taught how to do this, how to do that with tech. So all I'm saying is that while we are also promoting tech for the youths, like say, click to progress, there are a few people that have made good with technology. But like you rightly said, some people just sit on TikTok and they're just pushing out disinformation that's getting us to how we started. The Igbo must go hashtag. It's technologically driven. It is click based.
Yes, so now
so I'm just saying that we need to create that. And like he rightly said from beginning, Victor said from beginning of this conversation, values. We must not desensitize technology in that someone can just sit in his house and you're pushing out things that are not you because you think it is faceless. So we must do technology with integrity, technology with values. So that is where I stand. There will always be something bad. Like I said, fire is good servant, bad master. So let us do technology with heart. Let the government provide that enabling environment where the youth that have the technological know-how can be innovative and make some development that will benefit you and I.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chinedu. All right, so I think now we have to move to the policies, right? We've discussed, so far, and I've been thinking, right, what policies can the government, put in place in order to ensure sustainable development for the youth? And one thing that comes to mind is youth inclusion in governance, right? When you're in governance, right, and you want to create policies for the youth, you don't just, we've already discussed about this, I don't want to go, dwell in it too much. Include the youth in decision making. You can't make decisions for us when there's no representative of us there. How do you make decisions for us when we are not even on the table? So you don't know what we want, right? So ensure that when you're creating communities, you have representatives, youth representatives and the like. So yeah, Madam Chine, sorry.
Okay, so as we wrap up, it's important that Nigerian youths or youths in anywhere in the world, any country that needs or any nation that wants to grow should encourage the youth to be involved in leadership and decision making, while we bank on the wisdom of our elder, wisdom and experience of our older or senior citizens. We also need the energy, vigor, and strength and innovation of the young persons. So we should learn how to pitch both together.
Yeah, balance
so
it.
Thank you very much, my fellow
thank you.
advocates.
Thank you, Victor.
We try to tell it like it is, regardless of whose axe is God. As Iniqui stated, do keep your comments coming in. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with the previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Until next time, we can continue working together to accomplish what we do best. Let's continue to push for social change. Bye.
Bye.
My name is Oluwatosin Ari, and I'm the founder CEO of Farm Fresh Grocery. I started out as a model in like over 2 decades ago. I used to be a model, and that was I was in Ife and I was modeling at the same time. So for a while, that was just all I wanted to do, modeling. After Deal or No Deal, I went to South Africa. I came back to Nigeria, and I've always liked marketing, sales. You know, so while I was in South Africa, whenever I was coming home, I was buying shoes to come and sell. So when I came back to Nigeria, I was still selling shoes. And then aside selling shoes, I was grooming models. I was running modeling school. So, but after a while, you know, price of dollar went high, and then I lost my mom to breast cancer. So, but before I lost her to breast cancer, she used to be like the strongest person I know, because I used to be sickly. I was kind of child that every weekend would go to the hospital. I was asthmatic, plenty allergies. But back then we didn't even know there were allergies, so but I was always in and out of the hospital. I'm actually AA, so it wasn't like I was a sick or anything, but I was always sick. Even when I was in university, I was always having typhoid anytime I change environment. But my mom is the kind of person that she'll go to Bariga market and she'll buy water in nylon. Not pure water, those 1 naira water, and she would drink it. Nothing will happen to her. I can't. Even pure water, I will have typhoid, even bottled water. You understand? So for me, she was like the strongest person I knew. And then when she had cancer, she did chemo twice. And then after the second one, she said she wanted to try this naturopathy or wellness kind of treatment, and she stopped taking chemo. And then, you know, people she was seeing then, they would say, get flax seeds, get this, get that. I'd never heard of those things before in my life. So I started researching about those things. I realized that these are things that have, you know, a lot of health benefits. But you know, the best thing about natural medicine is that it works faster when you take it before you fall ill, not wait until you become ill. You know, so I kept researching, and then I was discovering so many things like turmeric, you know. And then I used to have allergies. Then I stopped. There was a time that once it was like evening, my nose would be blocked. I'd breathe in my mouth. And then I saw this cardiologist, and it was like, I had to put me on loratadine and one asthma drug permanently. And I hated that. I always hated taking drugs, you know. I didn't want to. And then I realized that even loratadine was not working well for me again. It became, my body had kind of adjusted. So I was like, I needed to find an alternative. I needed to find a way of, you know, being able to live a healthier life without having to resort to living on drugs. So that's how I started discovering and, you know, making inquiries about herbs and spices. So that's how I founded Farm Fresh Grocery in 2016. So we started out as just helping people get natural food. But then we realized a lot of food were processed and preserved with chemicals. So I wanted to have access to farmers, buy directly from them, and sell. Back then it was so hard because farmers felt you wanted to take over their business. But with time, we grew from having just one farmer to having a network of farmers that we buy things from. And then even I had to, at some point, I had to go into farming myself. So I was also now planting some things on my own. Then the herbs and spices that we're trying to educate people about the benefit. People understood what we were saying. And they know, oh, turmeric is very good for this. I was telling people, like when you go to India, for instance, they will tell you that when a child complains of stomachache or headache, the first thing they think about is turmeric. They will make like a turmeric latte. That's their own kind of paracetamol. So you tell things like this to customers and they'll say, okay, let me buy this turmeric, but they'll keep it in their house. Afterward, they throw it away. So food wastage was not just now, associated to just farmers and processors or distributors. It extends to, the final consumers. People want things that is easy for them to use. People want things that is not, they don't want to stress themselves. They just want convenience. They want a healthy living, but they want it, presented to them in a ready-to-eat form. So I started making herbs-infused honey. So you have like a cinnamon lemon honey, hibiscus honey, like different kinds of honey, as well as sea salt. Because I also realized a lot of people did not want to eat MSG, as well as several sugar-flavored seasonings that we have out there. So people wanted to live healthy and they wanted it made easier. So that's how I started, infusing herbs and spices in honey, sea salts, teas, even in oil, like sesame oil and olive oil, infuse herbs and spices in them. Just a way to make these herbs and spices a regular thing that people take. We're not waiting now until we fall ill. We're making it a part of us that we do like regularly. So that's how it's been, and that's how we started. The few jobs I had back then, so once I had the money I was making from modeling, I would buy shoes, I'll come back, sell, get some more money. And then eventually when I, relocated back here, I was getting from the US and things were going fine. I was, selling mostly Italian shoes to men and all that. Men, they buy out of need, not out of, not out of, women, once, even if they have 1,000 shoes and they see a fine what they'll buy. But for men, they don't mind spending. Because they know they might just buy one shoe for a while, but it has to be good, So I was selling lots of Italian shoes and all that. But when dollar went from 160 something to 300 and something, I had to rethink, that if this is a business I wanted to continue. And then after I lost my mom, I just thought that food is actually becoming more and more important, the kind of food you eat. I mentioned earlier that, there was a time I had that allergy. By the time I started, alternative medicine towards treating my allergy, the first thing I was asked to do was I was asked to stop eating a number of food. My favorite food was amala, and next was rice. I had to stop eating them. Bread, number 3, I had to stop eating all those things. And guess what? My allergies cleared. I'll wake up, I'm the kind of person that you see me, there's always tissue in my pocket. Because, I didn't even know it was allergy. But my mom used to say, Kogbe. My nose was never dry growing up. So all this while I didn't even know there were allergies because I was asthmatic. So for instance, if all the windows are closed and, there's no fan, there's nothing, after a while, my eyes will start itching, my throat, my ears, and then I'll start sneezing. I didn't know all these things were allergies. I just thought it was normal because that was what I was used to. They discovered I was asthmatic when I was 2 years old. So from there up till that period, all those things were normal until I realized they are actually allergies. So I didn't even know that these allergies can actually stop by changing my diet. And then I would take onions first thing in the morning, it will clear my airways, and then garlic at night. That was all I was put on. And my allergies disappeared. So that made me, you know, realize that it is important for us to change. Look at what we're eating. The real food, as in food, should actually be our medicine, not the other way around. If you eat right, there's no need for medicine. Okay, so how did I get funding to start Farm Fresh Grocery? Well, Farm Fresh Grocery, it started like a joke, you know, because I had a regular work that was going, and then I just thought of, you know, selling to my colleagues first. So I just started with just like a cooler of fresh chicken from the farm, because my sister has a farm. So I'll just get the chicken from her, buy them from her, and sell. That was how I started. Because, you know, then it was hard to find. I remember telling somebody back there when I just started that it's so hard to get farmers, that, you know, I'm looking for farmers that I can buy things from so that I can sell to people, you know. It was such a hurdle, but it was such a big deal. And it wasn't even about capital, because, you know, I was working, I could use my salary to buy some of the things that I needed to start. So I just started, I didn't start big. I started like from, you know, just from the house, like just buying a few things and selling to people, but telling them that this is healthier, it's not imported chicken, is, you know, they're hormone free, you know, all that. Unlike all those imported ones that they've given, injected formalin and all that, you know. So it was just like a movement, a health movement, to convince people that all these things leads to cancer in the long run. Because in my wildest dream, I never thought my mom would have breast cancer. You know, we used to say, breast cancer, okay. In this, you know, back then, we didn't take breast cancer or any kind of cancer seriously. We say, we are in Nigeria, we are strong. We didn't, you know, because it wasn't so rampant back then, unlike now. You know, before that we can't have cancer. But the more we were embracing, you know, all the things that is done abroad, the more of the cancer we're, you know, also embracing. From selling the chicken, for instance, you know, I'll put a markup once I buy from the farm, from the farmers. I put a little markup, and then, you know, once you sell that, you order more, and then, you know, there's family, my family invested in me, like my husband, you know. So I just started gradually. First it was chicken, it was bell peppers. Then, you know, gradually we moved to other things like gari and all that. You know, just like that, little by little. It wasn't like I started, you know, there's no big finance that came from anywhere. I just started gradually, and, you know. But I got a grant recently from Under 40 CEO. So they gave me $1,300. You know, we had to pitch our business, and so that's the only help I've gotten. But then I've gotten a lot of trainings. There's not, you know, a lot of times we think all we need is finance. But a lot of times you need to know what to do with those finance. And that is why we're trainings, all these entrepreneurship programs coming, you know. So I've gone to a couple, which has actually helped to form how my business has developed so far.
Artificial preservatives have been used in foods for decades. These can lead to negative health consequences and have significant complications, such as increasing costs, handling hazards, concerns about residues on food, and a threat to human environment. As a good alternative, spices and herbs replace chemical preservatives as natural, effective, and non-toxic compounds. Spices and herbs can be used as food additives, flavoring agents, and as natural food preservatives. The term spice and herb are used in describing plant parts used in enhancing the taste or flavoring the food. An herb is a plant that is valued due to its scent, flavor, or other desirable qualities. Herbs are mainly used for medicines, cosmetics, cooking, and other spiritual purposes. Spice, on the other hand, is a dried root, leaf, fruit, or vegetative substance. It is used as nutritionally insignificant amounts as a food additive for color, flavor, or as a preservative that kills or prevents the growth of harmful bacteria. Several spices show antimicrobial activity against different types of microorganisms. The consumption of herbal medicines is increasing throughout the world as an alternative treatment for curing several problems, including heart diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, and even certain types of cancer. The health benefits of spices and herbs includes the help in the faster healing of wounds, act as nutritional supplements, strengthen the immune system, lower blood sugar and cholesterol levels, help protect against cancer. Herbs eliminate nutritional deficiencies and thus restore the correct functioning of the body. They rectify various problems rather than suppressing them. Herbs nourish every part of the body with their vitamin and mineral content. Consuming herbs may also help to reduce blood clots and provide anti-tumor properties, can help control blood sugar and insulin activity, speeds up healing, relieves muscle tension, and reduces stress while improving the circulatory, immune, and nervous system. What makes herbs and spices special are the unique compounds that fight the free radicals, that is, the reactive chemicals that damage our cells, reduce oxidative stress, prevent the formation of tumors, protect your DNA, balance your blood sugar, and enhance digestion. Adding herbs and spices to your daily diet can protect your health in the long term and reduce the risk of cardiovascular, cerebral, metabolic, and digestive disorders.
The biggest challenge, employees. A lot of youths don't want to work. Seriously, a lot of youths don't want to. There are few that want to, but not everybody. It takes a while to get, I don't know why, but they probably just used to easy money come, and a lot of youths don't want to work. So to get reliable staff is usually tough. So most of the time you have to, they go, you get another one, retrain, they go, they come, has been one major challenge. The second challenge is packaging. It's so expensive. Packaging is so expensive, People want to see your product, on the same level with imported products, but they don't consider at what cost, it takes to get there. And then sometimes it's not even just the cost, it's the availability. For instance, the flavored honey, we put them in jars, and then the jars, in some places we get them reasonably, like two places I get them that the prices are a bit reasonable. But once those two people don't have, you can get a jar as expensive as 600, 700. So how much am I going to sell the product inside? The other alternative is to import from China. And there's so many challenges that can happen along the way. So it's a bit, dicey. People want to see pretty things, but they don't want to pay for it. You want it to be cheap, but they don't want to pay the price. And there's also the cost of production. The cost of production is so high, especially if you look at, we have to dehydrate our products. Like the raw materials, we always have to dehydrate them. The cost of electricity is really high. And then a lot of our processes are still manual. So we need to get some equipment to make it, better. Okay, if you look at this, for instance, I'm trying my hands on flavored, sachet flavored honey. So I try to do this manually. See what we can, this is the best we could get. But if we have that machine, you get those imported kind of thing. And to get one of those machines, you spend, at least like $3,000 or $2,500, yes, to get it into here before you pay for the price itself and then the bringing it down here and all. So cost of, getting those automated machines are not so cheap. I wish that, each time that the government say they support farmers, that they actually do, but we haven't seen it. So there was a time I, leased land from the government in Ogun State. It's a palm plantation. So they had this, they have like over hundreds of hectares just, there. So they were leasing it out. So I leased about 20 hectares and I decided to start with 4 hectares. I planted cassava, a trailer load of cassava. And I did pick 1 naira from there because herdsmen, they went there, they harvested them for their animals and even burnt the whole place down. And the government, who is supposed to be my landlord, could not save me from them. ASF, African swine fever, happened, and we lost a lot of our pigs. The government, we're yet to hear any support from them up till today. During the strike, nationwide strike, we planted cucumber. The cucumber was ready for harvest. We couldn't get to the farm because there was riots everywhere. We tried several times to go to the farm. All the cucumber listed, like 20-something bags of cucumber. The few that we were able to take to the market, when we got to the market, was rejected. That is already changing color. In a civil environment, the government will subsidize things like that. Like, Okeawe is a very big farm, and a lot of farmers lost their life because they lost billions to this African swine fever. We're yet to hear anything from the government. Nothing. So I don't know what to ask them, because I don't know if they do anything. Because, all we've asked is that they subsidize things for us when there are problems like this. But, they don't even show up. So we've learned to do everything by ourselves. Well, for me, the joy is mostly when, customers are happy about what you're doing, especially like the flavored honey, flavored salt, the teas, when a customer says, can you make a tea for me to help me sleep better? And the customer is happy that, the herbal tea helped and, she was able to sleep. Those are the kind of things that you just, sometimes when these are flavored honey. When we are making it, can be very tedious because we have to squeeze out the herbs from the honey manually. It can be very hectic. And some days I just wonder, why am I stressing myself through all this process? But then when a customer tastes and this is really good, it actually makes you happy. And then when we get recognitions, like when we got the grants, or like when we got picked for programs, like a lot of programs that were not funded by, governments, like private NGOs and all that, but you learn quite a bit, Like we recently concluded a program by Cherry Blair Foundation and Enterprise Development Center on financial literacy. That kind of training is invaluable. It's more than asking for money, because if you have the money and you don't have the idea of how to channel it into your business, how to come up with a plan, then so it's not all the time that all we want is money. Sometimes it's just free trainings, like what some of these NGOs have done. If the government can even do some of that, you understand what I'm saying? For the youth, you're saying youth should go into agriculture, but the few that are going, how are you supporting them? What are you doing to support them? Agribusiness, like any other business, is a tough business. A lot of times you feel like giving up. I know I felt like giving up after those experiences, because is it only me? First, I went to Jebugbo, invested so much money, paid for 20 hectares, plant. The stress from Jebugbo to that farm in Akboje, it takes like an hour from Ijebugbo. You can imagine me leaving Lagos and facing there and coming back. One challenge or the other, and then the stress of even planting them. The labor there is highly overpriced. Battling with all that, and then at the end of the day, nothing to show, nothing at all. So I always advise, people want to go into agribusiness, you must have knowledge before you go into the business. You must have adequate knowledge. People will take advantage of it. These so-called people that you think are your friends or somebody from church, they will show you Niger. So you must have, adequate knowledge about the business yourself. You must have time. Because if you don't have time, they'll cheat you. There's no two ways about it. And then I always say that if you want to invest in a farm, make sure you can fence the place. Because until this our herdsmen issue is totally resolved, just make sure the place is fenced, or else you're just investing, like fetching water with a basket. No matter how much you pour water into it, you're just wasting that energy. There's no guarantee that you go away with anything from there. Okay, so I had a staff that was always going to check, you know, what was going on in the farm. And then he went there once and he saw them there. He took a picture showing them in the background. They were even, you know, telling him that why is he taking their picture? Because they don't go in, they go in numbers. They go in numbers, so he couldn't challenge them. So he just took the picture, you know, as they were in, you know, like thousands of the animals and the people, you know, moving them. So I could see that those were the people, actually. So for distribution, so far, we got our NAFTA for like 6 of our products last year, towards the end of last year. So we've been trying to sell to the supermarkets. So but the challenge now is that there's some supermarkets that, you know, when you supply them and they sell, before you get your money out, it takes a while. So because of that, you have to shine your eye and be very careful. Because I heard that some supermarket that over a year, if you won't get your money out, so one has to be careful. You know, but we're in a number of places. We're at Araba's Homemade. It's a restaurant, and they do bakeries and all that. So we have our honey and our sea salt there. Then we have Farm Shoppy. It's on the Bagada Expressway, the filling station there. There's Ayaba's Healthy's store also in Bagada Phase 2. And then there's Tonison Supermarket in Ebute Metta. We plan to extend to more places, so working on that. We're also talking to them at Amazon Farms in Ikoyi. But we have our personal shop inside the Bagada General Hospital, Shop 12, Bagada General Hospital. So basically, the plan is to, you know, extend to more supermarket. And what we actually just joined some platforms, e-commerce platforms like Jumia and Flutterwave. You know, we intend to join more before the end of the year so that people can actually order from out of Lagos and then they do the delivery, which is the advantage of e-commerce.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization.
The simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us.
What led you to the good old days?
I realized that they lack sense of history. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history.
Timeless conversations.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Good morning and you're welcome to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rume Paulson.
And my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Welcome to a very, very wonderful day. It's another 14th day.
The 13th day.
13th. Okay. Half a century is not a small thing. The 13th day of August 2024. We're so thankful that we are alive till today, no matter the challenges. We are going to surmount them and emerge victorious.
Amen to that. All right, on today's breakfast, you'll be looking at several hot topics, one of which Shaibu impersonating deputy governor, that is being said by the Edo State government. Another is bombing of APP Secretariat, a threat to democracy, that is being said by IPAC. We'll also be taking global stories that made it to our national dailies this morning, as well as some top trending stories. But first, let's check out our quote of the day. The art challenges the technology, and the technology inspires the art. And that is by John Lasseter, who was director. And he says this morning, the art challenges the technology, and the technology inspires the art. Quite explanatory.
Okay, well, what I understand from that is the imagination of the arts world is what inspires technology. It makes technology sit up to say, you know what, this thing that we have seen in this novel, in this poem, in this whatever it is, let's see how we can make it work. I'm sure there was some write-up about people who flew before aeroplanes were invented. There were some people who used cell phones before cell phones were invented, and all those ones, things that appear to be abstract in the art world are translated into the practical in the technological world. And the art keeps evolving so that technology can keep pace, and technology keeps keeping pace with the art world.
I think they work hand in hand.
Yes, it's symbiotic. You give me this, your imagination, I translate it into the practical world and all that. So
yeah, I think like movies in the past, they used to have these slim phones, and as of that time, they were like telephone boxes. But you see these mobile phones that are being used, and you're wondering how. But look at today, where are we? Technology has been able to do that. And I can only imagine what the next few years is going to be, what we're going to do with technology. And of course, it's always going to get its inspiration from art. And the same way art is going, because most movies now, they're using technology, your cameras, everything you're using right now, even having to stream. It seems like it was impossible before. Like you needed to have an antenna and set the antenna properly, you know, in your house, and you say, is it showing, is it showing? Do you understand?
I remember
but now, look at that, look at how we have technology at our fingertips and the things that we can do with it. So it's always going to inspire the art. The art is always going to challenge technology that we want more, do something more so that we can keep, you know, getting better as well.
Just imagine this thing. Can it be done? You just imagine it and leave it there, and technology will now get the challenge and say, okay, let's try to do it.
Yeah.
I read novels in the 80s that things were just funny because they seemed like they were never going to be real. Today, it seemed like those are backward technologies even that have happened. So it's a good thing that there's imagination, there's creativity, having this very good relationship and bringing us to where we are.
All right, let's move over to our top trending stories. The first one says local government chairmen, councillors to enjoy 4-year tenure, and that is by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has mandated a 4-year tenure for all local government chairmen and councillors, aligning their terms with those of local government executives. Justice Mohammed Garba criticized states for undermining local government autonomy, leading to a failure in performing constitutional duties. The ruling underscores that local governments should have political and financial independence as guaranteed by the Constitution. The decision aims to prevent the illegal truncation of elected officials' terms and ensure adherence to constitutional provisions for local government governance. Your take, please.
Well, 4 years, if it's three tiers of government and they say we should all be thinking about equality or fairness or something, if the president is taking 4 years, the governor 4 years, why not the local government chairman and councillors take 4 years? So,
and I think it would even help with knowing, like, it will help with the cycle. So if they can do it, that everybody starts, you know, wherever you are, for each state, when you have the state governor, the local government chairmen are also appointed, and everybody would, you know, round up their cycle at the same time.
I'm not sure it will ever happen where the governor and the local government chairman will be elected at the same time. First of all, INEC, even if it's INEC conducting the election, they cannot do it at the same time from state to local government. And even if it is the state that is conducting it, they cannot clash. So there will never be a time where that will happen. But I'm glad that at least they're getting their 4 years. I was wondering why they had to do 3 years. Like, you know, I think it used to be 4 years or something.
Yeah,
maybe I didn't remember.
I think it used to be.
So now it changed to 3 years, and now it's back to 4 years. So I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I think that's the way to go, because if we're even talking about autonomy, then it should be in all areas. Yeah, it shouldn't just be some parts. And
for 3 years, it was like, okay, let me install my boy, empower him for 3 years, and you'll be loyal so much so that you're thinking that, okay, after these 3 years, I should be aspiring for something better. So let me be loyal enough and let my Oga do whatever he wants.
Maybe
but
I
if
can
you
go
have
to
4
the
years,
House of Reps or become a senator or something.
So now you know you have 4 years. Even if your political career ends there, you think you will make an impact.
Yes, you want to make an impact, you know, in your community. All right.
Okay, so police trailed Sudan crisis-linked suspect to Labour House. That's according to the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, who revealed that a suspect linked to the Sudan crisis was traced to a shop within the Nigerian Labour Congress building, though the raid was not targeted at the NLC leadership. Egbetokun emphasized that the police's role is to manage protests, not protest themselves, and expressed concerns about protests mobilized via social media, citing the potential for violence. The IG mentioned that the police are undertaking farm patrols in the northeast to boost farmer confidence and address the complex security economic challenges in Nigeria. Egbetokun also addressed efforts to address corruption within the police, stating that the force reflects broader societal issues, but committing to removing bad elements from the system.
When I saw this story yesterday, I chuckled a little bit because I said, is that what it is? I remember the NLC leaders coming out to say, you know, their headquarters was invaded. I think it was being said that it was DSS at the time. DSS came out to say, no, we're not the one. And then it was said that it was obviously government officials. So who are these people? Now the police is saying that, no, we're not targeting you. Somebody just happened to run into your building. We had to come there. And I heard that there were some vital documents that were being taken.
Yeah, maybe the Sudanese brought them.
So I'm like,
I don't know. Yeah, because how do you trace somebody to NLC building, and then in the course of trying to arrest him, you invade that place? Did they arrest him? They said that he was even planning to disrupt the peace in Nigeria, not only Sudan. So when did he enter Nigeria? When did he start hatching this plan?
Who stamped his passport?
Yes, how did he enter this country in the first place and all that? And you said he went to hide in NLC building or something, because I don't understand. If you're seeking asylum in Nigeria, will it be in NLC building?
No, of course not.
I don't know. Things are not adding up.
I chuckled a little because I'm like, I don't know, something
At
is
the end of the day, he
up.
threatened us and said that if you know the information we know, you won't even go out on the streets to protest. If you have the information, arrest those people and arrest whatever the threat might be before even it gets to the streets. And the reason for giving a notice of protest is so that you can prevent it if it is possible. And now you've been given notice. You said we know some people who are trying to cause trouble in it, and you're not arresting them. And even after the protest, we've not seen anybody being arrested as the one who was planning in those days. Only the people at the protest grounds were arrested.
Yeah.
You see,
but no brain behind this to
stray bullets, even when they said they were not shooting anything apart from tear gas. But there were stray bullets that killed people from the army and possibly from the police. So I don't know. whatever it is, let them tell us.
All I'm going to say is something is not adding up. And I feel like at this point, we need to be accountable for our actions. It's just coming out to say, this is what has happened. If you need to tender an apology, because I think the NLC was also demanding for an apology.
Yeah.
If you need to tender an apology, do that and, you know, move on with it. But when you're coming, making several excuses that doesn't add up, I'm like, But okay. Our final top trending story, youth indispensable partners in achieving national security, and that is being said by the IG of Police, Olukaide Egbetokun, who pledged to protect the rights, promote welfare, and support the growth and development of Nigeria youths during Nigerian Police Force Youth Conference, marking International Youth Day 2024. Egbetokun emphasized that youths are crucial in driving social change, redesigning security, and the architecture and advancing sustainable development, highlighting their role as indispensable partners in national security. The conference, themed Enhancing Nigeria Youth Value for National Security Intelligence, was organized in collaboration with UNESCO and aimed to create a platform for dialogue and collaboration between the police and Nigerian youths. Egbetokun underscored the importance of harnessing the energy and creativity of young people to build a safer and more prosperous Nigeria, emphasizing the police commitment to supporting and empowering youths as agents of change. Well, I think this is definite, quite definite. There's no way you can say you want to build a nation without the youths, because of course they have this creativity, they have the willpower most times, they have the energy, but at the end of the day, you need to also give them things that are incentives that would make them want to work for you or will make them want to even stay. Yesterday was International Youth Day, but if you look at the numbers of people who are moving away from Nigeria, majority of them are the youths. If you look at people who try not to even work in Nigeria, maybe they even live here, but they're having remote jobs from, other countries, most of them are the youths. So if you want to use that to your advantage, if you want to utilize the resources, the human resources that you have in the nation, then you have to start to look for things to give them incentives for them to stay, one, and for them to even, work here and do whatever you need. But if you're always going to give them the push factors to make them go away, then you're not really doing. All of this is just going to be something that we said, that we think it's nice to hear, but it's not being implemented.
Our parents planted some trees that they knew they were not going to live to enjoy, because they will start having fruits when they are dead and gone, because some trees last that long. That is what countries do that are thinking of the generation next, as it is. Because you have a plan, a 50-year plan, a 100-year plan. There are countries with over 200-year plans.
Yes.
So you're thinking about youths of the youths of the youths of the youths, because youth will have children, who will have children. So great-grandchildren, you're putting them in your plan. Everywhere in the world, is youths that bring change, whatever kind of change. It is youths that bring independence. It is youths that bring even change of government. Even if you're talking about a coup, which I'm not saying coup is coming by, but even if you're talking about coup, you think about the people. It's not the generals that planned the coup. It's the lieutenants and other junior officers that are younger that planned this coup. So youths are an agent of change. The more you integrate them into the society and integrate them into your policies, the better for your country. Because they have the energy, sometimes they have more time than the people who are aged, the us that are aged, and all that. So if you have high regard for the youths, your country will flourish. But what programs do we have in Nigeria that cover the youths per se? You will just wait for
head heat development, but really, what are they doing?
There's really nothing much, if there is anything, because if you're talking about the youth, you'll have to go with the trend.
Exactly.
Youths now are talking technology. Youths are in tech now. Youths are doing business and all that. How much have you made the place so conducive for them to be able to flourish in that your society?
Exactly.
So it's really
I feel it's not just something you come out to say, oh, we think you should be part of this. What are the measures? What are the policies? What are the things you're putting in place for these people? If you want to really have them, if you want to harness all of the potentials that they have, it cannot just be sayings. It has to, because it sounds like, oh, promises, promises, promises. In fact,
even the education you are supposed to give them, you're not giving them.
Yeah, so what are you really doing? And there are people that are moving away. It is quite alarming, the amount of people that leave Nigeria every single day. Do you know how many people are in the embassies right now as we speak, queuing up this morning because you're looking for visas to move away? And we're just sitting and doing nothing about it. The economy is crippling. There are so many things that are happening. And if you're saying that you want the youth, because guess what? The old people would leave at some point. It's the youths that would be here to make the nation move forward. If you're saying you want a progressive nation, you cannot have a progressive nation without getting the youths involved. So when the old people die, and death is not a bad thing, you just have to do your time and leave. But when the old people die, it's the youth that are going to remain.
When
and
the
they're
old
the ones
people
that
leave the scene.
Okay, when they leave the scene, and they're the ones that are going to instill, you know, all of these values into the younger ones. So what are you doing for your youths right now to make sure that in the next 50 years, in the next 100 years, Nigeria is still moving? And I think I always ask this question: what is the Nigerian dream? What is our goal? What is our plan? Where does Nigeria want to be in the next 100 years? I don't know, because nobody's saying anything. Instead, it seems like the Nigerian dream is to jackpot.
It's unfortunate that even at this point we have forgotten the labor of our heroes past, because that was in our national anthem that has been jettisoned now. So we're not talking about what our heroes, the labor of our heroes past was. We're just there singing Nigeria we hail thee. We want to go back to 1960s and have a reset of our brain. So it's fine. Let us go back. Let's go back to the Constitution of 1960. Let us go back to...
so that means we're starting from ground zero.
Yeah. And even at ground zero, we had pipe-borne water. But how many societies, how many states have pipe-borne water offered by the government? So if that's where we have to go, let's go.
And start again and just rebuild the nation. We might as well.
Yeah.
Might as well. All right, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather. When we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to look at the global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies this morning. And joining us to review the papers is Chris Kende Wandu, is a chartered arbitrator in the UK. Good morning, Chris. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, so I'm here. Good morning.
You really look like a barrister this morning.
Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning. Okay, so we'll be starting with the Punch, and the Punch leads with federal governors reach 3-month agreement on local government allocations. The writers here says government worried about 1990 era, 1990 era when local governments couldn't pay teachers, workers' salaries, and that is being said by the official. Well, there's a lot that's been happening with the local governments, especially with the autonomy of the local governments. Before now, it was said that the state governors were the ones that, ruled the affairs of the local governments, had the money, disbursed it how they wanted. But now we're seeing where the local governments will have their own financial autonomy, and then they're getting allocations as well. So what do you think about this now that the government is worried, saying at some point the local government could not pay workers? Is there going to be a repeat of this? Because some people are saying that there can be an abuse of power with the local governments.
Well, the period we are talking about, we didn't have draft agencies like EFCC and ICPC then. Now, if you understand what I mean, but now we have draft agencies like ICPC and the EFCC, and even NFIU as it were. And so the local government will be on serious scrutiny of the graft agencies. There are going to be direct allocations, and whatever is allocated to the local government be well known to everybody. And I want to, let me even use this opportunity to say that in the past, we used to see where allocation to state were published in national newspapers. They have stopped doing that for whatever obvious reasons. Now, I think we should be able to resume that and call for that. That is the job of NGOs, and to call for that so that we know what comes to each local government, just like each state. And that can be tracked. So local government chairman will be held accountable, irrespective of whatever happens. So I think it is a different ballgame in that. And the AGF has come out to say that any local government chairman that misuse, displace allocations were to be dealt. Just like, and you know, the beauty of it is that unlike governors, local government chairmen don't have any minutes. You can be arrested at any given time and prosecuted for any wrongdoing. So if, for whatever reason, if their governors are trying to prefer the amount allocated to local government, it's now for them to cry out and say it as it were. But it will be difficult to do because all these local government chairmen are just stooge of the governors because they are the ones that pick them and appoint them. So it's either you want to be on the side of the people or you ship out. But the local government autonomy is what we're clamoring for. There will be no reason why local government cannot be able to function as it's supposed to function as established in the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You know, you have 3 tiers. We have the federal government, we have the state government, and we have local government. And there are areas that are located to local government, things they ought to do, market, primaries, especially primary school, because that is where the problem has always been. Local government, because local government are finding it difficult to pay salaries of primary school teachers, that was why it was taken over by the, given by the state government governors to take up the responsibility and also prefer this monument to local government. But now, all those local small roads within my village, it is the job of the local government and other roles that have been assigned to them. So nobody will have any excuses within the local government not to be able to deliver on the promises that they made to That's my personal opinion.
This may not be on some of the papers, but we also have information that the local government executive are to take 4 years tenure as well. Do you think it will help in accountability and this autonomy that we're talking about, knowing that they can serve up to 4 years without any problems?
Yes, if we can stop the issue of appointing technical committees and making sure that all government executive employment are elected like the governor as well. I don't have any problem with getting 4 years. After all, the president gets 4 years, the governor from the central government from getting 4 years. But the problem is that although the Supreme Court has abolished the issue of caretaker committees, and the only idea that I personally still don't think is necessary is the clamor for INEC to conduct local government election. If there are more better ways of creative way of getting this, making this election possible, fine. Because the idea that you say you want to get involved is already starting with so much responsibility. Ask yourself, the national and the state election that INEC conducted, how well have they covered themselves in good group as it were? They are lacking. We saw what happened during the last election, both at the presidential and national assembly election. Even the governorship elections, we see that close to about 75 to 80% of elections conducted by INEC is always end up at the tribunal, at the tribunal or courts. And at the end of it, most of them are known. Then you come to ask yourself, what is the place of INEC as an unbiased arbitrator when it comes to elections? So aligned with what we have at the general election. The time we're having we have it during the time of the general election where we have president, presidential election, governorship election. That we also have the local government. Some days apart. But I don't see any problem. But as I've said, the problem with the state election, the local government election, is the State Independent Electoral Commission, which are practically under the ambit of the governors. There is no state in Nigeria where you see a local government election is conducted without the ruling party in the state having 100% of that election. That is a sign of worry for me, because that means that, are you saying that there are no other political party in that state? No, it's not definitely not possible. Something is wrong somewhere.
All right, so another story here on the Punch says protest inflation top as Council of State meets today. With the protest that happened a few days ago, do you think that now they understand the severity of things? Maybe before they did not really understand what people are going through, but now they kind of do, whereby this is top priority. And do you think we'll be seeing any changes with the state of the economy anytime soon?
Well, if there's anything that protests have achieved, it is bringing to the fore the agitation by Nigerians to bring to our government, both at the federal and state level, that, as we say in Lagos Parliament, that a being power, hunger they kill us. So, a being power. If the government, through their spokespersons or the president, through his aides, are not telling him the truth, because most of them are not, you see that these aides are just psychopaths who just tell the president or the governors as what they want to hear. And that is why I always question most of these aides that are appointed by the president, by governors. They are just yes. All they do is to just curry the ego of the president and just tell him what he wants to hear, rather just putting him in the know, because they think that if they say the truth, then their job is at stake. But if the president hadn't heard before, hadn't seen, the protests are brought to the fore that Nigerians are hungry. And he said in his broadcast that he has had them loud and clear. Although to me, that broadcast was a total waste of time. The president didn't use it to address the basic issues, which was the agitation in terms of hunger by Nigerians. He was talking about his achievement and what he has done in the past 1 year. Yes, not as much as telling us what you have done in the past 1 year. The basic question is that how has that improved the life of Nigeria? How has that brought cash in my pocket? How has that improved the price of rice, beans, gari, whatever, apple, or whatever it is, food item, which is what Nigerians are crying. Nigerians are not talking about you giving the CNG buses, or that the economy has grown, or that you are a student loan. Those are not the issue. The basic issue as far as Nigerians are concerned, that they are able to bring down the cost of food, because a hungry man is an angry man as it is. So those are the issues for me. And so for that protest achieved its aim. The only aspect of it I didn't like, which was part of the problem issues raised by security agents and some other individuals, is being hijacked by certain individuals. They are selfish. You see the looting going on that went on in this north. But that in itself also brought us some fundamental issues, which is the level of poverty in the north. Until the leaders in the north rise up to the occasion and tackle this issue squarely, they are sitting on a time bomb, because from what I saw during that protest, it's so obvious that things are even far better in the south than in the north. And there's nothing done about this, the poverty level in the north, the out of school children in the north, their majority system in the north. Then, sooner than later, something is going to give. And I continue to say that, despite the fact that the protests have come down, the government said that they don't know who's behind it, although most of them came out to say we are behind it. If we think that with the protests have been nipped in the bud, all well and good, but the agitations will continue. Government does not or did not address those issues raised during the protests. I mean, you can rest assured that the next one will be very organic, that might not change this one that they gave notice. That one might just be a total organic protest that the government might not be able to. So I hope that as the FEC meets, at the federal government meets, and even at the regional level, the state, let them address the issue of poverty in the land and hunger. If that is not addressed, then we still have no problem before us.
Okay, Chris, I've heard you loud and clear. Since you said that the president...
You
said the president had them loud and clear. So me, I've heard you loud and clear. We in the studio have heard you loud and clear. But you did mention CNG buses, and we just heard that, in fact, all the newspapers carried it, that he commissioned 30 CNG buses. That's almost 1 year after the promise was made at COP28.
Last year it started in November, I think November 30th to December maybe 13th or so. So he has commissioned 30 now for the entire Nigeria. So if we are to give one to a state,
some states will probably not have.
It will be, okay, we'll have only 30 states. That means 6 other states will not have it at the Federal Capital Territory. So this is where we are now. But do you think this is the beginning of promises fulfilled?
I don't know if you agree about the CNG buses that has taken the federal government over 1 year to be able to achieve after the president promised that. But the state just here. I've provided CNG buses in over 7 months now or 8 months. If you are within this, the Lagos Ibadan Expressway access, and I'm talking from Mowe Ibadan down to Bega, even to Odota, you will see large CNG buses owned by the state government. Theirs have been, so I've seen it with my colleague. In fact, I didn't know it was the state until I started making it.
I've ordered one myself, so I can't say that authoritatively.
Yes, you would have seen it. Those CNG buses have been operated. So I don't know the big deal about President coming out to launch 30 buses. These are promises that have been made. And I've said it time and time remember that is not the problem. That is not the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem is that we have to get into agriculture. Not only so many people cannot even afford to enter those buses as well. So many Nigerians are trekking now. And it's a fact. They cannot fit. So many Nigerians cannot fit. Where I think we should be able to channel our attention now is making sure that food flood the market, either through importation or making sure that we produce more and providing security for farmers. Because part of the problem is that farmers cannot even go to the farm. And that is a fact. And our security agents have been saying, oh, things have been put, oh, everywhere is okay. Just a few days ago, over 30 people were killed in, is it not Benue State or so? Over 30 people were killed in Benue State. And the same thing is going on in, I know Benue is the food basket of the nation. So we have to channel our effort on making sure that we produce enough at a short. What we need now is what we call short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions to some of this problem, and especially in the area of food. And that is where I think this is. So good, CIG buses, well, all well and good. But how many buses do we have? How many we wait? Lagos alone, if we put 5,000 buses in Lagos alone, 5,000 buses, it will not solve the transportation problem in Lagos, talk less of the whole of Nigeria that we are launching. The government promised, and I hope that it's not just say, okay, we have promised you buses. We are seeing the bus, we are commissioning it, and there's so much fun about it. I said earlier on, there is no big deal about what the government is doing with CNG buses. Ogun State, that I have seen with my own Korokoro eye, have been running CNG buses at a very, very reduced prices for people of Ogun State. I can tell you.
Well, the good thing is from that story, the good thing from that story is that these buses were produced locally by Innocent Motors. So I loved that fact. And if it's going to continue and all the ones that we're going to have will be produced locally, that means employment, that means more money to us and all that. So that's the good thing I took out of it. But like I said, I've bought one of these buses. Not once, not twice. I bought buses anyway. So yesterday, they had to, what I noticed was that the people who are even hanging on the buses, so to speak, are just like the trains in India that carry people more outside than the ones that are inside. That's what is happening because it is relatively cheap. And then they had to go to a filling station or a gas station somewhere in Ogun State, close to Ibafo, and their excuse was that in the whole of Lagos that they go to from Ogun State, there is no gas station that they can refuel as it is. So if we are bringing CNG buses, where are they going to be refueling? Where are they going to be getting the gas from and all that? I understand it's quite cheap. I think a kg is 300 or 200 naira. It's quite cheap. So that much is good. But how much are we prepared to even take on these CNG buses and make life better for ourselves? It's a question that we keep asking ourselves, and I don't know what the answer will be to that.
Well, I don't know what the answer will be, but the fact remains that if it comes to gas, we have one of the highest deposits of gas in the entire world. Our gas deposit is very, very, very high, very, very, very high, and it's top notch. Some of the best in the world. So for us to be able to harness it, and as you rightly said, where are people going to recharge these CNG buses? It was like what happened some few months back, where I saw a Tesla car breaking down on Third Mainland Bridge. You know what a Tesla car is? And I saw.
I mean, what I will have to charge it.
You see those Tesla cars when they use electric.
Yeah.
So as I was just driving past with my Ketu, I saw a Tesla car breaking down in front, on top Mainland Bridge. And that's what this is a towing van trying to tow it and raising it up and towing it. And so people say, the man has seen it before he comes out, you know, if you get NEPA no get line, you don't get generator no work. So you don't charge the car where. So the car, finally when they go to Mainland Bridge, no electricity to power it. But that's on the lighter movement. I hope the government said that they're establishing most of these gas stations across. I think it goes beyond just the government. What the government should do is give the enabling environment so that we can also have private individuals queuing into this. Just like you have private, what do you call it yet, independent marketers as filling stations. That's why you have, apart from having NNPC, you see that you have private companies, the Mobi, the Total, and rest of them. Those are private individuals or private companies. So it is not just about the government established, because how many will they be able to establish? They said about 3 in each state. When you say about 3 in each state presently, as it were, how many people are going to be able to go there to be able to get it? So we need to flood, make sure that we have as many rechargeable areas for the CNG gases before we can fully go into that. But it's something I heard, I don't know how true it is. I was reading somewhere that those buses can run on both CNG and also diesel. I don't know how true it is. If that is the case, then all well and good. Because it means that if you get to a point that you don't even get gas, you can as well just switch back to diesel, which is even the much more expensive version of it. This is more expensive than even petroleum.
I talked with a commercial bus driver about it, and he had CNG on his bus, one of these yellow buses, and he showed me a switch that you could just switch easily to gas or to petrol. So that much is true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I read it somewhere. I don't know how to. I've never used it.
It's true.
If that is the case, all well and good. But we need to be able to pump out as much. You know, there used to be this. I don't know which of the government did the mass transit. Started the mass transit buses in those days. I don't know whether it was Jonathan or I don't know who it was. It was really heavy. It was really heavy. If you come to Lagos and see the number of those mass transit buses, they were practically everywhere. The alternative is if you cannot get a bus, you just take the mass transit, and it was working. And I saw it so many places in Abuja and others. So, but the way it is, the fact remains that we will have the capacity in this time that we have limited funds. Well, the question you ask yourself, where are we going to get money to flood the market with this? And that is why we are for, let's say, time and time. Personally, the decision by the government to remove the subsidy on petroleum was too hasty. That is what has gotten us where we are. And it's not too late for us to go back to where we are coming from. If the report coming out is saying that we're already paying subsidy, you remember vividly that a few weeks ago, we said on this program that one of the people also said that we are paying about 770 billion naira monthly on subsidy. The government have not come to debunk that. So who is fully who?
Well, I think it's important that we have a transportation system that works. So we might not be able to flood the market with a lot of buses, but even the ones that we have, we can be able to utilize them. I don't think 30 CNG buses will make any difference, but let's just start from there. There's a story here on the Daily Trust. This was one of our top trending stories this morning, and it says police trailed Sudan crisis mastermind to Labour House, and that is by the IG of police, Kayode Egbetokun. So they had said that this man was the mastermind of Sudan crisis, and he had moved to a shop in the headquarters of the Labour Union. However, they trailed him there to arrest him. I don't know how they carted away with some vital documents, but what's your comment on this? Do you think this is just an excuse or just something they're saying to sweep what had happened with the Labour Union, saying that their headquarters was invaded by the government officials?
I have no problem with security agencies doing their job and trying to arrest those that they term as security risks, as it were. I have no problem with that. That is their right. That is their right. That is what the Constitution has given them to be able to deal with issues of internal security. But my problem is that when the police did this, they did not come out clean to state that they did it until NLC started raising their bar and shouting. Remember vividly when this news first broke, all over the media, it was said that it was DSS. And that is why I always pity the DSS, because if anything happens, any of this issue happens, the first thing that happens is to point accusing fingers at DSS, because the security agencies don't come out clean. And people are accusing, it was said that it was DSS that raided the Labour House, and until DSS came out to say, no, we are not the one, we are not part of that. It was then that police finally came out to say, oh, yes, we did. We went there and we are tracing. So that even goes to show that the police doesn't know, because I doubt if the person they are looking for, they've arrested. That means they don't even have the intel that they needed, because if you have the intel, you would have followed through and make sure that you would have traced the person you are looking for, making sure that he is at that facility at the time you are going to arrest him, and you pick him up. Not going in the middle of the night when they close the place and the same thing happened. You remember when the editor of, was it First News or was that the newspaper? I think it was First News. That young man, the editor, was picked up, and for days, the DSS was accused of being the brain behind it, and until the DSS came out also to say, no, we are not the one. It was finally that he was finally traced to the facilities of the military. So I think that I believe that our security agencies, especially the Nigerian police, should be able to come out clean on issues like this, so that there's no level of suspicion. And that is why I've always said that there must not be a disconnect between the people and our security agencies, especially police, so that people can volunteer information. Every security agency across the world work through intelligence and collaboration with states. If you have got the kind of intel you need, you would have been able to penetrate that place and be able to get the information you need, so as to be able to pick up the person you want to pick. Not that going around, you don't even know where you went from downstairs, you went to the second floor, and you were going around breaking it down. To me, for now, I don't think the police have done what they need to is to apologize to NLC and also own up to the fact that they were able to forgo this. Until I see the person they say they are looking for, then it is very difficult for me to be able to, despite the fact that the IGP yesterday came out to give reason why they have to move into Labour House, as it were.
But will it be out of place, Chris, by law, to inform the people whose house you are going to raid because of a suspect? Or is it that the police does not trust anybody in Labour because they could have informed, even if it's the president of NLC or anybody high up there, that we are coming into your house, this is the intelligence we have? Is it out of place just because it's security?
There are two ways to it. Before the police can search your house, it needs a court warrant. The police, for whatever reason, need a court warrant to be able to come into your house and search your house, and they armed with that court warrant. Most often than not. But there are instances where, if they believe that there are serious threats to national security or security, they might not just give you the information that they want to come out. They might just decide to come. It is their job. And so it's a two-way team as far as I'm concerned. On this particular matter, I feel that the police could have done the needful. That is why I said, if there's any level of suspicion, then their intel, they're supposed to work on their intel properly and make sure that what they are looking for, who they are looking for, is at that point in time, and you make sure that you just pick up the person and do whatever you want to do. But in a situation where you just decide to go to the place at night, you say you are having some suspicion and you wear masks and the rest of them, I don't know how that pans out. But the police have the right to be able to go to any place at any given point in time. If there's thing that they say, let me give you a practical example. If there's, you know of somebody that want to bomb a place or want to burn certain areas, and you know that he's ready to strike, you don't need to go. You don't want the police. You don't need a court warrant to go and tell the person, "I'm coming to search your place." They move in immediately and try to leave it. But constitutionally, if you're as a person, it's an accused, and the police want to come and arrest you, that is when it comes to arrest, the police are supposed to come with a court warrant to be able to arrest you.
Yeah,
that is what the law says.
I think it has to do with the peculiarity of the case and the situation.
In this particular one, I'm not sure if that was the case.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, this is where we have to wrap it up on this segment. Chris, we want to say thank you for coming. Always a pleasure reviewing the papers with you. Thank you so much.
My people, have a wonderful day.
You too, sir. Have an amazing day. All right, we're speaking with Chris Kehinde Wonder. He's a chartered arbitrator in the UK, and we've just been taking global stories that made it to our headlines this morning. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic that talks about the Edo State government. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. The Edo State government has accused Philip Shaibu of impersonating the deputy governor, despite a recent court ruling that reinstated him. The court's decision, which declared Shaibu's impeachment illegal, is currently under appeal. Edo State Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nehikari, stated that Shaibu should not be recognized as the deputy governor, and any official correspondence from him should be considered forgery. The Edo State government and the Edo House of Assembly have filed for a stay of execution of the court's ruling and are seeking orders to prevent Shaibu from acting as deputy governor until the appeal is resolved. The status quo remains that Omobayo Marvelous Godwin is the official deputy governor of Edo State, and security agencies have been advised to monitor and address any potential breaches of peace related to Shaibu's actions. Now, joining us to discuss this is Elvis Asia, is a legal practitioner from Edo State. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the program.
All right, so just bring us up to speed with what is happening in Edo State right now. We know that Shaibu has been reinstated as the deputy governor, but there seemed to be a clash because we have one that was installed when Shaibu was, well, impeached, but now that is back. What is happening now? Just take us up to speed.
Well, last month, the Federal High Court declared the impeachment of Philip Shaibu as unconstitutional. And, we have said that that judgment, was well-founded law. But immediately after the judgment, the Edo State government, Edo State House of Assembly, filed an application seeking to stay the execution of the judgment. They also, of course, before that, filed a notice of appeal. Now, the convention generally in legal practice is that when that happens, once you have filed an appeal, an application for stay, it is expected that the court will not enforce that judgment until that application for stay is considered. Now, but there's other considerations, in law. You look at what are the nature of the judgment in the instant case, being a declaratory judgment. First, let me mention that the mere filing of the application for stay of execution does not amount to a stay of execution. It's because there are very special circumstances the court will consider before determining whether to grant that application or not. So it's something you have to prove, you have to establish. There are some facts you have to establish to be entitled to a stay. So the application alone does not amount to a stay. But conventionally, the court will not take steps to assist you to enforce the judgment until that application is considered. And that makes sense because look at it. If you have gotten a judgment and somebody has filed an application for stay, if the court goes ahead to enforce it, what happens after hearing the application for stay? Then are you going to bring back the person? So that's a convention, and that convention makes sense. But like I said, a declaratory judgment on the other hand, mainly just say, look, this is what the law is. this is right, this is wrong, as it was declared in the case of Shaibu. And so, in the eyes of the law, Shaibu, is deputy governor. But like I said, the court is not going to lend its aid to the enforcement of the judgment until the application that was filed by the state government is considered. But for considering the fact that the judgment itself is declaratory, it's really not a judgment that you need sheriffs or courts, or that you need the police to go and enforce. It is a judgment that declares the correct position of the Constitution with regards to the impeachment of a deputy governor. And so that judgment is, in my view, automatic. In terms, there's nothing to enforce. It's automatic. It just declared the state of the law. And so, whether or not the application for stay that has been filed now can prevent the Philip Shaibu from saying he's deputy governor is something that is subject to debate. Yes, being able to exercise the powers of the deputy governor on the basis of the judgment can be an issue because, of course, that constitutionally the deputy governor is really more like an appendage to the governor. It doesn't really have a constitutional role. It's what the governor tells you to do that you do as deputy governor. And it's going to be difficult for you to go to the office, do anything that attaches to your office. But in the eyes of the law, in my view, he remains deputy governor.
Okay, but let's look at, now it's almost like it's neither here or there, but because, yes, you say in the eyes of the law he's the deputy governor, but practically he may not be the deputy governor because the governor is making a pronouncement that he's now, he's not just a usurper, he's impersonating the actual deputy governor. How would you assess this statement of the governor in view of the fact that a judgment has been given, no matter whether, like you said, whether there's been an application for stay of action or not?
Well, I don't know whether it's correct to say he's impersonating. I think the facts would determine whether or not he's impersonating. It's the governor. The government has merely alleged that. I don't know whether he has signed documents, whether he has sought to use money or whatever it is. So, saying that he's impersonating something that is subject to proof. But like I said, I don't see anything in law that stops him from saying he's deputy governor, which is what he has said. But if he now, like I said, until the application that was filed by the government is determined, practically, giving effect to the judgment will be an issue for him, and he can't practically enforce it. But I don't see anything that he has done that should be interpreted to mean he has flouted the law in terms of merely saying that he's deputy governor, and in the eyes of the law, he's deputy governor. It's been declared by the court. It's a declaration. It's not something that you want to go use belief or the police to go and enforce. It's a declaration of rights. As it stands today, that has been declared.
But when he was removed, his security details were taken away from him. I'm sure his salary was stopped and all that. At this point, he is entitled to, by your assessment, he's entitled to having his security details again and his entitlements as deputy governor. Is that it? Because it seems like the game here is, let's delay the judgment until after election, which is coming up in, I think, November or so. So it's just a few months away from
in fact,
today.
you have just taken the word out of my mouth. This is mere political power play. Because he has moved to the APC, and there's fear that if he is allowed to function as deputy governor, obviously there's some political advantage that might give to the APC, and I believe that is what the governor and the Edo government is trying to prevent. I feel the pause of the deputy governor legally, not because nobody really supports any of them, but I feel that his pause legally, because what they are trying to do right now is that use this application to tie down the matter until the expiration of this tenure. And from the experience we have had with other deputy governors, usually the succeeding government that will eventually pay his due allowances, salaries, and all of that. It's going to be very difficult for the governor to allow him to enjoy those benefits, because it's more like an ego thing. The governor feels defeated, we feel defeated, and he's not going to allow that, which is wrong, actually, because we all should be submissive and subject to the law and not to our personal egos, our personal idiosyncrasies, which we see manifesting in Edo State. So you are right that it's going to be very difficult for him to have access to all of those, security, the salaries and other benefits that accrue to the office, perhaps until the application is determined. This also brings to the fore the challenges we are having with the judiciary. For an application of this nature, one would have thought that the application will be treated with some urgency. It's going to a month now since that application was filed. Today is 13, I believe it was filed on the 18th or 17th of thereabout. One would have thought that by now that application would have been considered in the interest of not just in the interest of justice, but in the interest of good governance. I mean, right now we're having issues as to who is deputy governor, who is not the deputy governor.
So do you think this is a decoy just to also make sure that they delay as much as possible till November, even from the justice system as well?
Obviously, that's it. Even if the court refuses, even if the court of appeal refuses the application, I can assure you that on the same day they will file another one at the Supreme Court or wherever. Basically just to make sure that he doesn't smell that office until the expiration of the tenure of this administration. That's basically that's the goal, and which is why I'm not happy with the judiciary, not with the judge, because as a lawyer you feel for the judges. Given the kind of system that we are operating, too many cases, and the fact that you have fewer judges, and in these cases, a judge will have 50 cases on a day. So how do you expect a quick dispensation of justice under that kind of system? Because this kind of case, one would have thought that it would easily be dispensed with in order to ensure that both parties, rights are settled way before. You cannot keep people hanging in cases like this. But unfortunately, we're having that situation, and the losing party in most litigations always hang on that, and which is what Edo State government is hanging on. And it is not right, because particularly when the courts have declared an action unconstitutional, that's a serious issue. And it's expected that it will be treated with dispatch, and that application is considered whether or not the court wants to grant it. But I know that it's going to be very difficult for a court to grant an application for stay of execution, but it's been filed. But so it should be determined quickly, so that Philip Shaibu would perhaps get some benefit of whatever is left of the tenure. But politically, they want to make sure that he doesn't get it, and they're going to continue to file applications until the end of this administration.
Well, that brings to the question the judicial system and the challenges therein, because you just mentioned, how can a judge have 50 cases? Even 20 cases is a big thing in a day. It shouldn't be. What are the bottlenecks that are militating against having more judges in Nigeria? Let's digress a little bit to that, because
the truth of the matter is that I'll tell you, and I want to be clear. The judiciary, as we have it today, is a joke. Really, it's not really interested in any justice. It cannot serve the purpose of justice. It cannot fix the challenges that people are facing. And so what you have in court today is basically people fighting over whether or not the court has jurisdiction. Federal court, is it the federal court that has jurisdiction? Is it the state? There are so many cases, and a judge on a day will have, like I said, 40, 50 cases. And when you have that, what really can you do? How many cases are you going to be able to handle properly? And so when one of the lawyers want to frustrate the process, asks for an adjournment, files an application on the eve of the case, it's difficult for the court judge to investigate it, because at the end of the day, the judge is even tired already of all the cases that you have. And so the judicial system that we have, the legal framework establishing the judicial system as we have today, is a complete failure, and it requires a holistic revamping. You need to redo the system. It doesn't serve the purpose of justice at all. We have cases at the Court of Appeal, Federal High Court, wherever, for years. I have a fundamental application that I filed in 2018, and it's still pending at the Federal High Court. That is a shame, because fundamental right cases are supposed to be treated with dispatch. In fact, it's supposed to be an urgent matter for the court, based on the Constitution and the relevant rules that guides it. But today, we're 2019. This is 2024. I mean, how can you? So the system is structured to fail, and right now, and we have to tell ourselves the truth as lawyers, as judges, as government. Those in government who really wish to fix the system. That the system is not just a failure, but it's a joke. People go to court to joke today, not to do justice and the system as it stands now cannot guarantee any justice. And this is not the fault of any judge. This is not the fault of any judge, like I said. It is the fault of the legal framework that enables so many frivolities in the name of litigation, that enables so many unnecessary adjournments of cases. How can a judge be talking about hearing application for extension of time? It is a shame that in the 21st century, a judge will be hearing application for extension of time. A party files an application out of time. I mean, the rule says you should pay default fees and all of that. The rules should end at that. Once the default fee is paid and the registrar of the court satisfied that it has been paid, that should be enough.
Yes, we see all these challenges. We see all these challenges, but why are there no sufficient judges? Is it because lawyers are not there to be made judges, or is the criteria is too high, or what is it? Why do we have such few judges to take on 50 cases per day? It doesn't make sense.
The reason is very simple. Government does not prioritize justice. Government has not really given justice a priority. You see, when you anything you prioritize, you have the funds, you have the time, you have the resources to support. You know, what they will tell you is that you don't have resources, you have dilapidated structure. The Federal High Court in Lagos, for example, you know, they started building it since around 2009 or 2010. It's still under construction. You know, people, if you go to, anytime I go to Federal High Court, I will have BP throughout the night. Because in most cases, you are going to stand outside, or you're going to sit in some place that looks like a place where you go and train goats and sheep for a Federal High Court in Lagos. You know, so at the end of the day, the problem is that government has not prioritized justice. Justice is central to everything we do. It is what separates us from the state of nature. So it is what separates us from animals. But right now, it's more like an animal kingdom, because if you really want to ensure that there's modernity, there's justice, there's civilization, justice is key. Justice in all ramification. We haven't paid more attention to it. We haven't put in the required resources, the required funding, and even the way and manner we appoint judges does not serve the purpose of justice, because you see that there's a lot of opportunism, there's a lot of cronyism, there's a lot of politically induced appointments, and that all of these as combined to frustrate the system. So until we decide to prioritize justice, until we come to terms with the fact that justice is more than just delivering judgment, it permeates the entire system. It is what lubricates the system. You know, how can businesses grow? You have a business, for example, and actually it's 5 years, you are still in court. The goods at the port, a ship is, there's a ship at the port that is dead, that's been there, that would have everything on the ship will be damaged because you have a case in court. Until you prioritize justice, nothing's going to be done. This is not really about whether or not there are good lawyers who want to be judges, but the system is not. You have some sort of ceiling on the number of judges that can be appointed. And so that's because the government will say they don't have the fund. And then the infrastructure is not there. You don't have much judicial independence. Because after all, people, for access to justice, people pay. So one would have thought that all of these monies that we are collecting from litigants, will put it together and use it to ensure that you have a proper working system. As it stands now, I'm sorry, it's a joke. Government has to prioritize justice. All of us must come to terms to the fact that it is the center of any civilized society. But right now, I don't think we love civilization. We just want to wallow in this mess that we call a judiciary and then take the benefit of it. Because imagine our politicians are taking advantage. Bad people who want to game the system are taking advantage because they can easily file applications to stop proceedings. Some lawyers in the system, for example, who you say are good lawyers, the only thing they do is to game the system. So it's a systemic problem. So until you remove that system, and ensure that everybody focuses on fairness, justice, ensuring that there's expeditious disposal of cases, ensuring that those who come to court are treated with some respect. They're not just there because otherwise people will resort to self-help. Today what we have is that rather than going to court, people are going to the police to arrest people for civil cases because they feel that would be faster. You can't continue to have a system like that.
I think the justice system definitely needs like the overhaul pretty much, because I know that there was even something that was filed, but the court had thrown out the application to bar Nigerians from the hunger protests, in fact. So sometimes you just wonder what's going on, what are the judges doing, what kind of judgments are they, pronouncing. There just needs to be an overhaul in that. But I want to go back to Edo State and Shaibu. You had mentioned that he had been moved, he had gone to APC. Of course, you know that Edo State is kind of like being ruled by, in fact, the Niger Delta as a whole is really being ruled by the PDP. So do you think that there is, this whole party thing, there's a party play to it as well with all of this that's happening in Edo State?
Of course, I want to believe there's some party play. If you look at the campaign that's been going on in Edo State politics, you will see that strangely the APC has picked a candidate that cannot even speak for himself, that cannot come online on air, for example, to explain his programs. It will seem that they are relying on perhaps the federal might, in quotes. And so even this Philip Shaibu's recent attempt may also, you can't take it away politically. But the good thing today is that in Edo State, going into this election, there is a possibility that, whether PDP or APC will be off stage. We have a very viable candidate in other political parties like the Labour Party. That is also going to challenge them. We hope that, this politics of, everything is politicized. A simple thing that's a judgment of a court has now been politicized. A judgment of a court that declares an action clearly unconstitutional is being politicized. And so you now need the political might that you get from APC to assert yourself, which is what I think is happening with Philip Shaibu. And then the governor, on the other hand, is using his own power as governor, like he has done in the last couple of years, to muzzle up the system, arrogate everything to himself. It's not the right thing. It's not the right thing. So we in Edo State, I just hope that the people will look at all of this and comment through their votes.
Oh well, Philip Shaibu. I don't know how that is.
I mean, with our political system, there's just a lot happening. River State has their own squabbles that they're going through. We have Edo State as well. I just hope that at the end of the day, most of our politicians will understand that everything they do should be for the interest of Nigerians, not just for their own personal interest or ambition. Because what's happening in Edo State are egos clashing. Two different people, that's how it started, and now you're seeing it move over. Even now we're talking about the justice system. It has a ripple effect on a lot of things in Nigeria, which is quite unfortunate. So that's how one action can start to change, can have a cause of reactions even in other areas. And I hope that they understand what they are doing and make sure that Nigerians, the interests of Nigerians should be at the forefront of every single action that they take. Anyways, this is where we have to wrap it up on this segment right now. Thank you so much, Elvis, for joining us and sharing your valuable contributions. Thank you.
Thank you for having me on the program.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, we're speaking with Elvis Assia, as a legal practitioner joining us from Edo State. And we've just been talking about what is going on in Edo State. The Edo State government has said that Philip Shaibu was impersonating the deputy governor. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll be looking at our next hot topic, which talks about bombing of APP Secretariat, a threat to democracy, according to IPAC. Please stay with us.
Thanks for staying with us. The Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, condemned the bombing of the Action People's Party, APP Secretariat in Rivers State, labeling it a threat to democracy and political stability in Nigeria. IPAC urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to take decisive action against political violence and terrorism and called for a thorough investigation to identify and prosecute those responsible for the attack. The council criticized the perpetrators as desperate politicians undermining democratic values and warned against viewing politics as a do-or-die affair. IPAC appealed to all political parties and Nigerians to condemn the violence, promote peace, and support efforts to combat political extremism. To discuss this with us this morning is Bedford Berefa, a public affairs analyst. Good morning and welcome to the program, Bedford.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning.
First of all, is it not too premature to label these a political, an act of political violence? Because I'm not sure they have caught any culprit and they're still calling for investigation. Is it not too premature to call it political violence?
Well, you know that the Rivers State in recent history has been characterized with certain political turmoil. So every activity is usually categorized as political interference. Even the protest, you know, we're scared that political allies may adjust the process of the protest. You know, so everything in Rivers State currently now is attributed to politics due to the fragile state of the political inconsistencies as regards to structure and political loyalties. You see the events of things in Rivers State, it suggests to you that, you know, everybody wants to be on top gear, on top of their game, you know, in the politics. So everything is attributed to that. But for me, I think the government of today needs to sit up and, you know, do everything necessary to, you know, bring the culprits to book, because it's very, very true. It's premature to have attributed to politics, but as it were, due to the recent development in Rivers State, it is not far-fetched from the truth. However, the system needs to rejig and to really beef up every tenet of security, particularly political security and political parties that will participate in those in the local government election. It is very, very important that the security of the environment must be, you know, on top there.
Do you think they're making any headway with the investigation? Because now, if we're going to establish that, it's a bit premature for us to know what exactly is happening, or what exactly has happened, or who has done this. There needs to be thorough investigation. So do you think they're making headway with this?
Well, of course, the government of the day, Governor Sim Fubara, you know, is a man of peace. We all know, we can attest to that fact. But you know, of course, you know, the issue just happened, and I believe, I'm very, very sure, you know, that the security agencies are on top of it, you know, and people just want to make a molehill out of it. This can happen anywhere in the country. The government of the day is working assiduously to ensure that the culprits are brought to book. This is not the first time in Rivers State something of such is happening. Even security agencies, you know, policemen that were killed, as it were, you know, as time goes on, they unravel the mystery, and bounty is usually put on, you know, those that will, you know, fish out the culprit. And so in Rivers State, it is a testament that every evil deed, those that are perpetrators of this are usually brought to book. And this one cannot be any different. The government of the day is being, you know, anchored on, you know, peace and sustainability in Rivers. So on top of the matter, the security agents, I urge them to, you know, they are very possible best. You know, the detonator must be taken to lab and look at fingerprints and all of that. They have to ensure that this obvious incident, culprits are brought to book.
My concern is that there was a supposed bomb attack a long time ago, a few months ago, and then Rivers State government said that someone was caught or was seen in a hospital with burns, and they said that was the culprit that wanted to detonate a bomb in Rivers State because of political issues. Till now, we've not heard definitely any evidence that that is the guy who wanted to detonate a bomb, and how it is linked to the politics of Rivers State. Now another one has come, and APP is accusing, pointing accusing fingers at other political parties, maybe not necessarily only the PDP or APC, but other political actors, and saying that these are the ones that caused the bombing of their secretariat, which maybe after investigation may not be true. So is it safe for us to be throwing accusations carelessly like this at people and then not face any consequences?
It's very, very sad that that incident, that is one out of many incidents. Of course, you know, when an issue has happened, you know, suspects are apprehended, suspects are identified, and until that suspect is proven beyond reasonable doubt in a competent process to ascertain that is the person or such person is the culprit, you know, it's not safe to now say that is the culprit. So, of course, if an issue like that has happened, you know, the investigation is not one day, it's not 1 month. Certain investigation, you know, even take years to unravel, as it were. So, I believe it is not necessarily safe to say, but this is a political party. Secretariat that has been bombed, so of course it should be linked. It could be internal. It could be internal party internal crisis. It could be external forces. But of course, you know, investigation must be on top gear, you know, to unravel it. But it's not necessarily investigation. Until the investigations are concluded, you cannot now processes does not necessarily now web such a character as the culprit. It's not. We cannot say that the culprit until it's proven to be so. So I believe that is the procedure that must play out. That is playing out, and even in this case, it's not be any different.
So in most cases, when things happen in Nigeria, they're being swept under the carpet. And just like what Yamgul said, the other person who was accused of bombing a certain area, we don't even know if that's the person. Do you think this is going to be another case of, oh yes, this is what has happened now, and then we sweep it under the carpet? The people who are perpetrating such evil or such criminality do not really face the justice system. Is that going to happen here as well? Because we've seen trends where things like this happen and no one says anything again after a while.
Well, you know, that is the usual Nigerian problem, and that is one of the root cause of our instability and our root cause of underdevelopment, because culprits, political culprits, and culprits of crimes are usually not apprehended, and it's a problem. If you look even in all sectors, not just this one. So it not be strange that this is also another jamboree, you know, where the actual culprits will not be brought to book. It is so unfair. That is why we are saying we are crying out loud for reforms in our security architecture, particularly in the policing of states. State policing of states should be, state policing should come to play. So, you know, because the correct strength, you know, of sweeping issues under the carpet is unfair, it's uncalled for. It does not, you know, speak well of our constitution. That's why we are saying that, you know, certain areas of the constitution must be reviewed, you know, to accommodate some of these excesses, you know, because this is not the first time things have been swept under the carpet. Even they will tell you that we have apprehended a vessel of crude of over 50 million cubic and all of that. After some period of time, it will be swept under the carpet, and so it's not be strange that this also is another jamboree of making noises and, you know, signing checks, and the culprits are not brought to book. My advice to security agencies is that they must up their game. My advice to every state government within the Niger Delta and beyond is that security, they are the chief security officers of their state. So this peaceful disposition of their state is their responsibility. So I call on Fubara to set up panel of inquiry, independent panel of inquiry, because of course the River State has retired military generals and retired officers, so they should come up with a very serious inquiry, you know, to peep into this issue and come up with a very positive solution, and perhaps fishing out the culprits. Very, very important. If it's politically motivated, they are not the people that are doing the bad stuff. They are not the people that are doing the bad stuff. They're not the bad eggs. So they should fish them out, and that would be, you know, a step in the right direction. So this is a litmus test also for Governor Fubara, you know, to put his thinking cap on and ensure that this is not other issues that are swept under the carpet after a period of time, that the culprits of such heinous crime of burning a secretariat, should be brought to book. That's my humble, suggestion, and that's what.
But do you see the people who make what I would call careless pronouncements as people who should face the wrath of the law as well, or we should just take it as that is politicking and forget it? Because sometimes these things poke the ambers of violence and other things that we do not even want to see in our society, but they go scot-free. So while we are looking for the criminals, shouldn't we also be looking for the people who make statements, unguarded statements?
I think the freedom of speech, there are clauses to freedom of expression. And if somebody is making, suggestive, a statement that can instigate violence in a society, such person should be put behind bars. Such person should be arrested, and for making careless statements, that can cause chaos. For saying that this is a political motivated, that is very huge to say. So anybody that is making such statement should be questioned, should be called for questioning, because those kind of statements cannot bring a solution. Rather, it can only bring in instigate and inspire bad blood and cause mayhem in society. So my thinking is that if there is an act, the Information Act, Freedom of Expression Act, should be amended in such a way that if anybody is making false claim, such person, particularly statement of such quality that can cause disaffection in the society, those kind of set of persons should be put behind bars, should be arrested, for a period of time for questioning, to say why you made that kind of statement. Because for such kind of statement to come to the public glare, that means there must be some level of information that you have. Give us the information that you have, for you to say this is politically inspired. Give us certain information so that we can know, we can take it from there. In the Western climate, such statements does not go under the cap. Okay, it's a political house that was burnt, and therefore, looking at it critically, it could be political motivated. So people must be guided in what they are saying. If they are saying it's allegedly political motivated, then something alleged is there. So the language. And the language structure must be considered very, very well, because anybody that is speaking on behalf of a system is assumed that such a person is a communication expert, is somebody that can express very well, that understands the rudiments of communication. So if there are flaws in such kind of communication, those kind of persons should be questioning, so that those kind of careless statements will not be flying around in our space. In our politics.
All right, so IPAC has urged President Bola Tinubu to, ensure that violence, things like this, terrorism, to take a decisive and directive action against it. How do you think that the president, because he is the leader of our nation, how do you think that the president, even with the governors, can ensure that they're taking decisive actions when it comes to violence and terrorism in Nigeria?
See, that terrorism has been a consistent issue in our polity for the last decade.
Yeah.
So therefore, it is very imperative that the architecture, the security architecture must not be solely the responsibility of the federal government. That is the reason why we are saying that the Nigerian state is overdue to operate, to revert back to regional system. Because the regional government, that the person that you are calling out for is very close to the people. That's why I say true federalism is the answer to all of this, because there are flaws. Nigeria is too big a nation, for one man, for one system to accommodate everything. That's why we have been agitating and calling for true federalism, so that some of these excesses the gap can be bridged very, very closely. But of course, we call to the federal government. If you look at that call, you will see some element of politics playing on that tone. As a result of saying, the state is insecure, call for a state of emergency. That is the body language of such statements. But it cannot provide permanent solution to these concurrent issues that are happening around, our states in Nigeria. That's why I say state policing, true federalism must come to play, and the issue of state policing must be put to action. So that, because these are the things that can make Nigeria great again, and not necessarily that mono system of security architecture it cannot solve our problem currently. So the state must take responsibility, and the local government chairman as well must also play a very critical role to ensure, because security is everybody's business. So everybody must be bring to play to that. So calling on the president on this particular issue is mere politics for me. That is not the solution. That is just that is just dancing around. It's a fallacious move rather than providing the permanent solution for security in our client.
Well, I don't know politics in Nigeria and democracy in general in Nigeria. In Rivers State, we have 2 houses of assembly. I don't know who is paying the other one. If the governor recognizes only one and the other one is still thriving, I don't know who pays them, and whether they are still drawing salary from the government that doesn't recognize them. We have more or less 2 governors, one sitting in Port Harcourt and the other one in proxy, maybe sitting from Abuja and trying to govern Rivers State and all that. But how do you see what is happening in Rivers State, how it is going to affect democracy and politics in Nigeria generally?
So this question is very, very important, because our judiciary, must play that role to ensure that the rule of law is upheld. Because the character, Rivers has been characterized by 2 state House of Assembly. It's an abnormal, and it has lingered for about 4 months. It is an abnormal. It is not. It shouldn't be heard anywhere. It should not be seen anywhere. This kind of thing is a threat to our collective democracy. Because this thing can, if it's not nipped in the bud, it can happen in any state. I bet you, if this matter lingered for a period of 1 year, as it were, you could see the replica of this situation in our next election. You could see that some person will just say, okay, after all, in my mind, we'll go to court, the court decide, we'll go to appeal, we'll now go to Supreme Court. That the judiciary must be very decisive on this matter. What we expect that on the advent of this issue, the Supreme Court should with speed take over this issue and be very decisive with their ruling, so that this illegality will not linger for long. This is an illegality. It's abnormal. So somebody that is not the governor of a state cannot sit down somewhere else and decide the fate of the fate of an entire state. It's abnormal. So we call on the judiciary, the RIC, we call on the judiciary to nip this on the board. Because of course, the side that are collecting salary from the government will be the jumbo faction that is collecting salary, and the other one is just an abnormal, because it is very clear that those set of persons have moved to another party, and the constitution is very sound and clear on this. So the judiciary should stop playing politics and stop being part of the politics of the system, and because they are the hope of the common man. So we should give the common man the verdict. We voted for those set of persons, and we are saying that those persons have violated the provision of the Constitution. Therefore, justice should take its course, and we should stop petting the justice system. So this is a serious threat, to our national democracy, to our practicing democracy. Is a threat, and the judiciary and every other stakeholder of government must come, decisively, to decide on the fate of this matter. That one person will not be deciding the fate of a Rivers State because of structure and all of that. It's an aberration, and it's an insult to the practicing democracy of Nigeria. Because this thing, if it's not well handled, my brother, the kind of problem that will be proved allegedly, it will be beyond what one was. It is a mole in the heap.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you, Berifa. I agree with you, Berifa. The judiciary has a lot on their table, and they should sit up, because a lot of things will go very, very unfortunately, as it were, if they don't sit up and be decisive in their decisions. When they take a decision, and yes, they should be independent enough to make these decisions and stick by them, so that people will know that once the judiciary makes a pronouncement, it is the final pronouncement. But this is how far we can go, Bedford. Thank you so much for your thoughts this morning.
Thank you, Bedford.
We've been talking to Bedford Berefa, public affairs analyst, and we were talking about the Rivers State, the political situation in Rivers State, where the APP is accusing political actors of being responsible of bombing their secretariat, and whether or not that is true, the coming days will prove. This is how we have to wrap up on the show, and we are very thankful that you were able to join us today. Until we meet again tomorrow, my name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Rome Paulson. Have an amazing day.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway Challenge of doing a virtual runway show begins.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is S.A. Grimbowski, and I am the designer and owner for S.A. Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern, say, Azinabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Orishoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there have been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also feel it's me, number one. Like I'm the best. So from there, I've made income from it. Then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't want to, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space I do my thing, then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. There's some, not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up, I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people, like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know, I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. when it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I would say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So me, I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Would I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy, you're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism is written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be quite right.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I'll write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book, and then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura. What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay, so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just sometime when we finished decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General, And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you wrote there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
retained.
Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist, which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the allegations.
What he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. He said, Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was
And that was it.
And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that later when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
the iron things
yes,
out.
the iron things out.
Because, you know, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. You know, of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Kong, it is my turn, you know, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not in
Buhari.
doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was a spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. Is also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
He wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with
was
all
a-
the candidates. Okay,
Yes.
so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but you know, there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of a Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. It was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw.
Yes.
Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought we will see Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, "Oh, if you spend additional, I'll come." He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? Their retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market, because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and I had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go.
Yeah.
If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped
that person. From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody. Okay.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was the father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorsed them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Ekpeyon from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him and appoint another person, say Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only will look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yes. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yes. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and.
Because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know. So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, he said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, You get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, and sat for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for him. People were even calling color. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
By
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding. And naturally, I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adeshino, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped him and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adeshino? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that does knock down the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the Reed Wari is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, Adeshino, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do. I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then
did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way, or this way, or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left you, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, yes, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody born you well to go in there to say you want to take that money, because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for MYZ that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Yes. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2022 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020? Yes. No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics. Yes. He said he left Oshogbo And he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly mono-product, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna Kano Road. He said, give me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going to
Malta with President Buhari. You talked about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There are about 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day of the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down. It began to go zig, zag, zig, zag. We were looking at one another. When he now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, "What kind of landing is this?" And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, "Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes." And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, "What kind of landing is this?"
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out. No,
not even. You said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socioeconomic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. 3 suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighbouring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported that as of 11th of June 2024, 1,141 suspected cholera cases had been recorded across 30 states in Nigeria, including Bayelsa, Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada. Pleased to see you again.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have 2 callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive or actually I'd say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka.
Yeah.
Do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the nets of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, you know, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping the, what's it called? How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I'd like to call in at this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, you know, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, you know, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, you know, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque, and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, you know, regular church activities, right? Away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call their names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I am sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches and or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. You know, if you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. You know, my kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is, you know.
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, you know, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, you know, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, you know, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has two threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, you know, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anene?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. You know, when we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you're going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well, because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck-breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you were not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions. I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshipers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Andy, I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Messi. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Messi, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, oh, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Messi.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check, because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first stop for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you allow it, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the results of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetuate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay. I have a problem where, one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it. And I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have, the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to, throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happen in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi, because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform. There should be uniform laws that govern the North and the South. But there's a lot of
contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, agreeing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay. I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with us fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. It looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches gets this scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, oh, this is what the economy looks like today. They're fetching from pension funds. And yes, they're fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same and they help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, oh, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think up any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jamaa local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jamaa local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil states, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remark?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jamaa local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church. For example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities, that should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay, those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that, that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests. Ose Anene, Ndikato, your inputs, brilliant inputs. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, oh, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
You understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
Understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's our reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Hello and welcome to VOS Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganye. This week on the Red Carpet, we chat with Ghanaian rapper and singer Amrado Bana about his musical roots. And we visit a garage in Ouagadougou where a mechanic is customizing and transforming automobiles. Those stories plus South Africa's newly appointed Minister of Sports, a self-described former gangster, wants to promote a sport that has associations with South African gangster culture. Let's get on with the show. In celebration of hip-hop's 51st anniversary this August, the U.S. Embassy in Zimbabwe hosted a cross-cultural exchange program called Next Level, featuring 5 artist educators. Reporter Keith Baptist has the story from Harare.
A 2-week residency initiative in Zimbabwe aims to foster a cross-cultural creative exchange through the universal language of hip-hop music and dance. Plot Marco, a partner in the exchange program and founder of Jibilika Dance Trust, an organization working with the young artists in Zimbabwe, says that the initiative received numerous applications from eager participants.
There's been so much enthusiasm, there's so much hunger, there's so much zeal, there's so much drive, and it comes at a time when hip-hop in Zimbabwe is really at its peak.
The program brought together American and Zimbabwean hip-hop artists to participate in workshops and classes, followed by live performances. Participant Nick Neutron says there is much more that unites artists.
My experience in Zimbabwe has been amazing. There's so much music talent here. It's so many similarities in the art, but differences in the lifestyle, I guess.
Rebecca Archer Kepner, a Foreign Service officer at the U.S. State Department, says while hip-hop music is thriving in Zimbabwe, challenges with monetization and providing artists with the tools to succeed in the entertainment industry remain a major issue.
The creative economy is really ripe in Zimbabwe. There's so much talent. There's so many amazing artists. And sometimes the thing that they lack are either contacts or business skills. And so we work a lot we bring artists from the United States to help them improve their network, grow their network, figure out how to do the business of music.
The group of artists from America said they were amazed to see how the hip-hop industry in Zimbabwe mirrors that of the US. However, artists like D1 say that there is still room to grow.
This Next Level program has allowed me to be a part of transforming the minds and the skill sets of some of the best rappers that I have ever seen.
Local artists like Tafadzwa Tarukwana, who goes by his stage name ASAP, and Zimbabwean rapper Banshee applaud the program, saying it has opened their perspectives into the business of music and the art of collaboration. Aisha Upchurch, site manager for the Next Level program, says Zimbabwe has a robust hip-hop culture. Given the huge response they received of the Next Level initiative, say it encourages artists to share their art and knowledge, with continuous learning and artistic growth for everyone involved. Keith Baptist for Voice of America in Harare, Zimbabwe.
Derek Safo Kantanka, known widely as Amrado Bana, is a Ghanaian rapper and singer who hails from the city of Kumasi, rapping and singing predominantly in the Twi dialect of the Akan language. Amrado is fast becoming one of the most versatile artists in Ghana's music industry, and he tells me that he initially turned to music as a means of supporting his family. Amrado first gained popularity for his rap battles hosted on local radio stations. The Kumasi native, who had ambitions to become a professional footballer, moved to Accra to pursue music full-time, a decision that his mother was not too keen about. He made his break with Yetensem, an innovative series in which he blended news and rap.
Personally, I never thought I could become a musician. I used to love football a lot. 14 years. When I was 14 years, I lost my father, and then my mom had no penny to cater for me, so I couldn't move on to tertiary. That was when I started working in a hospital. Then I discovered that I could rap through two people called AZ and Kwao, who discovered me on a radio freestyle section when I had one at KFM. Doing music was based on survival because that was the only way out for me. So I started off with going on radio freestyles in Accra too, and I started battling people, losing some, winning some, and then I came out with Yet and said my weekly freestyles that shot me to fame, and then here I am today. My team had to sit me down when I went into depression after I returned from England, because I was contemplating on whether to continue my music career or maybe find something to do, because it wasn't picking up for me. Yeah, so that was when the Yetinsem came. We used to brainstorm every evening to find something catchy that's gonna catch the eyes of people in the COVID era. I had to tell the team that we can't be doing this thing forever. Let's try to halt it and try other stuff. And then we started dropping major songs. That was when I did my first hit song with Black Sheriff, Abotre, and then I kept on with the moment. The evolution is massive. This is just a young chap who was just rapping, a typical hardcore rapper who was just doing word plays and puns. And now I had to rediscover myself and tell myself that, yo, this is business. Aside the intrinsic motivation, you have to make sure that if someone is investing in you, the person has to make profit. I have family, I have a team, I have people around me that needs to get better to get it. So I know you know that now I started singing. That's part of the evolution.
What are you working on right now? When are you dropping an album?
I'm working on my second studio album. It's not finalized yet, but I have a new song out called Day Trash, a Broken Heart song.
Cheers to the love ones now,
In his garage in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, mechanic Sawa Wadiogo spends hours fixing, customizing, and transforming automobiles. His latest achievement was turning an ordinary car into a limousine. VOA's Gildas Da shares the story of this car enthusiast from the capital.
In 2023, 38-year-old engineering enthusiast Sao Ouedraogo embarked on a daring project. What was once a modest Honda Civic has been transformed into a glamorous limousine.
I also love challenges, which led me to cut the vehicle. My family, the people in the neighborhood, the garage customers, everyone told me it wasn't worth it. And that's what I was going to ruin the vehicle. I said, no, let me do it. It was only when I finished and they came to see it that they realized it was a fully functioning limousine.
Ouedraogo loved cars since he was 12 years old. After failing in 5th grade, he took mechanics classes and did small jobs in other garages. He ended up opening his shop in 2016. Since then, he has managed to turn it into a fully operational garage that employs 15 workers.
He's someone who dares, which is why I support him. I really admire his courage. We are all in for the challenges he wants to take on.
Ouedraogo says building a limousine is no easy task. Sometimes, he says, he had to break things and start over to get the right structure and materials. He took a year to prepare, draw his plans, and refine his research.
I had the chance to get into the limousine today, and it's really comfortable. We are truly at ease. I want to congratulate the designer because he did a great job. And to think that it's made in Burkina Faso is truly commendable. With a TV and cushioned seats, really, it has all the possible comforts.
In addition to the limousine, Ouedraogo has transformed several standard cars into convertibles or barbecue cars. A barbecue car is a car equipped with an integrated stove system that can be deployed to grill meat. The car also contains a potable water tank for drinking.
He loves to give his all in terms of innovation, creation, modification, and tuning. He does a lot of things. I want to learn and do more than what my boss is doing.
It's a passion for us to create and invent car parts. Once we have the money, we can produce them in series for sale.
Ouedraogo showcases the limousine to the public at auto shows. The vehicle is often rented for weddings and other events, but its inventor says it is not for sale. For Gildas Da, Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, Betty Ayoub, VOA Africa.
South Africa's newly appointed Minister of Sports, a self-described former gangster, wants to promote a sport that has associations with South African gangster culture. The sport of spinning involves fast-moving cars and dangerous stunts, and as Kate Bartlett reports from Johannesburg, the way it's conducted is not always legal. Let's check it out.
This is spinning, a turbocharged sport where drivers spin cars in quick, tight circles while passengers perform treacherous, sometimes death-defying stunts. The sport got its start in South Africa's poor townships during apartheid.
We have the best drivers in spinning. And you can see today, you can see there's no seat belts, there's no brakes, there's no windscreens, there's no helmets, but these people can control their cars. They are super drivers.
Marvin Clark promoted this event, which drew several hundred paid spectators. Some spinning is at organized legal events like this one, but much of it takes place on the streets, where out-of-control cars have killed spectators in the past. Those events are illegal and associated with gangsters. One such former gangster is Gayton McKenzie, who was sentenced to 17 years for armed robbery in his youth.
I grew up where the area that you are born in decide which you don't have a choice in which gang you become. As a gangster, going to jail was a badge of honor. you've made your bones.
He came out of prison and went into politics, running on a populist anti-immigrant platform. Now he's South Africa's controversial new Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
And there's two reasons why I want to do this. Well, three reasons. Reason number one, there's a massive interest, was my first point I made to you. The second point you make is it's dangerous because they're doing it everywhere because the police are chasing them sometimes. Now, once you regulate it, once you make it safer, and once you put the rules there that you can't do this, you can't do that.
The longtime spinning aficionado says his first task in the job will be to promote the sport. Renowned car spinner Kyla Oliphant says she's hopeful about Mackenzie's tenure as sports minister.
He'd like to make spinning big for us, legalize it. Obviously, we'd have the government behind us. I'm hoping that everything is going to go in the right direction, having funding for us, assisting us.
For many who grew up in South Africa's impoverished urban areas, danger was always a reality, and spinning was, and still is, a way of life. Kate Bartlett, VOA News, Johannesburg.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We're also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone. Ethiopian singer and producer Jemberu Demeke is known for his innovative musical style, which he dubs tonic fusion. This unique genre is a blend of Amharic raps, trap music, and samples from various contemporary styles. Red Carpet caught up with him at his studios in Addis Ababa as he was preparing to release his second album, Esatuse. Let's check it out. Jemberu was busy in studio putting final touches on his album before its release. He says that Esatuse is a reflection of the diverse influences that have shaped his sound and the creative vision for Ethiopia's evolving music industry.
My music, I make it, I like to make fusion. I call it tonic fusion. So I kind of, find different aspects of modern music that I like, and then I try to combine those. For example, I'm currently working on a track called Lela, and it's like this Jersey club beat mixed with some Ethiopian Amharic rapping with a little bit of trap, and also a little bit of, I would say, sampling going on. I'm in the zone what? Album that I've created around that has its own meaning, its own voice, and its own, outlook, visuals, and it's part of this greater journey I call Salion, which is a bunch of characters that I have that I interchangeably I'm going to define and show to the audience, and I'm going to also use this to say that we are not all people think we are. We could redefine things, and we can push those limits and boundaries in music and in expression.
Jemberu's journey into music began behind the scenes as a producer. The self-described computer geek was fascinated by the technical aspects of music production. This background has heavily influenced his approach to creating music, where meticulous attention to detail and the deep understanding of sound engineering play crucial roles.
Hadn't I been a producer, I wouldn't actually start singing or rapping. So, when I started producing, it was because, I'm a computer geek, kind of guy. So every time I'm on a computer, I want to check out the next new app or what's popping. And, I come across these applications. I come across this app called Fruity Loops or FL Studio. And, I'm dabbling with some beats now, and I have a few beats on my computer, and I don't know any musicians. And I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do with these beats? And that's when I was like, okay, you know what? Let me just try. Let's try some bars. Let's try some rapping.
Jemberu's new sonic experimentation represents the evolving landscape of Ethiopian music. By incorporating Amharic raps with the rhythmic and melodic elements of trap music, plus other contemporary genres, he creates a sound that is both familiar and refreshingly new. His work is influenced by both local and international artists, which is evident in his ability to merge traditional sounds with cutting-edge musical trends. Tembelani Zondo, a young inventor in the town of Woodford, South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province, uses recycled materials to build a car and other robotics. Zondo has big dreams and says he hopes to one day get the opportunity to make a difference with his talents. Reporter Yasan Hafeje has this story from the town of Woodford in South Africa.
22-year-old Tembelani Zondo has made a name for himself in his community for creating all sorts of interesting inventions with limited resources. The young inventor is not letting his circumstances hold him back. He says he believes he has been given a talent that he can use to change people's lives.
I can create everything, anything at any time. Since I was young, I was creating things. It's a God-given talent.
Tembelani made local headlines when he unveiled a car he built from scratch. Bugatti, a European luxury brand which can cost millions of dollars, is Tembelani's favorite car maker. He would never be able to afford a real one, so he decided to build his own model using repurposed materials.
What inspires me is, first of all, I love cars too much. So it is the reason that I decided to create one of them. I created the Bugatti Shark because that car is my best car. It is the brand that I like.
Tembelani lives in a modest house with his mother and 7 other siblings, with the family surviving on government assistance. Tembelani dropped out of school in the 11th grade, saying he struggled to concentrate in class. He has been unemployed since. Materials for his inventions are hard to access, and he often uses recycled materials in his community. With no formal training in mechanics, Tembelani has now shifted his focus to robotics. He is working on a few new inventions, including a robotic arm which he hopes can one day assist people with disabilities.
All my robotic stuff, I wish to help people with disabilities, as I created the hand robot for people who lost their hands, because there are so many accidents in our daily basis. So I'm willing to help them.
Although he has only publicized his inventions on social media, Tembelani's talent and hard work has unfortunately not led to any concrete opportunities from either the government or the private sector. South Africa's unemployment rate among young people aged 15 to 34 years is 45.5%, according to the country's national data. Tembelani is one of them, struggling to hold down a steady job.
I feel very, very sad. I wish to find someone who will help me with, maybe who can fund me with money so that I can maybe start maybe small company, something like that, workshop, so that I can create good project.
Lack of opportunities continues to be a source of frustration for young people, but Tembelani says he is determined to overcome his circumstances and achieve his dreams. Ehsan Hafeji, VOA Africa, Woodford, South Africa.
Giza Negusi, CEO of Negus Winery, is on a mission to introduce Americans to Ethiopian culture through the experience of drinking tej, also known as honey wine. With a recipe dating back to over 3,000 years, Negus Winery brings a unique and delicious taste of Ethiopia to the United States. VOA's Phil Alexiou has more.
Which one is your guys' favorite? The honey wine. That's my mom's recipe. Yeah, so that's the reason why I call the mama's honey wine. When I lived in San Francisco, I got a chance to visit a lot of top wineries, including Robert Mondavi and some other big ones. And this is semi-sweet, filtered. And then I couldn't find any wineries carry our product or honey wine or taj. So I was like, you know, it's better if I start something completely different for the people who never tried it before, something completely different, which is honey wine or taj. Taj is over 3,000 years recipe. It dates back over 3,000 years, the time of Queen of Sheba. Internationaloቹ ናቸው እነዚህ የአማሪካ አይደለም. Those guys are from Ethiopia, and in Ethiopia we drink taj in the different kind of vessel. We call it brele, B-E-R-E-L-E. So they cheers each other because that's how they celebrate drinking taj. We call it taj honey wine.
Yeah, so my friend Molly found it online, and she recommended it as like the first Ethiopian winery in the area. I had never had honey wine before, and I thought I really wanted to see what it was like. And it's truly been a delicious, delightful afternoon.
So my mom she's very good at it. I told her, hey, I really want to start a honey wine. I really want to introduce, but there is a big Ethiopian community in the Washington, D.C. area outside of Ethiopia. So I told her I need to move to D.C. or Virginia so that I can, you know, start my business where my niche markets are. And also, I'll introduce for those who never had honey wine before. And Virginia became one of the top destinations for wineries down Purcellville. So I went to Purcellville and then I checked some of the wineries, and none of them had like carry honey wine.
So this is my first time. I actually found out about this due to, I think it was a DCist profile or maybe the Washingtonian. And the wine is fantastic. Especially the honey wine, we've really enjoyed it, and no complaints here at all. We'll definitely be here again.
I love that it's also bringing Ethiopian culture and drink here in Alexandria.
My dream is to introduce our culture into the United States. To me, it's a big opportunity to introduce something completely different than grape wines.
Participants of the Extreme Chainsaw Carving Show have just a few hours to turn a cedar block of wood into a beautiful work of art. VOA's Natasha Mzogvaya reports from Arlington, Washington in the Pacific Northwest.
Two things strike visitors to the Extreme Chainsaw Carving Show: the sound of multiple chainsaws of various sizes hard at work, and the strong scent of fresh-cut cedar. 20 chainsaw artists taking part in a 3-day marathon carving event in Arlington, in the state of Washington, showcased their work. Lane Warden says being able to improvise is a crucial part of the process.
Sometimes you start doing a bear and you might end up with a bird. You know, if you mess up on a cut, it doesn't necessarily mean you messed up the whole carve. It just means, you gotta change direction. My mind's going 100 miles per hour every single time I'm carving.
Eagles, bears, wolves, owls are quite popular with the artists. Warden is carving an alligator, not something you'd normally see in the Pacific Northwest.
I get bored doing the same thing over and over again. So when I come to these shows, I just like people to see that there's, other carvers out there that try new things all the time.
He says picking up the wood is the most challenging part.
The wood gets pretty heavy, like that Groot over there. That Groot probably weighs 300 pounds, so That's always the challenge, is just picking it up.
Chainsaw carving was seen as a predominantly male domain. In recent years, a growing number of women carvers have taken part in live shows.
For me, it's not so much about the competition, it's actually about the company and all the amazing people that participate in this event.
Lee Woody, with a day job at a software company, got into chainsaw carving 7 years ago, following an attempt to build a house for a squirrel. She says beyond craftsman satisfaction, this art has additional benefits.
It is a full body workout. A lot of the time doing these type of shows, I will have walked basically 10 miles around the carving, and then it's also for your arms and your upper body. You do this for 8-9 hours a day for 3 days straight, you definitely get tired.
Using sharp power tools and fire requires gearing up.
Safety is always on your mind. These pants, for example, they're chainsaw carving pants, so they have Kevlar in the front and wrapped around all around the back. I'm always, wear the ear protection, eye protection.
Some artists are part of the tight-knit local carvers community. Hagdorj Dortsuren, called George by his peers, came all the way from Mongolia, where he carved sculptures from ice.
I want to learn. The chainsaw carving is for me, where my country is very new. Ice carving is more hard. It's cold and more clothes and more tools. I like more chainsaw carving.
Veteran artists swear that it's not as hard as it looks. One just needs to see what's hiding in that bulky block of wood. Natasha Mozgovaya, VOA News, Arlington, Washington.
The silent motoring and energy transition revolution that the Nigerian middle class is yet to plug into. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The profound improvements in EVs, that is electric vehicles, with longer-lasting batteries that can now go up to 600 kilometers per charge, the little or no environmental pollution that the ICE, that is internal combustion engines, in conventional vehicles emit, which has made governments in environmentally responsible societies to set dates for the elimination of ICE vehicles on their roads. The increased productivity that EVs, which are smart objects like your smartphones and can be leveraged as Internet of Things tools by owners to galvanize increased productivity even while they are on the road. Far more importantly, the dramatically falling price of EVs, the average price of EVs sold by BYD, the world's largest EVs manufacturer, in China last year was $12,000. Indeed, there are Nigerian manufacturers that are now advertising tear rubber, quote unquote, that's the newly assembled EV, SUVs, and ILOS type trucks for half of the prices of, say, Japanese or American equivalents. The unfolding EV good news for the Nigerian motoring public does not stop at the competitive pricing level. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the establishment of a $150 million lithium-ion battery, the chief component of EVs, manufacturing and processing factory already reportedly putting up its plant in Nasarawa State. The question is, why are the Nigerian car purchasing middle class not enthusiastically ramping up the purchase of EVs with all the enumerated techno-productivity, environmental, pricing, and local lithium battery conferring exchange generation advantages. Joining us virtually to probe into the question is the Director General of National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanipin, and literally live in the studio with me is the President CEO of Saglef Incorporated, a U.S. electric vehicle manufacturing company with a new assembly plant in Imota, Ikorodu division of Lagos State, Dr. Olugbenga Sam Fale. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. DG, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
It's never too late to say congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
We wish you all the best in your tenure. We want to believe that you will leave a legacy that will be so profound that the world cannot discountenance. But how would you want to start? What would you want to tell us about electric vehicle technology and the position of NADDC?
Okay. Electric vehicle, that is one of the new energy vehicles that is available world over, and globally it's been embraced. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is gradually embracing it because that's the future of the mobility. Electric vehicle is the future of mobility, that's certain, and we are already embracing that because of many reasons. Number one, the climate effect of emission. An electric vehicle, especially when it's battery, is zero emission. So it is attractive for anyone and from Nigeria to embrace it. So, and apart from that, maintenance costs. You can see the parts, the engine parts that an IC vehicle will have, they are into thousands. But electric vehicle has only auto traction that power the vehicle. Then with the battery. So the number of parts you have to change at interval regularly are very, very limited. So you can drive the maintenance cost by almost 70%, reduce it by 70%. So also the fueling part of it. The cost of fuel is going up. And with electric vehicle, when you compare the cost of charging, that is the cost of energy, and the cost of powering ICE through AGO or through PMS, you know that the cost compared to EV is so high. So EV also reduced that one dramatically. And that's enough advantage or enough benefits that will attract motorists to patronize or move to migrate from ICE to EV.
Thank you very much.
We are also embracing that.
I'll come back to you, DG. Doc, yes. You know, with you, you are a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
And one way or the other, how did your love for electric vehicle, how did it start? Before we even get into what inspired you becoming an industrialist, setting up an electric vehicle assembly plant in Nigeria all the way from the US. Let's give it a human face first.
The short version. Honestly speaking, I was just one of those kids that could never make up their mind whether I wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, honestly. The last day of JAMB, my dad called me and said, you know you have to submit this form today, right? Pick one. So after listening to him, I said, okay, let me pick medicine. But it so happened that after I finished medical school, I went to the US and specialized in internal medicine, also specialized in clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology, in healthcare. And I've always been a big believer in the danger to our planet of climate change. So I've always understood the need for renewables. So me being partly also just an entrepreneurial, guy, I felt that there are avenues in renewables for entrepreneurship. So
that was my segue into tech, and I just basically kept looking into this. I've been involved in the real estate business and other endeavors in the US, and I just felt, along with my partners in Saglev, who actually makes electric vehicles in the US, also a Nigerian like myself, we just got together and said, look, you can make an EV company, I will make an EV company. There's no point doing this separately, we'll do it together, and that's really how Saglev came about. But we thought that it was in the emerging markets where the opportunities are.
I'll come back to you. Yeah. Let me go back to the DG, and I'll come back to you on some very interesting. I really want to know how, when we live in the diaspora, we have a very rustic, very backward perception of Nigeria, many of us, because we cross-feed ourselves some misinformation about Nigeria. I'm sitting there thinking, because I once lived in the diaspora, I'm thinking, okay, how did you then cross that Rubicon of believing that electric vehicle would ultimately be accepted in the Nigerian market? But let me go to the DG for the next step. DG, I just want to know, we know that Ria and Naseni at the last COP28 signed an MOU with a Chinese concern, an international manufacturer entity that is setting up plant now in Nasarawa State. And there is no way that lithium-ion battery could be made in Nigeria that some Nigerian entrepreneurs would not think, oh, about time to harness the inherent opportunities of electric vehicle manufacturing or components manufacturing in some respects. What would be the strategy? I think I have a confession to make here, and the confession, Mr. DG, is that I was one of those, in my capacity as a director of a company that consults for the NADDC, I was one of those that wrote the curriculum for electric vehicles. So an average Nigerian watching now may not know that there is a detailed curriculum for electric vehicle, from how to transition the average roadside mechanic to working on electric vehicles, to somebody who is doing a PhD program, say in a formal academic environment. So, but this is not about me. This is about you as the person that wears the authority of the NADDC, intimating the Nigerian public with the opportunity. So I'm sitting there wanting to ask you, how is the NADDC planning to unshake the opportunity of this domestication of one of the major components of electric vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Thank you for the question. Number one, you will know that electric vehicle, the major component in electric vehicle is the battery. In fact, battery accounts for between 40 to 50% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So what that means is, if Nigeria is investing in production of electric vehicle, in production of battery, it literally means that gradually we are investing in manufacturing of electric vehicle in Nigeria, because by producing the battery itself, we have contributed up to 40% of the component. That is contributed about 40% of the component. That means the battery can give us 40% of the total cost of the vehicle, which is local components, increase in our local component. So that is very vital. Producing battery in Nigeria is vital. And again, apart from it increase our local content component, we can be able to drag down the cost of manufacturing a vehicle and an EV vehicle. And if you can do that, it means we can translate that one we can transfer that one to the buyer. That means the cost of acquiring an electric vehicle in Nigeria can also go down. We really appreciate that, and we hope this big investment can start yielding results by producing battery for Nigerians. One, what other thing we are trying to do, just as you mentioned, the curriculum developed, which we call National Occupational Standard. That standard is being critiqued and the validation has been done. By the time we are through with it, it's going to serve as the basis for training Nigerians, the artisans, and different level of training, either the artisan, the fresh graduate, and those people that already have the experience in EV, those people that want to manufacture EV, those people that want to work on EV. So we know that we will get to a point where we need to bridge the gap in the knowledge. That is the people that will be working on the EV. And we need them to acquire the basic knowledge or have the basic expertise in handling that. That's why we came up with this NOS, National Occupation Standard, which we have critiqued and which the validation has been done. So this also will help in increasing the awareness as well as help people to adopt, help citizens to adopt EV usage faster.
Thank you very much, DG. Doc, before I went to DG, I put, I made a remark that I would want you to respond to. You know, the misinformation in our diaspora, technology and social media is now helping to bridge the gap, but about the time that you must have started flirting with electric vehicle, social media was not big then. And for you to have thought that, okay, I want to go into this and I want to take it to Nigeria, you must be a very adventurous visionary.
Well, actually, I have to confess, you know, there's no point. I used to be the typical diaspora that is totally scared of Nigeria. I think counting, I think I've been in the United States now about 32 years or so, something like that. And out of that 32 years, if you add all the days I've spent in Nigeria, it's probably less than 8 weeks, even, well, maybe now 12 weeks total before I started this. So, but again, due to social media, due to just being inquisitive, I participated in trade missions from companies. You know, I just happen to have an interest in entrepreneurship, realizing that, look, the story that you get and the story that is the truth, there's a gap. Yeah, I'm not, you know, I'm just saying that there is a mismatch. You know, but when things happen, it gets blown out of proportion. And yes, there are some problems and there are some concerns. The security issues are there, corruption issue is there, but at the end of the day, look, I was educated here, and I tell people that at the end of the day, you know, when I got to the United States, I had colleagues who were owing $300,000-$400,000
from medical school.
From medical school, and my own debt was zero. So at the end of the day, as a diaspora person, you can think up, down, left, right, center. You still owe the country something. The country invested in you. You know, and again, the joking part of it is that, look, you're going to eat burger to the point where you can't even stand it anymore. You are going to want swallow. You are going to want all these things.
The emotional persona in you would naturally, at some point, beckon you in the direction of home.
So, but things are changing. People are seeing, and you know, all my friends are shocked that I'm here. And I, as a matter of fact, I do live here for the most part, and I do go home maybe 2, 3. In fact, I shouldn't use that word because I go to the United States 2, 3 weeks a time, do meetings, attend to urgent businesses and all that, and then I'm back here for the last 2 years. That's how it's been. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the U.S. So this is changing. I see a lot of friends who are saying, wow, I cannot believe you are doing this because you used to be one of the worst. So you know, again.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on how your flirtation, and now that has become a lifelong and I hope transgenerational love with EV started. I'll come back to you because I really want to give this a human context and also use the experiences of people like you to hold the Nigerian middle class. The Nigerian middle class is still reticent.
Definitely.
You know, all those ifs and so, but you were at the very emergence of electric vehicle motoring. You had a kind of experience that an average Nigerian maybe. Let me go back to the DG. The NADDC, I must state, is one of the national treasures that I want to believe has been changed media-wise. I don't suppose many Nigerians even get to know the strategic importance of the NADDC in the quality of the motoring experience they get. Many Nigerians don't know. How do you intend to engage the Nigerian public and let them see, especially the Nigerian motoring public, and let them see the whole gamut of things you do to protect them by the quality and standard of the vehicles you allow to be imported into Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria, the quality and standard of the motoring experience they enjoy that many don't know, that even far beyond Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NADDC, is the first line of quality assurance when it comes to vehicular objects coming into this country. What are your strategies, Mr. DG?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for that question because it's something that we know we are addressing it because a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of the existence of the council, and a lot of Nigerians are not aware of what we are doing and what we have achieved. So it's part of what we are doing. We have started some campaign, and in the next few weeks, we notice that we start telling Nigerians what we have been doing, and what we have achieved. So especially in the area of CNG and EV, and generally what our mandates are and what we have achieved in the last few years. So just as you mentioned, apart from tests and standard that we have established, working with Standard Organization of Nigeria, we've done a lot. And even apart from that, we are trying to work on ensuring that the material used for local parts or local components meet the standard before you now process the material to become parts. And for that also, we have started building. We have a material test center in Zaria, and we have component parts test center in Enugu that will soon be commissioned. Also, we have emissions test center in Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Ikorodu. With that one also will soon come to life. So all this we have been doing in order to ensure that the quality of the vehicle that are coming to Nigeria and the quality of vehicle that are on Nigerian road meet international standard. So also to protect, we are doing that also, especially the emissions center, to protect the environment. So all these we know they are not being known by Nigerians. But again, we are using social media now. We are using electronic media. And then the traditional newspaper, all this we are going to employ in educating Nigerians or bringing our services to the notice of Nigeria. So we will start that in the next few weeks, and Nigerians will know more about
I'll come back to you, Mr. DG, especially on in the particular area of human capital development and the inherent opportunities that the council presents to the Nigerian youths, especially in the area of human capital development. I'll come back to you. Doc, we will go, we will soon get to the nitty-gritty of how SAGLEV came into being and why Imota Ikorodu, Nigeria. But I like to always give the human story element to serious, because people can identify in many respects with stories like that. So how did I used the word flirtation initially, but I know you are in love now with, how did it graduate from, okay.
Okay, so I want to crave your indulgence to tell you that without the NADDC, I don't want to forget to say this, without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. I think it's important to say that so that people can hear that without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here.
So
because we did not even know.
In a way, to the NADDC is like also an investment.
1,000%.
Investment conduit.
Yes, because
foreign direct investment conduit to Nigeria.
Not directly the foreign direct, but you see, we have these ideas, and we're in the United States, and we do manufacture cars in the United States, by the way. We have these ideas of what we want to do, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know what the policy is. The NADDC is who has guided us step by step to where we are. They're the ones that have pointed out to us. Now, it's a very interesting story of how we got here. As you know, we started out in Ghana.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in Nigeria fuel-wise started. It was the NADDC that said, okay, you guys...
You have a competitive
you guys,
business environment.
Yeah, because every time they would talk to us, we would tell them, but Nigerians have pretty much free petrol. And we don't know that they are ready for EV. It was at that point they literally called us up and said, look, guys, give the excuse again, because that excuse is not valid anymore. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Very important point.
Yes, very important point to make sure you give.
But ultimately, the removal of subsidy.
Yes, did it. Yes.
And presents the business opportunity that speaks to the fact that now the alternative energy.
Yes, some of that, because you have to understand that while petrol was 50 naira a liter in Nigeria, it was over 850 naira a liter. Today, petrol is 1,340 naira a liter in Ghana. It's even more expensive in Abidjan. So it's not a matter of the business case. Even if petrol was $50 50 naira a liter, you would still have the benefits of using an EV.
Environmental.
And we can go into talking about all of the environmental, the cost of
smart
the ease,
technology.
Yes, the ease of repair, the ease of maintenance, and the reduction in the total cost of ownership. You have all these benefits in the EV. But now going to your question, yes, the reason, you see, I can relate to how Nigerians feel now that, there's no charging. Nigeria has been a country that has suffered tremendously under the lack of power. We still are in this conundrum. So anytime you mention anything electric, the first thing in Nigerian is just natural. The human mind tells you, no, it's not possible. But however, every step that I've seen here, I went through it in the United States. To give you a story, a very close friend of mine was the very first person that actually acquired a Tesla. My classmate, we've been classmates actually since primary school. So that's why I tell you
What year was that?
This was in 2012. The very number 27 Tesla that came off the lines, we drove that car. But I want to tell you this. When he picked up that car in Nebraska to get to Atlanta, okay, It took 4 days.
The two of you?
Well, I was smart enough to let him do that problem. You know, I escaped it because somehow, you know, he's an anesthesiologist, I'm an internist, so his time is more, so I escaped that. But I knew he was picking up the... But incidentally, 4 days to move from Nebraska to Atlanta because you have to stop. There are chargers, but at that time, the charging system was very immature, even though there were Tesla superchargers. But to drive from Nebraska to Atlanta, the path. So I can relate because I lived it in the United States where there was, this is early 2012, where you have an EV, but you can't charge. So when people are telling me there's no charging, so again, I want to assure Nigerians that you see what we went through in 2012, in 2 to 3 years, you're not going to even remember all those things because all those problems are actually already being solved. I've driven an electric vehicle here a year and a half. Every day.
A fleet, actually.
Well, don't tell people I drive a fleet of EV. But
because I know you are a couple.
Yeah.
You've been to my office a couple of times.
Yes.
I have a confession to make. When it was about setting up Saglev factory in Imota, Ikorodu division, one of the companies where I'm a director actually selected young Nigerian technicians. We call them automotive mechatronics technicians. We trained fundamentally. They are still in training because, you know, they want to expose them to global standards. So they're still in training. But having said that, I think it's imperative, journalistic ethics demand that I make that revelation. So
yes, so again, what happens is I can relate. But the good news is that in a very short time, this Tesla supercharger was all over to the point where you could easily drive that car pretty much nationwide on electric charge. Now, I actually right now hardly drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. I don't. 80% of all the charging for electric vehicles will actually happen at home.
Repeat that.
80% of electric vehicle charging, period, in this country, in any country, is going to happen at home. It's like that in the US, it's like that. So there are other little areas where you have to make some adjustments.
Doc, you know the irony for me. I'm sitting here thinking, most of us, notwithstanding whatever may be our perception or the reality of public power utility, most of us don't sleep in the dark. We make arrangements.
Exactly.
And the same power with which we sleep can also
charge your car.
I'm not going to romanticize it. Charging equipment are still relatively expensive. We will get back to that. Let me go to DG.
DG, okay.
All right. That is where we go in the direction
yes.
DG, thank you for still keeping this good time with us. Like I said, when I was going out the last time I was with you, I know that the council, that's the NADDC, has a robust human capital development program that crisscrosses from hand-holding the average roadside mechanic. We call them the Baba Mufus or the Eshobes, and holding them from ignorance to being able to work with modern vehicles that are largely computers on wheels. Don't even let's talk about EVs now. A modern automobile are computers on wheels. You have vehicles now averaging about 7 ECMs, electric control modules, some far more. We know that apart from training those artisanal mechanics, you have programs that mentor people, undergraduates in universities. You are partnering with some tertiary institutions. That is actually why you have the emission facility in the Southwest in a tertiary institution in Lagos State. Lagos State University of Technology now, former Lagos State Polytechnic. How do you want to tell an average young person interested like he was in flirting with technology? What do you want to tell an average young person on how the NADDC can usher them into realizing their dream of being automotive mechatricians, or indeed somebody that works on or that can dabble into the world of EVs? Your floor.
Okay, let me start from known to unknown in for this particular question. When I say known, is from ICE. How did we manage, or how are we managing the ICE maintenance? Currently, we realize that even the ICE vehicle are changing. Some of the technicians, the ones we call mechanics, the technicians, some of them trained about 20, 15 years ago, and the technology has really changed. So what we have done is to organize training for the technicians across the country. And as of today, we have trained over 10,000 Nigerian youths. We have trained over 10,000 artisans. And in training them, we ensure that we move them from the type of vehicle they started with. We introduce the new vehicle, the new technology, and we let them keep abreast of the happenings and new technology that we have in auto now. So we've done the training across Nigeria. We have what we call sector skill council. So we have this sector skill, it consists of almost 17, 18 different agencies or people that have experience in different areas of auto, lecturers, people that are assemblers, artisans. All these people, we brought them together, and they form what we call sector skill. And they develop a curriculum that we are using to train all the artisans. We train artisans that we call the roadside. We train fresh graduates in Midas so that they can design parts, they can design different things using Midas technology. So we've done all this for both skilled and unskilled artisan and skilled professionals in auto field. And that's what we intend to also do with the electric vehicle. We realize that electric vehicle, you need to be abreast with the current technology concerning that. And that's why we have started by first of all developing the curriculum, because that curriculum is going to be the guide for everybody that want to play parts here, that want to play role here. Just as you are mentioning, you discussed with Doctor. Doctor was trained as a medical doctor, but today is now playing a major role in production of electric vehicle in Nigeria. The same way, because of the interest and because of expertise he has acquired outside the classroom. The same way we are doing with EV. There are some people that we acquire this experience not in the 4 walls of university, but we want them to be grounded. And that's why we have come up with this National Occupational Standards concerning that develop the curriculum for EV. So we have done that, and any moment from now again, we will be embarking on nationwide training of youth. We are already in the process, and we are going to introduce our youth to the common things in EV, the common things, because in EV you don't have plenty parts. So we need to let them know how do you charge, what's the different kind of charging connectors that are available, then all the little details that they need to know, and then how can you maintain an electric vehicle. These are things we are going to do. And in doing that, we are going to partner with people that are playing in that field. We are going to partner with professors, engineers. We are going to partner with engineers that are practically professional engineers, and also the vehicle assemblers or vehicle manufacturers. All these people, we bring them together and we are going to organize those training and let Nigerians know how to handle EV vehicle. When we did the ICE, after training, sometimes we give them some, we like call it take home, like a diagnostic machine, for example.